Hey, what's going on? Tom's head wasn't even in the frame when I turned it on.
I was reading what CD was saying.
He was looking at
I couldn't finish it, though. Something about a movie about a dog with PTSD.
Yeah, have you seen the film Dog about a veteran with PTSD?
No.
Taking an army dog that's traumatized to a funeral of a fellow soldier. It had Channing Tatum in it.
No, I didn't see it.
No, we have not seen that. Was it good? Should we watch it?
Yeah. SideQuest is here. What's up, SideQuest?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, she said, I think this is my first time being here before.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach said perfect timing. Just got back from a cootie check. Oh, good.
Who?
Zach.
Oh, Zach.
Are you clear? Are you clear of cooties?
Yeah. You know that's just gonna happen.
Now I'm hanging out with you fine people eating jambalaya. Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, so like good old bathhouse Zach.
Bathhouse Zach. That's what we're gonna start
Bathhouse Zachary. Yeah. You need to fucking take some pictures next time you go to the bathhouse Zach. Share them with me, man. That'd be funny.
Oh my god. There was a lot of stuff because we were watching that Netflix miniseries, the Jeffrey Dahmer tapes.
Yeah.
And there was like a lot about kind of the bathhouse scene in Milwaukee, like back in the day, like when he was haunting those places.
Yeah.
So they had like a lot of, well, not a lot, but like a few guys that kind of came up from that scene and had known Jeffrey Dahmer, you know, because he kind of hung out there. But that was really interesting. That one guy in there, I want to hang out with that dude.
The black dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dude seems so cool.
Yeah, he seemed fun.
Yeah, I was just like, oh man, I want to party with that dude so bad. I mean, he's older now, obviously.
Older than us. Yeah,
he's older than us, but
I was like, a lot, maybe 5-10 years.
I was like, he seemed pretty awesome. But yeah, like he knew all the stuff about all the bathhouses and stuff like that. And he was very
just they were just in there. They were just trying to have sex.
Yeah.
They just trying to discover themselves. And they just
didn't matter if you knew him or not.
Just having sex. It didn't matter. Yeah. Just having sex.
He was so awesome.
Yeah.
He was like the best part of that.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to write to whoever made that. It's like, who is that dude? I want to hang out with
just
that
a
dude.
real thin, very gay black dude in a suit, and just being honest, about what it was like back then, and talking about the scene, and he loved it. He says, everybody was great, fucking, just people from all walks of life, and it was white guys and black guys, and they were just all gay. They were doing all kinds of shit, and they were getting wild, and they had different clubs that they'd go to. And then some of them would go to the bathhouses. And, you just talk about the bathhouse. Well, guys just go there, hooking up, dude, trying to have sex. It's like, yeah, of course, having sex.
Yeah, he was just like, not.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, that's all.
It didn't matter who with who. Just sex. Okay.
One thing that
they probably thought they all hot anyway. They all looked about the same age, a lot of them. They showed the clubs of the scene. Yeah, it was all dudes in their 20s and 30s, really.
Yeah, it was all like kind of hot dudes. Like so, like it was 70s and 80s, so some of the fashions were not all that all that hot, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they just were working with what they had.
Yeah, that's okay. You did what you
had. A lot of cutoff shorts, a lot of flannel shirts.
Yeah, which not really my thing, but all right.
Dudes in sailor suits.
Yeah, that's slightly better, but still not that great.
A fake sailor suit.
Yeah. It's like somebody's going to the YMCA.
Yeah, straight out of the Village People.
Sure. Well, one thing that
fucked up hair, fucked up mustaches.
Everybody had that back then, though. Everybody looked like hell, pretty much.
Yeah, curly fucking hair and fucking bushy mustaches and shit.
That was all. Yeah, everybody was supposed to look totally unkempt all the time.
Yeah,
it's like super funny. One thing I was surprised still existed. I don't know if we brought this up before. But if you guys, if any of you guys subscribe to Dan Bell, because you know how much we love Dan Bell, we started out watching his Dead Mall stuff, and then like he does another Dirty Room. He doesn't really do that much anymore, but he goes to like abandoned places and films them. And lately, he's been on a kick of going to like essentially like adult, not strip clubs, but like places that have booths with like jerk off booths.
Yeah, he's fucking weird, man.
And it's funny, like he goes to these places, and there's these dinky places, and the one place he went to, I can't remember where it was. I think it was somewhere in
something in the Northeast somewhere.
Yeah, like Pennsylvania or somewhere like that. And he's like, and he went in there, and it was this dinky, tiny, shitty looking little place, and the parking lot was full. There was like all these cars around it.
Yeah.
And it's like, so he goes in there and films it, and you have to be a little bit discreet because there's like a lot of other people in there. But I was just like, who the fuck goes to these places, man? It's like
old dudes.
You have porn at home, you know that, right?
Yeah, they were not peep shows. What do they call them? Adult video arcades with an adult theater. Attached to it. Shit that looks like glory hole booths to me.
That for
With the
one, that
fucking
for
vid-
sure. I was like,
Because he was
that's-
taking a picture. It had
Yeah.
it was a booth that had a camera, not a camera, a screen, and you could put coins in it and watch videos. And right next to it was just a damn hole in the wall.
I mean, you know what that
And
is.
he's fucking zooming in like, what the fuck is that? It's like,
Dan knows what that is. Dan's probably been to some of those.
yeah. And then
In his day.
he'd fucking take his phone and peep into the fucking film, into the auditorium where they were showing a movie, and it was small auditorium, so maybe 30 seats in it maybe. It looked kind of makeshift because these places aren't big. They look like they're actually just outside strip malls
Yeah.
or connected to strip malls.
I didn't even know this place still existed.
I never even know that shit existed.
Because I didn't think there were still porn theaters.
Yeah.
Because why?
And
How would you stay open?
and fucking he'd go in there and look, and the movie would be going. They just the movie would just run. You could go in there, free. Once you paid, you had full run of the place. You could go in there and fucking. He looked in there and there was nobody watching it.
No,
It was empty.
nobody in there.
It was during the daytime. But he made good comments, and he's just like, he goes, just some old queen in a diaper up front at the time. He said there's some old queen
Just
in
a regular ass day.
Yeah. And he goes, and he's like, it's just a place where old queens go and jerk each other off while they're watching these movies.
Yeah. Which, like I said, one of the things we were thinking about, and High Desert said the same thing, it's like old horny dudes too old to figure out a computer. Yeah, it's probably that. I kind of feel like maybe, it's old guys, and this is how they got a lot of their sexual experience, like back in the day, like before the internet and stuff, and maybe that's comforting for them.
I think they're just going back there because that generation uses them.
Yeah.
And what they do is, I think from what Dan is saying, these gay dudes. Although the porn didn't seem gay, but he had it all blotted out. So
You have to go on his Patreon
to see what it was.
Because I'm on his Patreon, but I never have time to watch
He had
his
it
stuff. Because
pixelated.
he puts everything like uncensored.
So I
up
couldn't
on
see
his Patreon.
what porn they were showing. Maybe gay porn, but he was just. But I could also imagine though that dudes that gay dudes or bisexual dudes would watch straight porn, and then jerk each other off.
Yeah, because it's not so much the porn; it's the jerking.
Yeah, it's
the
the jerking
guy
off.
That's the fun part.
And then maybe the fact that it's because it's straight porn, it's like more subversive to them.
Maybe so.
Like we're not supposed to be doing this because this is some straight activity we're doing, but we're gonna do it.
Straight
Yeah, we're watching the porn movie.
It's like paranormal activity.
Yeah. I was trying.
The hell with that straight.
I try to
activity.
use my strategic empathy and put myself into another man's shoes of what it is that's making this guy tick, and that's the only thing I could imagine. But based on what he said, me and Jen were laughing about it, talking. We figured that these dudes came up from the 70s and the 80s before VHS, and they were in there younger, fucking around in those adult theaters, jerking it. They were probably straight, but there weren't any women there, so it just said, "Fuck it." There's are so fucking horny and perverted. They're just
Any port in a storm,
jerking it.
as they say.
Next to each other, jerking it, watching the movie and shit, looking over,
Hey, all right.
peeping, pecker checking and shit. It's probably so. Then that slowly starts amping up. Next thing you know, they're blowing each other, or they're jerking each other.
That's just the.
It might go to that,
next
because they're
rung
not
on the
getting any
ladder.
action. It might be that. And next thing you know, they're full on like gay or bisexual or something. I don't know. But I think
more power to them,
I think they came up watching that, and they won't. That's their social scene, so they're not gonna let that go. They're just getting older and older, but they still go back.
I mean, it's just like our old fart asses hanging out at goth club.
Yeah, but young people come. Though.
But young people come there too.
Yeah.
It's not just old people.
Yeah.
So we don't feel quite so bad. I don't feel bad at all. I don't.
Now in the pro-am and amateur porn scene, dudes will take their girlfriends and wives down there.
Yeah, there's a lot of those kind of videos.
She's blowing all the dudes in the theater and shit, and glory hole and shit.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And it's
of
like dude's wife or girlfriend doing it.
Yeah.
Sometimes the dude helps.
He's like,
He goes, let me try that, real quick. Just
let's see if the dude on the
yeah,
other
okay,
end
yeah,
realizes.
and dude can't see, but you see the thing is that on video, that looks real spontaneous. But you cannot make the video without anybody's permission. You got it in order to post it and sell it. You have to have everybody's name recorded. They got to sign a release, which means that the whole thing's a setup.
Yeah, of course it is. Everything has to be like
it's all set
ridiculously
up.
planned.
So what they did was they had an event. They said, okay, next week, they probably had a flyer with a picture of the girl, and we're going to make a porn movie here. This is who's going to star right here. Guys, send me your address or call us at this number, and we'll get you logged, and show up with an STD test, that kind of, probably that kind of shit. Although some of the videos I've seen, they're with fucking condoms, so I don't know, exactly. But I probably have to show up with an STD test. If you show up with an STD test on this date, you're gonna get blown. It's gonna be so it's not it's a setup. It's more kind of like an event. So all those fucking freaky ass perverts at the fucking adult store, adult theater and shit. Oh yeah, I'm going next week. Yeah.
I've seen ones too, like set up in those adult stores where they have like just like a woman like chained up or roped up to like a thing, and like people just come in and fuck her,
Yeah, it's all set up.
But yeah, of course it is. Well, yeah, like I said, it's
yeah. Or they're in an adult store, and the customers are in the store.
Yeah.
But there's also kind of a pro-am or pro-porn girl blowing people while the customers are walking around. But they know what's going on in there. It's stand-ins and shit.
Yeah.
And,
Linwood Sly says, "Hey, Jenny and Tom, my wife Lori asked if you guys were on tonight. Yes, we are.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Voodoo Imperial IPA.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think I've ever had that. Let me see. Yeah, SideQuest here said they still have those kind of adult theaters in downtown Hollywood. I mean, they might still have them around here too, but I haven't seen any in a long time. Jeffy Hart said, I've been so good that I treated myself to pumpkin cookies from Publix.
Okay, yeah, those are good. Yeah.
Probably gained my weight back with interest. That sounds good. Man, we went to Publix today. I needed like some shampoo and shit like that. Yeah. And it's just like I saw all the pumpkins out front and it just made me so fucking happy. Yeah. It makes me so happy when summer's over and I start seeing all the fall shit. Like I don't know, it's just I can't explain it.
Zach sent us a super chat.
Thank you very much for the super chat, Zach. Sent Tom a clip of them playing Bee Gees outside the steam room at the bathhouse.
Okay, all right.
So he's gonna
I'll look at it. I'll look at it in a minute. Is this something I can show?
Well, we can look at it, and
okay.
then we'll determine.
And then there's SideQuest had something. There's other comments above all that.
Yeah. SideQuest said, I also recall a lot of the gay bars in LA and Hollywood would play porn on the big screens. It was kind of shocking for me at first, coming from a more conservative area. Yeah. I guess I don't know. I was never really all that bothered by it.
There's places in LA that for fucking decades, man, it's nothing but basically the red light district.
I mean, the Castle would sometimes play kind of porny shit on the big screen.
Fetishy stuff.
Like fetish porn.
Yeah.
Sometimes. It depended on the night. Like it
you had to be 18 to get in there, so it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's kind of like nightclubs. It's just not. And
there are evidently German nightclubs that are just all about sex.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's kind of a fetish club, but we don't really have anything like that here in the U.S. The only thing that I know of, not in Florida, they got Secrets, which is a swingers club.
Essentially,
yeah. But that's more like a mini hotel.
It's like a resort.
It's like a resort hotel, kind of. Yeah.
Which, like I said, we've never been. We've been invited many times, but we know people that go there.
Yeah, they're always inviting us in there and fucking having foursomes and shit.
But it's like, it's like some kind of, it's a resort. I don't really know exactly what it looks like. But from what
it looks like an old motel.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, they got a pool and shit like that.
Pool, yeah.
But they have all these rules about it, and it's just kind of like you can be topless on most of the area, but it's like you can only be naked in like certain areas. And then there's a nightclub kind of portion, and then there's like a dungeon-ish kind of portion, and all this other kind of stuff.
Things like hotel rooms that have themes and shit.
Yeah, they have hotel rooms, and there's this whole thing where it's like you can leave your windows open so people can watch you fuck, or you can leave the door open so other people can come in and join you if you want.
The thing is, though, is it's technically not open to the public.
No, you have to pay. You either have to pay a membership fee or you can pay like per night or per weekend, like to try it out.
You still got to fill out forms.
But you have to fill out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
and they're apparently real strict about. Yeah. Like no single men can come there. Yeah. Like you have to be a couple or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of some type. They don't just let like single dudes wander around.
Unless you're well connected, I heard. Mm. Like if you're well known, you're well connected in there. Then some of the dudes are. They are allowed to go in there.
Well, I guess if they get to know you and they know you're not a creep.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if they just let anybody in, then that would be all it would be.
Evidently, they got dudes that are in there that are basically just bulls. They walk around fucking, and you know what I mean, and they fuck other people's wives. If you ask them, can you fuck my wife? Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. I mean, can I take a video of it? Yeah. Go ahead. We get some of these videos.
Yeah.
I got some of them. My ex-girlfriend in them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Not when I was with her, though. She was with her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was much later.
Yeah, it was after. Yeah. But she tried to get Jed to go down there.
Yeah, I don't know.
My ex-girlfriend loves her. They love each other.
I know.
They're
I
both
love-
cool.
I
They're
love
both cool
her
chicks, yeah.
Like I said, it sounds interesting, but
She's got a big old booty.
I don't know, man.
She's got a big old booty.
I got a big old booty, too.
Yeah.
I'd say, is my booty bigger or is her booty bigger?
Hers is bigger. It's twice the size.
Is it?
Yeah.
It never struck me as that much bigger.
I got pictures of it. I'll show you.
Yeah, but I've seen her. I've
She's
seen her
got-
butt, and it
she's
doesn't look
thin.
that much. I know, but
She's thin and she's tall. She's flat. On the backside, she's just got a big fucking butt. Sticks way out and it's fucking kind of. I'll show it to you.
you can't do that.
What's that?
You can't show that.
No, I can show you.
Oh,
I can show it
I
to
know
you.
you've shown me before.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've seen her butt.
Big old juicy butt. Yeah.
I just always thought mine was
Yeah.
bigger than hers, but
No.
I didn't realize hers didn't
No.
seem that big to me.
No. Twice your size.
Hmm.
Yeah, the proportions are different. Very different. You know,
Maybe mine doesn't look as big because I'm like bigger than her all over.
No. I'll show it to you. An inch makes a big difference on a human body. 2 inches makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
So, it's just like with bodybuilders and bodybuildings. If it hit guy's arms are just an inch bigger in diameter, man, fucking that inch fucking makes a huge difference to the eye.
Yeah.
So, but no, she's got junk in the trunk.
I guess, like I said, I
Yeah,
never really
she's out of
noticed.
proportion. Yeah, but it kind of in the
it never struck me as unusual. I
yeah.
guess.
You're not a man. And but another thing is that she wears fucking skirts a lot, and they're like the
That's true.
pleated kind of poofy skirts and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's got junk in the trunk.
That's true. Most of the time I see her. In those
Yeah,
big poofy
and
shirts.
it's like it's not like a bad thing, and she's got it's like on a positive side junk in the trunk. You know what I'm talking about? If it was any more, it probably wouldn't look good. But it depends. I've seen women carry a lot of weight before, and they still look pretty good. Everything has to do with the skin tension or the skin tone. Is the skin strong enough to support all this fat, or is it now just fucking drooping straight down? There's got to be muscle underneath it to give shape, and there seems to be like that. There's some fat is denser than other fat. I'm not a fatologist. I hadn't really studied fat, but I think there must be more than one kind of fat. Some fat seems to hold in shape better. Now some of the stuff is illusion. Some of it's injections. Because women can inject stuff. And BBL, Brazilian butt lift. There's some shit you can do there with fat transfer. Some of these real popular Instagram type chicks that are fucking known for that body style, they're not natural, most of them. Almost all of them. Pretty much they had fat transfer and BBL, or Brazilian butt lift, which is, it's expensive, but it's not that expensive. If you have enough fat, any girl can have it done. You just take it from the midriff and they inject it into the butt and the thighs. And they give it shape. That's it. And then they'll tighten other areas up. Jen doesn't have to do that though. Jen works out. Her legs and her booty got bigger because she added muscle to it. She's
Squats, man.
squats, bro. Squats under the influence of fucking hormones and anabolics. And right now we're both taking clenbuterol. I'm losing a lot of fat.
Yeah, I've lost some too. Like
Yeah,
I
she's
said,
losing some too, yeah.
and it hasn't really had that many side effects for me. Like I said, I was super twitchy the first 2 days and had really bad heart palpitations. But now it's just my eyelids are twitchy, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's fucked up my sex drive. I'm just
It
not.
has, yeah. I mean, we think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
just-
Because that's when it changed. When you started
around the
taking
time.
that.
Plus, I started to get sick around the same time. Though I had a cold and
Yeah, and that hung
had an
around
infection, and that was hung around for. So I don't know
for a
what
couple
it
of
is,
weeks.
but it just kind of became indifferent, and I never heard of clenbuterol doing that. But it's a muscle relaxant too. That's one thing. So, And another thing is it's like, it's a lot like adrenaline, what it's doing to you. It puts you kind of like in a fight or flight feeling. After a while, you get used to it, you don't feel it. But it could be because I'm in that mode because of my background. I don't think about sex. I also don't think about food, though. I don't get hungry. I only eat because I want to feed Jen. Because I like Jen. I know Jen hasn't eaten, but I don't. I have to kind of force myself to eat on this stuff. I actually don't want to eat on it.
I'm not as hungry, but I'm still hungry.
I'm not hungry really at all. I could go a couple days without eating on this. It's weird, but
yeah. I don't think it's not affecting me quite as much.
Yeah. It's giving me a little bit of anxiety.
Well, I was telling you last night, I was like, yeah, but I feel anxiety all the time, so even if it was, I wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
Like, you might notice it more because you don't usually have that, but I was like, I always have that, so I didn't notice it.
I'm going to stay with it, though. I'm losing so much. Here, I'll show you.
Yeah, CB
lost
said...
all the love handles.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely, like, lost a lot, especially around the sides.
Yeah.
CB said, no, Tom, it's called getting old. It stops working past 50.
No.
No, that was not the case.
No. No, before Clen, man, fucking, I would tear her up fucking once or twice a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. That's what was so unusual about it, and we figured it had to be that because, well, like I said, he started taking that right around the time that he got, like, really sick. Like, he got some, like, horrible cold that hung around for, like, 2 or 3 weeks or something.
Yeah, and then he got injured.
Yeah, and so there was that, too. And so we were like, well, it's got to be that, mainly. And then I think it was also kind of psychological because you were worried about it because you weren't sure if it was a drug, like you thought it probably was, but then you're just kind of like, well, it's probably that, and then like the more you thought about it, like the more it was like fucking with you. Yeah.
Well, then the anxiety thing kicks in, which is one of the side effects of clenbuterol, because it feels like adrenaline. Yeah. It's doing something like adrenaline.
Like I said, literally the only thing it's doing to me now is just making my eyelids twitch.
Yeah.
Like on the corners. Which is annoying, but it's not. That's pretty much it.
It sounds dangerous, but it's actually safe to take. It's
just like an asthma.
It's asthma medicine. That's all it is.
So some people take it like their whole lives. It's not really that big of a deal.
Right.
Oracle says Jenny is gorgeous. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Zach gave us another super chat.
Thank you very much, Zach.
He said, pretty sure that's why they call it menopause and not mano keep going.
I don't have those problems anymore, though, because my testosterone levels are about, like, 4 times that of a teenager because I don't have to make testosterone. I just inject it. So a lot of the problems of aging started to reverse on me quite a bit. You can go back and see me before all this. Go back and look at me 5 years ago. I look younger now than I did 5 years ago. I was starting to lose a lot of good weight and gain a lot of bad weight. You know, gaining fat and losing muscle. And also, like, not giving a shit about anything. Just like, fuck it. I'm going to die anyway. You know, get real negative.
Yeah, which is what you were kind of like that before you started taking tests, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they started injecting tests, and all that shit fucking went away. I was like,
almost overnight.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, I feel good. Yeah, and then sex drive fucking came back with a vengeance, especially like week 3. I was insane, man.
Yeah,
I was trying to fuck everybody.
I mean, not
like really. A werewolf. I'd fuck a car. She said, "Car going back. Stop that car."
I want to fuck that car.
I'm gonna fuck that car. Get out the back seat. Get out of the back seat. Get out of there. Let me in. Oh, this shit's velour.
No, it's fine Corinthian leather, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Remember that fucking... What was that fucking show we used to watch? Was it My Strange Addiction? Was that the one that had the car fucker on it?
Yeah, My Strange Addiction. Guy was fucking the cars. That's where I got the idea.
That's funny that you thought of that randomly.
Yeah. Not random. My mind is a supercomputer. I just fucking pulled up the weirdest shit having to do with sex with fucking cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny that that's the first thing you thought of.
Yeah, not even human. It's not even an animal. It's a car.
It's an
inanimate object that has nothing to do with sex. It's just the fucking, the dude, I believe, was trying to fuck a Mustang.
I don't remember what kind of car
was it. Was it a Mustang or was it a?
It was red. That's all I remember.
It was red.
It was years ago that we saw that.
I thought it might have been a red Mustang.
I remember like most of those shows were people that ate weird shit.
Yeah, black girls eating white stuff, white cushion stuffing.
Yeah,
and black girls eat white
drywall, baby powder,
Yeah,
yeah, mayonnaise. Mm-hmm. Wasn't there one that ate mayonnaise? That was addicted to mayonnaise.
No, it wasn't mayonnaise.
Was it? Sure? Was it mayonnaise or ranch dressing or?
I don't remember. I don't remember that. Was it black girl? No, there was a thing about black girls eating white powder.
Remember the girl that drank gasoline?
Yeah.
I'm like, how is that bitch still alive?
That was a white girl drinking gasoline, and she would slowly drink more and more of it. She got to where she was drinking a couple cups of it a day.
And she went to a doctor, and they said, well, you don't seem like there's anything wrong with you, but, cut it out.
She built up a resistance to it.
I guess. But, man, that's some weird... I guess there is such a thing as, like, an addictive personality.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that I don't have that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard for me to understand that, like, people are like, they will just piss away their entire lives.
Yeah. Like,
to eat drywall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That I don't understand that.
Yeah. No, but Zach, androgenopause, or, we call it menopause.
Menopause.
That usually happens around late 40s on most guys. And why it happens is because testosterone production starts to fucking bottom out. You're only making like 150 nanograms per deciliter of fucking test. Just because... there's no medical reason why dudes do that. It's just because it's just kind of like an error or a mistake. It's because that was not selected for in survival of the fittest. Really, that guy can still have children. It's just that his drives are way fucking toned back. Well, if you're worried about your own natural testosterone production, you're going to age like everybody else. Same things are going to happen to you that it happens to other guys. I'm like, fuck that, man. I'll just fucking inject it. And it all just kind of comes back. You can do the same thing with a woman. You can fucking inject a lot of hormones into her. You can put pituitary gland stimulants in her, HCG, and her cycle will start back up. She'll look pretty damn young if she's in good shape. Now, the key to looking young, really... The main thing is if you have decent muscle mass and you're lean. You can see people in their 60s and 70s that are lean, that have good muscle mass. They look pretty young. There's a girl we know named Maggie. Maggie's probably close to 60.
Yeah, she might be pushing 60.
She's pushing 60. She looks great.
You would never
never know she was 60. And she goes out there and dances her ass off. And she's always with a dude who's like 35. Yeah. Maybe 40.
Yeah. And she's super cool too. I like
and she's this little Latina Cuban. And I was like, Maggie, why is it whenever she loves whenever I talk to her. She's like, yeah, because she knows I'm going to fucking say some shit she's going to like. And I said, Maggie, why is it whenever I see you with these young boys? And she just gritted. She goes, because I can. I said, I know. That's what I love about you, because you can. She goes, of course I can. I said, I'm going to do it. And then she goes out there and starts dancing again. Maggie Rivera.
Yeah, she's hilarious.
Yeah.
We haven't seen her in a while, but she came to Barbarella a couple weeks ago. Mm-hmm. We're like, damn, she still looks the fucking same.
Yeah, maybe I'll show him Maggie.
Phantom said, Tom, when you got into your motorcycle accident, were you scared to ride your motorcycle afterwards when you were healed up?
No, fucking no. I was, well, actually, are you talking about the one that put me in a coma or the accident?
Because you've been in two kind of major ones.
I've been in two big ones, yeah. I came out of the coma, and the first thing I wanted to know is fucking, why, I got to get back to my unit. Because I was in the Army at the time. There's no, you don't have to go back. That was a fucking Walter Reed. I'm still trying to get back to my unit. And then I was glitching, And once I got it out of my head they got it out of my head that I didn't have to go back to my unit, I kept saying, where's my bike?
Yeah.
Where's my bike? And they would tell me, the bike's gone, it's toasted. And I go, oh, no. Like that, it's a Ninja. It was a 1989 Ninja. Fucking Ninja ZX6. ZX600. I go, oh. And then 30 minutes later, I'd forget. And I go, where's my bike? What happened to my bike? It's got crashed. And I go, oh.
So and then you get upset all over again.
Yeah, so I would experience exasperation and the loss of the motorcycle like 40 times a day.
Oh no!
Until I finally
That's terrible.
Until
it stuck.
Until it finally stuck, because I'd forget that I forgot it. Oh,
That's funny.
But no, as soon as I was up and walking around, like fucking, couple months later, 4 months later, I was fucking, I gotta get another bike. And my family was like, you are not getting another fucking motorcycle. I got one. It took a few years, but I got it. I started getting back on.
Yeah, honestly, when you got in the wreck, when
we
were together,
yeah,
as soon as you healed up, because you were kind of, I mean, he didn't break anything, but he was
just beat the fuck up.
He was just kind of busted up because he had all his armor on and everything.
Yeah.
But he was kind of busted up. And
road rash and places and just beaten black and blue. Couldn't move my arms. Jay had to feed me.
Yeah, his whole side was just black.
Yeah.
Because that's where the one place where the armor wasn't.
Yeah,
right here.
I came off at about 70 on fucking tarmac.
Even though the first time he told me the story, he said he was going 40.
Nah, about 70.
And I did not believe him.
No.
But I was like, okay, well, I'm just going
to want to scare you.
I'm just going to let you lie to me, but I know you're lying.
No, I was going about 70.
Yeah, I figured you were. Because I said you were going really fast, to get that fucking busted up. You couldn't even move.
Yeah, I couldn't move.
You just laid on the bed and groaned.
Well,
I said, I had to stuff like hamburgers in his mouth because he was just laying there.
Yeah, I got the bike back and everything, limped the bike back. I wasn't far from the house.
Yeah, luckily.
Fucking got everything off, got myself taken care of. Again, heard the message. He made a quick video to the guys on a Buell fucking message board that I was part of. Says, yeah, man, I just fucking wrecked the bike. It wasn't bad, though. I fixed everything. You'd never know that bike was down.
But he called me at work.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm coming home. And he's like, no, I'm fine. And so I was like, are you sure? And he's like, no, I'm totally fine. Yeah. I got home. Everything's fine. And then when I got home, he was laying on the bed like, like he was just fucking dying. And I was just like, you're not fine. You big fucking liar.
That's Maggie.
He wouldn't let me come home.
That's Maggie. Maggie's about 60. She looks just like that.
Yeah, she looks exactly
like that. That's her right there. And she's always with these young dudes. Yeah, that's the dude she was with last time. Let's see if I get another picture of Maggie. All right. Why does she look like that? Because she's lean.
Yeah, and she's a tiny, tiny little woman.
She's little and she's lean. And she's got good muscle mass.
She's probably only about, maybe not even 5 feet tall.
Yeah, not even 5 feet.
She's a lot shorter than I am.
And I guarantee you, my studies in biology and aging and fitness and shit, she will look like this at 70. Because that's not far. It's only another 10 years. She won't change that much. I mean, if you don't believe me, just look at Cassandra Peterson, Elvira. She's had some work done, but she's like that too. She's pretty lean. Cassandra looks fucking great.
Yeah.
She's like 75, and most dudes would hit.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's kind of funny.
They're gonna turn her down.
I mean, if you don't let yourself go, it's possible. I mean, genetics plays a part too, but it's like it's possible to like look good for a long time, like even in your old age. But I mean, you really got to work at it. But diet. Okay. Zach sending me these sexy videos. Ass videos. Let's see. Okay. I'm watching. Okay. Damn. Okay, I can show this, I think. Oh my god, I have this song on our Spotify club playlist.
Yeah, okay.
We listen to it on the way to the club all the time.
Zach's secret gay hangout meeting with the baths.
It's just a reflection.
There's one of the baths. I guess that's a bath. Should be dancing.
Oh, we probably just got demonetized.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Copyright. It'll know. So, I probably can't monetize this now. CB said, because there's a lot of comments. CB said, I jacked off till I bled, and I was glad it stopped working for 5 months.
Damn.
I was addicted to masturbating. It was a nightmare at its worst. I've never been that bad, but I've always had a very high sex drive, though. So that's why I was glad you started taking tests, because...
Who said this? Oh,
I said that.
You said it, yeah.
Because you used to joke, like, before you started taking it, it's like, man, I can't keep up with her, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Women's sex drives seem to kind of like... Because they don't work the same way dudes do. Guys, their whole thing is fucking centered around testosterone because when we hit puberty, there's fucking testosterone changes you, kind of reprograms you forever, and your endocrine system's kind of like based around that in terms of like sexual function. Not women. Testosterone doesn't really do a whole lot for women sexually. They're more progesterones, prolactins and fucking estrogen. Now there is some test in there, but their ratios are all different. So they can go into menopause and they can still have a pretty good sex drive.
Yeah.
I've even heard some women say menopause happens and their sex drive increases.
I've heard that also.
So it just depends on the woman. Yeah. But they're not
like
working.
I said, mine was always high. It goes like up and down, but menopause didn't seem to have any effect at all because I went through it a couple of years ago.
Now there are a bunch of questions there that were. That shit. Man, what the hell?
Oh my God, you're fucking everything up. You're fucking it up.
I got it.
Linwood's last. How he can get clenbuterol.
Best way to do it is first of all get Coinbase, and then Coinbase Wallet. There are two different applications. And hook that up to your banking account, so you can take money out of your bank account, pull it into Coinbase, and turn it into cryptocurrency. And then take some of your cryptocurrency, move it to the wallet. You go to a place like steroidify.com. That's a good dealer. And they're international brokers. They fucking will give you everything. And it's all over the counter in other countries. They just get it to you. The shit that they're giving you. It's not basement shit. It's real shit. You can get drugs that have to do with cosmetic procedures. Like, what was that one we were looking at? Fuck, I forgot what it was called. And you can get it, and they'll even give you the name brand shit. It's not a copy. It's the real thing. Just go to steroidify.com. Look up clenbuterol. Don't take any more than 120 micrograms a day, though. And that's 3 little pills a day. It's not expensive. You can get 50 pills. No, it's 100 pills, I think, wasn't it?
I don't know.
100 pills for about $40. So for 2 people, that's a month worth. That's only $20 a person per month. For one person, take you more. You'd last even longer. But the thing when you're dealing with these brokers, they take a commission, and you have to pay shipping. Commissions are usually about $10 to $20 on any item that you get. They're going to offer you the item twice. They're going to give you an international price or a national price. The national price means that item that you're looking at is already in your country. So if you buy it, you'll get it within about a week, maybe 5 days. The thing is the price is going to be higher, a little bit. If you get the international price, it means they're going to send it to you through customs. And it's going to go through customs, and it might get popped in customs. Who knows? But they'll reimburse you. Okay, they'll send it again. I'm sure the government's involved. Okay, they got to be, based on all the comments of what the customers are saying about shit. Some of those are cops in there, and some of them are soldiers. You can just tell by the way it's worded. Government people are getting that shit. So anyway, if you get the international price, you get it a lot cheaper. Well, if you buy it in bulk, you get it even cheaper. And then the more you buy, the more of these little credits they'll give you. They give you kind of like mileage credits. They give you little bonuses. If you use cryptocurrency, they give you a bonus because it's safer for them if it's crypto. So every time I make a purchase, I actually make some like bonus coins that you can spend later on other stuff. If you have thousands of dollars, you can buy thousands of dollars worth of shit at a bulk price and get it delivered to you. And you can take it to your gym and sell it for a profit. They got dudes doing that. Is it drug smuggling? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it legal?
No. Is it drug deal? Yeah. Is it happening? Yeah. It's happening, and it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere at all times. The people that get ahead in this society right now are people that are cheating. If you're not cheating, you're not playing a game. Everything is fucking cheating. Everything is cheating. So people say, hey, man, you're taking them fucking supplements. You're cheating. Yeah, but that's in the rules. Rules are you said you could cheat. If everybody you see, that all these fitness people with fucking fantastic abdominals and shit like that, they're all on something. Even if they're claiming that they're not, they're on it. anything having to do with fitness is cheating. Lifting weights is cheating. Dieting is cheating. Eating high protein is cheating. Because none of that's available in nature. You know? Cavemen didn't go around and fucking lift weights. You know? They didn't have access to fucking
They were too busy.
whole chickens for $6.99.
Too busy worrying about not getting stepped on.
Yeah. They were too worried about, they were just worried about surviving and shit.
We got another super chat. Our first super chat from Misty. Misty, thank you
What's up,
very
Misty?
much for sending us the super chat.
Yeah.
First one.
Misty was asking questions about this on Instagram. Yeah. What did she say? What did she say on the super?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Nothing. It's just a
Just
a little super chat.
Misty, you need to get your man on test. And you need to look into clan. Or you if you wanted to do any kind of anabolic, the one I would recommend, some guys would be, you're fucking crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're gonna say you give a woman Anavar. No. A young woman, yeah. But postmenopausal woman, it's not the same on older people.
I took it and it didn't do jack.
It doesn't do shit on an older person. And I was researching other people in the human testing group. In other words, the people that actually take it. You know, not doctors. Doctors mostly don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they're talking about. Endocrinologists might, but general practitioners don't know anything about this.
Well, it's not their area.
It's not their area. This is from sports medicine. It's well known in sports medicine. Older women respond real well to nandrolones. Yeah. I think nandrolone phenylpropionate, also known as NPP, that's a real good one for women. I love that one. And then, but the thing is sometimes you can't get that in a very concentrated form, so you don't get a good price on it. So you can go to what's called Decadurabolin, which is the same thing as NPP. It's just longer ester. So it goes in your system more slowly, and it's spread out over time. But now, another thing is how much you take. Anything in the public, they're going to tell you, oh, don't take much, fucking 30 milligrams a week maybe for a woman. But if you look at women that are actually getting results with this shit when they're older, that's not how much they're taking. They're taking more like 150. Yeah, they're taking a lot more than what they're admitting to. So each person is their own situation. You start small with small doses and see how it goes. And if nothing bad happens after a few weeks, you slowly start lifting it up until you start seeing results. With Jen, about 150. But you can't live on that. You stay on that for maybe 2-3 months and come off. Yeah.
CB said, Tom and Jenny, have you seen The Penguin yet? I watched the first episode and it's good. No, we have not seen it yet.
Does it have something to do with Batman?
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking, have any of y'all watched the movie, seen this movie, it's in the theaters, The Substance, with Demi Moore? Because I've been hearing really good shit about that. Like, it's some crazy Cronenberg body horror, and it's, like, super gory and stuff. And I'm like, ooh. We saw the trailer for it a while back, and I was like, that looks weird, and I kind of love it. And I've just been seeing, like, reviews of it trickling in, saying, oh, this is so fucked up, and it's, like, so gory and stuff like that. And I'm just like, okay, I might have to see that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go this weekend.
Now...
David Greener said, cavemen developed the uncanny valley effect to teach them to fear things that appear nearly human. What happened in our species past to make us fear things like that? Some say other hominid species.
Yeah.
I never thought about it, but that that totally makes sense, though.
Yeah.
That totally makes sense.
Hey, Sly, if you're going to get clan at your age, you might want to pick up some testosterone, too, and then get something called Clomid. Or HCG, but Clomid's a little cheaper. Clomid is a fertility drug for women, but men can take it if you're taking test. So you can take 200 milligrams of test a week. That's a real cookie cutter hormone replacement. And take I think it's 50 or 25 milligram, one of the two, pill of Clomid a day. And that will keep that testosterone from becoming birth control. Because hormonal birth control in a woman, you give her some estrogen and shit, she thinks she's pregnant, the cycle shuts down. You give man testosterone, he thinks he's got plenty of testosterone, he doesn't need to make any more, he shuts down. So your sperm count starts declining. Some dudes don't mind, though. They'll just let the sperm count decline. Balls will get little. Yeah, me, I don't like that. I like to shoot live rounds. I've let it shut down like 2/3 the way, and I didn't like it that much. I like to be fucking at least 50%.
Well, and I mean, and we don't really. I'm postmenopausal, so it's not like we have to worry about.
Yeah, she can't get pregnant.
Pregnancy.
It's not the same for a dude if fucking you're not shooting off some kind of live round. Let me get a. Did you get a drink?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it feels different.
Yeah. Yeah, the Penguin is set in the DC universe.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that might be kind of something we want to look into. Yeah, Linwood said, thanks, Tom. Jenny, love your hair. Thank you very much. This is probably one of my favorite wigs. We only just discovered today, actually Tom discovered it, that a lot of my older wigs that were kind of getting all skanky and full of knots and everything like that, he's like, I saw one thing that you can do is you can blow dry it so it kind of softens up, because these are not real hair, obviously. They're plastic or whatever the fuck they're made out of. And if you kind of like blow dry it a little bit and get it hot and then brush through it, it like smooths it out.
Yeah, I don't know if a normal blow dryer could do it though. I used a heat gun.
Yeah, we used a heat gun that we actually used for screen printing. Yeah. We just used it on low. But yeah, so let me see. Phantom says, has anyone seen the 1983 film Bloodbath at the House of Death, which has Vincent Price in it? It looks pretty good. You know what? I keep meaning to watch that because I love Vincent Price and I'll watch anything he's in, because I see that like sometimes when I'm scrolling through, but it's like I still haven't watched it yet. I don't think I've ever seen it. Unless I saw it when I was a kid and I don't remember. Oracle said, book suggestion for Jenny, St. Lucifer's School for Girls, serial killer story set in a town of Satanists. Oh, that sounds intriguing. I might have to read that, yeah. I'm gonna I think the next book review, if I write the review, because I wrote a movie review today for like a made for TV movie that I watched the other day, but I read a novel and I'll probably review it. It's called Head Like a Hole. It was pretty good. I kind of feel like there was a lot of buzz about it when it first came out, and then like I kind of started reading it and I forgot about it, and I only got 60% of the way through, and then I started reading something else. But I finished it, and I was like, oh, that was pretty good. But I don't know. I don't think it struck me the same way as it did other people, maybe. It was good. It just, you know. Yeah, David Greener said, greetings from Denmark. I left Tennessee to come here to visit my sister. She works for Lego as a set designer.
Okay.
Oh, that's awesome. This place sucks. They don't season their food at all, and everyone's humorless and cold.
It's too white.
He said,
you ended up in fucking the honky motherland.
Too many honkies.
The honky motherland and no yeah.
He said the red light district in Copenhagen is rather fascinating, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet.
The bitch is sitting in the window. Just pick them out.
just like it's a candy machine.
They did that shit in fucking Korea and Japan in the red light districts. Those dudes fucking, they just go up and look at one in the window because they don't have any game. They try to sell women
like I said, they pick it out like it's a fucking Clark bar.
Yeah, just that one.
That's weird.
Yeah. That would never work with American GIs. The ones that they had targeted to us were in nightclubs that had like a little hotel.
So it seemed more
it's
like
a brothel.
Organic.
It's a brothel, but it was like a nightclub. So it's more organic. They're dancing and just fucking talking and buy me a drink. Okay, I'll buy you a drink. And they just drinking juice.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, wisely, they don't want to get too inebriated.
Come on, dance. Come dance. You dance a little bit. She goes, okay, come on, let's go. Come on, just take you to the room. Yeah. So at least it was kind of like.
Kind of normal.
It was social.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost kind of like a one-night stand type of thing.
Yeah.
Except you had to pay.
Well, another thing is that fucking, we were competing over them sometimes. Like, no, you know what I mean? I wasn't involved in it, but the other guys were like, no. They were like, you know, they loved it. The girls loved it.
They're tugging on her like.
Yeah, like, no, you know.
She's a rag doll or something.
The other goes, no, you come with me. He goes, no, I want to do business with her. Well, you want to do business with me? Yeah, you. Yeah. Then they had had Ajima. Ajima's an auntie, old lady. They'd walk around in between all the clubs, fucking all hunchbacked and shit. Hey, Jai, come here. Jai. She'd run up and fucking grab you. Yo, you such a good yo. Like that, she'd be grabbing your junk. What you doing? What you doing, lady? I got a girl for you. No.
Like pulling you by the dick.
Yeah. Come on, I got a girl for you. She's trying to take you some chick she's got an arrangement with in one of the. It's always one of the girls in the same nightclubs, the same brothels that you go to anyway. She's just, she's representing some of them. What kind you want? What kind of girl you want? You know, I don't want to. Yeah, no, I got one for you. She got big titties. You know, just stay like, oh yeah, oh big, yeah, okay, all right. And sometimes they'll take you. They'll take you to ones that were kind of like they described. They described it from the Ajuma's point of view. But you just go to another club, fucking her, right there, and then she'd fucking she'd have to get a kickback.
Yeah.
She'd get a kickback, a commission.
She's like the head
for bringing you out there. No, they were just like street scalpers. They're old ladies. Well, they were just called Ajuma. We just call them Ajuma. Well, we had all kind of Ajuma games, okay, that we started to develop. She goes, I want a girl for you. I don't want a girl. Me neither want a girl. I said, I want you. And you start fucking just try to fucking scope in on grandma. She's like 70, you know. 70, 80 sometimes, bad shape, you know. I love you. She's laughing. Some of them fucking eat it up. Oh, I love you too. So they try to flip it around on you.
They know.
I fucking love you too. Dude, come on.
Know.
And she's like, you come on. She's trying to take you somewhere. And you go,
Yeah, you might not want to get too into that because some of them take you up on it.
Yeah, no, they're fucking with you. They're fucking with you. But they might. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, no. You try to flip it around on them, you know. Then they try to flip it around on you. Okay. Yeah. We're going to fuck. Like, no, we're not going to fuck.
Hey, I thought you said you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do, yeah.
Come on, coward.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I was an old lady.
They don't have the vocabulary, though. They only know a few English words. And shit.
Even better if I was like a really scary old lady that looked like a witch or something.
They look like little Korean witches, yeah.
So
yeah,
that would be even better.
Yeah.
All hunchback and
hunchback with their hands behind.
Oh, you're coming.
They're walking like this, walking with it. And they're like in these fucking.
That sounds fun.
Quilted coats that went down to like almost their ankles, you know.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Maybe when I get like really, really old, I'll go and do that.
Those were old hookers, though.
That's really funny.
Yeah. When they would age out, they'd become just working at the bar as a bartender or working at the front or selling cigarettes. And when they get real old, they become an ajuma. Just trying to make a little bit of money.
Pulling dudes
out of the road and fucking hooking them up. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Ajuma.
David said there's a vampire bar / brothel in Copenhagen where you have to come dressed for the vampire vibe and stay in character.
Okay.
I went there as a cowboy vampire, and apparently that was hilarious.
Okay, yeah.
The girls liked it, though. Yeah, I bet that was something they didn't see much of. Need a good cowboy vampire name. A cowboy vampire name. Let me think about that. I'll get back to you on that. CB said I got a massage, sorry, I can't read, by a woman from Thailand, and I made the mistake do an old school one and she beat the shit out of me. I'm sorry. That's probably a terrible experience, but that was just like funny the way he said that. Yeah, that was an old school massage. She just like beats the crap out of you. There, you feel better? Oh my god. Zach says Cletus a la carte. I like that.
Man, made those damn carnitas.
Yeah, Tom made carnitas last night.
Yeah.
And we've been eating on it today.
Yeah. We're halfway through it though now.
Oh really? That was a big ass piece of meat.
Yeah.
That's what she said. But sorry, that was obligatory.
Yeah. Jen can come up with some dirty shit.
You know, you love it.
Yeah.
You love that shit.
All right, so now it's about the time to show you guys my next purchase here.
His acquisition. He's so proud of this.
All right. It's a series of 3. I only got the first 2. The third one comes out in a couple more months. Conan the Barbarian. This is 6 comic books together. Each one has got 6. It's a whole first year of Conan. And this product here was from the Preservation Society. The Howard, what's his name? Fucking Robert
E. Howard.
Robert E. Howard Preservation Society okayed all this.
The art is beautiful.
The art is fucking beautiful. It's like, and these are real Conan stories based on the books. Okay, and the first installment is Conan's origin story. I haven't read it yet, so I can't give you any. I just saw it reviewed. They reviewed it on Midnight's Edge, and they said it was just fucking epic. It's very violent, and evidently real true to the books. And the art looks really good. Kind of reminds me of going back to that old animated magazine that come out called Heavy Metal. Actually, a little bit better.
Yeah, the art's better.
It looks good.
Heavy
Yeah,
Metal, I think.
the first one is called Bound in Black Stone. That's the first one, and then the second one is thrice marked for death. And each one...
That's 3 times.
Yeah, each one was released... Each one, I think, is 3 or 6 comic books that have already been released. These are the compilations. But the last installment for the first year is coming out in a couple months. I'm going to get that. And they say that no spoilers. I don't know any spoilers. They just said that in the 3rd installment... In the 3rd installment, you're going to have to do some of your homework when it comes to H.P. Lovecraft. Because Lovecraft and Howard knew each other.
Yeah, they were part of the same scene. Yeah.
They read each other's shit.
Well, he wrote some stuff in the Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah.
Howard did.
Well, Conan starts dealing with fucking Lovecraftian monsters from a spiritual realm, an extra-dimensional realm. Gods. I don't know what's going to happen, though. I'm just going to have to wait to see what happens.
Well, I'll read them after you're done with them.
So it gets Lovecraftian.
We always like when that happens.
Yeah. But they said it was epic, so I got them off of eBay. Not eBay, Amazon.
Yeah.
They're about $15 a book.
That's not bad at all.
No, not bad.
That's about what you pay for a standard paperback these days.
15, $16.
Yeah. CB said, yeah, I love the vampire scene, but you need to be careful about the blood. Well, yeah. I mean, that's true of pretty much anything like that. I never really got super into that myself, but...
Let me get some more ice.
I have known some people that were really into that. Yeah, David said, did you know Conan's author was friends with H.P. Lovecraft? Yeah, we just brought that up. But and like I said, as antisocial and weird as Lovecraft was, he did have a large circle of writer friends. And a lot of those friends wrote in his mythos that he had created, which I think went a long way toward kind of cementing his legacy, I guess. And particularly, I guess, like August Derleth and Donald Wandry, who started that press that published all his stuff, you know. I think that was like a big part of it also, because a lot of his best stuff was published either after he died or that's when it kind of got more attention, like after he was already dead.
Who?
Lovecraft. Yeah. David says, if you like the Conan comics, my man, I have some kick-ass comic books for you, for both of you, actually.
Yeah, we'll send them.
Sweet.
Send them.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, just contact Jen on another platform, and we'll give you your address, and you can send them. Now,
yeah, that would be badass.
Midnight's Edge said that from the Conan stuff that's been released, in the past 15, 20 years, it was hit and miss. Some of it was pretty good. Some of it wasn't very good. Some of it was kind of mediocre. He said, this is epic. He said, this is the best one in the past 20 years. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. I couldn't judge because I didn't read any of the other stuff. But they said some of it was too dry. Some of the other stuff just doesn't really fit to what the books were about. But evidently this is from fucking the Preservation Society forums for Howard. So it kind of evidently got the okay. We'll see.
That's good.
It'll be very authentic. Which I read at least one of those books. But I think I was in the 6th grade, and I don't remember much about it.
I don't think I've read any of the Conan stories. I've read a bunch of his other short stories, like his other more horror, like non-Conan stuff. I've read a lot of those, but I don't think I've read any of the Conan stuff.
When I was in 6th grade, I was in military school, military academy, Southern California Military Academy. California. Signal Hill. That's where they filmed the fucking movie, the still-on movie, fucking Over the Top. I went to that school. And we were big into Dungeons and Dragons, all of us were. We liked Dungeons and Dragons. There was a comic book called Elf Quest. We were fucking getting
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, we were into all kinds of shit. And reading books, too. And I read The Hobbit and I think Fellowship of the Rings. The first book that came after it. I don't think I read the other ones. But I remember reading a Conan book, an original Conan book, and I liked it. But I was judging it. My expectations were kind of built on the movie, and I was thinking, man, Conan talks a lot.
When is he gonna shut up?
Yeah, he talks a lot in this. He didn't talk much in the movie, you know. He talks a lot, and he's fucking pretty smart. That's how I remembered it. But that's kind of all I remember about it. Is that I liked it, but I didn't really. It wasn't the Conan that I knew, so I didn't like it that much, you know. But I was a kid. I probably would like it now, you know, what he wrote. But we'll see.
Phantom says, Jenny, have you seen the Vincent Price 1973 film Theater of Blood? If so, was it any good? Which it's definitely on my to-watch list, just saying. I thought we had reviewed it, but maybe we didn't. I've seen it a couple of times. I really like it. I don't know if you will or not, but I think it's a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure we reviewed it, though. Like, recently. Maybe last year or something like that. Didn't we review it?
Yeah.
Or maybe I just did.
Yeah, David just said, didn't you know that Conan's author was friends
Yeah.
with him? Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Because I know I did some Vincent Price movies, like, on my own review. Like, I did that one, like, Twice Told Tales, the one that was, like, 3 Nathaniel Hawthorne stories and some other stuff like that. But I don't remember if Theater of Blood was one that I did by myself or one that we did, like, on a live stream. Could have been either thing. I thought we had done it. Linwood said we loved Beetlejuice, the new one.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
And Ghostbuster movies. Saw your reviews. Yeah, I mean, the new Beetlejuice movie was actually like much better than I was expecting.
I liked it better than the first one. I mean, but you know, Jed's hung up on the first one. You know.
Well, I'm not hung up.
You know
on
what I'm talking about. She made a big impression on the first one. Didn't make a very big impression.
Well, I saw the first one when it came. I saw it in the theater when it came out.
I saw it. I don't think I saw it in the theater. I think I saw it when it came out on cable. I remember liking it back in those days, but it didn't really stick with me. You know,
it was a lot weirder in 1988.
Yeah,
it's harder to make an impression like that, like in 2024, because everything's been done. But like in 1988, when that came out, it was just like, whoa, it was like fucking bizarre. You know what I mean? Yeah, Phantom said, yeah, you reviewed it years ago. Yeah, I thought we had Theater of Blood. Now that we're talking about it, like I said, I'll watch pretty much anything with Vincent Price in it. Actually, I'll watch anything with Vincent Price in it. I love him. David says, if you like Dungeons & Dragons, I also have a lot of great horror RPGs. Call of Cthulhu. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Red Giant, which is horror D&D. Kids on Bikes. I just saw that one in Books A Million the other day.
I don't recognize any of those.
Yeah, All Flesh Must Be Eaten and Chronicles of Darkness.
I remember we had basic Dungeons & Dragons, and then we had like the expert Dungeons & Dragons set, and then we had all the ones with the big books, like the Fiend Folio and the fucking Dungeon Master's Guide. We had all that.
Yeah, we had those.
Because, you know, you had the more basic version.
We used to play sometimes.
Dungeons & Dragons. It was faster to learn that. I learned basic first. This is long before fucking computerized role-playing games, really. You had to do the shit in your mind, you know. But I remember I read the basic manuals first, the red book, and then the blue book that came out after that, which kind of primes you to understand advanced D&D. Makes it a lot easier to understand because you know the terminology, even though some of the terminology changes from book to book. They had the Fiend Folio and all that. Now there was another one that we were trying to get off into, but what was that company? TSR or TRS?
I thought it was TSR.
TSR came out with a really good one called Gamma World. All right.
I slightly remember.
Yeah.
That.
The thing is they only came out with like a one module for it, and they never really produced enough books. Gamma World was taking place, basically it was Fallout. It was in a futuristic, post-apocalyptic world. that had mutants, fucking robots, destroyed fucking civilizations, it had ray guns, fucking machine guns.
Yeah, David said, I have all of Gamma World.
In the time that when we were doing it, there was only a couple books around. But then I moved to Brazil in the 9th grade, and I forgot all about Gamma World. So maybe it continued to expand. But we were pissed when I was in 8th grade, going like, man, where's the fucking rest of Gamma World? There wasn't enough of it. And we wanted figurines. They wanted figurines, and they weren't making enough figurines, little lead figurines we were painting and shit to fucking play the game. Because Gamma World was talking about so much shit. One of the little Gamma World modules that did happen, and they weren't quite as good as the Dungeons and Dragons module. The way they were set up is a little more basic. There was one where you're in the future, in fucking a post-apocalyptic world with mutants and shit, and you find fucking flying saucer. The alien spacecraft is there with alien technology,
which
and
that
computers.
Happens in Fallout too.
Yeah, right. But you go in it.
Yeah.
And there was a way they had all these rolling these tables to try. Well, okay, you find a fucking computer, but you can't read it. But if you roll this dice, you might be able to figure some of it out. You know what I mean? And there's this pathway you go to try. Eventually, you might be able to understand the ship's computer or a computer. They had fucking tables to. This is all by memory. It's a long time ago, but from what I remember, there were these tables to figure things out that you would find. Like if you fucking found a fucking gun, you wouldn't automatically know how to use it. So you had to go through a bunch of rolls to see that if you could actually use that thing. I think I think every time you leveled up, if you had the thing, you could try again, and you might be able to unlock it. Basically, is what you're trying to do, because you couldn't figure it out. And I don't know if they kept that. That's how I remembered it.
David said it's all just fan stuff. So I guess that was all that they made, and everything
that's all they made.
Subsequently was all fan stuff.
Yeah.
He said, my first Gamma World character was a cryomancer version of Walt Disney, who escaped his icy prison beneath the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. That's fucking awesome.
Because we were kind of lusting over Gamma World, going like, man, this is a good idea. There needs to be more of this. Why isn't Dungeons and Dragons? Why didn't you just make this Dungeons and Dragons with other stuff?
Dungeons and Dragons Apocalypse.
Yeah, the same system. I'm saying it really doesn't.
Right.
It shouldn't have to be a separate system. Really, you could just say it's Dungeons and Dragons, but in the future, which that would have been easier. But I guess they wanted a separate product. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with licensing, but it was from the same company, so I don't get it. Maybe it's somebody else's project. But
yeah, because a lot of people worked there.
Yeah,
and they probably all had their.
It had a different system. It was a little more basic, but it had a good ideas. And we were right. They were right. Because that's basically Fallout.
Dude, look how fucking popular.
Look how popular Fallout is. Yeah.
Shit, I'll just like sit there and watch Tom play Fallout.
Yeah.
I don't even have to play it. It's just fun to watch it.
Yeah. New Vegas was great.
That fucking TV show they made was fantastic.
Yeah.
That was so good.
It was a fucking really good television.
I was like surprised at how good that was.
I thought that was man, this is gonna fucking probably suck. I'm in fucking just the first episode. I was like, no, this is it.
Yeah.
They got the tone, everything. It looks exactly like the video game.
Yeah, David said they farmed out Gamma World to a different team of people who were fans.
Okay, yeah.
They only owned half of the copyright terms.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
So they had to like work around shit, I guess.
Man, there was shit you could get in Gamma World. It was like a microwave weapon. Where it was like a fucking backpack with a fucking emitter on there. It was kind of like instead of a flamethrower, it was blasting out fucking microwaves.
I'm gonna cook you like a burger.
Yeah. There's all kinds of shit you could get.
Make their heads blow up.
Yeah. Because everything was.
It's like a microwave massacre.
It was limited only by the imagination, because technology was involved, but also mutants and aliens.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
But like you said, it sounds very much like proto Fallout. Because Fallout has a bunch of that stuff too. Like finding alien spacecraft and whatnot.
The alien spacecraft was like when you find it, it's already like hundreds of years old. All right, but nobody could open the door. It had been in there forever. They were just bones. They were kind of humanoid, Star Trek kind of looking, Star Trek kind of clothes. You know what I mean? Kind of like Romulans, I guess. But they were just skeletons. And they had technology in there, and you couldn't identify what it was. They'd show you in the module and shit. the dungeon master would know what it was, but he would just try to describe it to you. You know, okay, it's a box and it's got a piece of glass on the top of it, and you know, he shows you a picture in the module, and it's basically what they're talking about is a little television. It's a tricorder from Star Trek, like a little you know, like okay, that's something important, you know. But if you know how to use it, okay, well I'm trying to figure it out, and you had to roll things to see if you could fucking make progress with it, and some of those little things that when you'd roll through the pattern to fucking figure it out would end up in places that had skull and crossbones, where it killed you. You know what I mean? Like you shot yourself or something. Or it blows up. So it was risky to figure this shit out. Because you might be trying to figure out a weapon.
Well, here's something that explains a lot. David says, most of the first 2 Fallout game developers worked on Gamma World.
Oh.
And the early D&D video games.
Oh, see.
So there you go.
See, we got a wizard in here.
So...
yeah.
They carried over.
So it all makes sense now.
That totally explains that.
Makes sense now, yeah. Yeah. So we were right. Gamma World was a winner. Because if you were in those old days, man, back in the 80s,
Back
early
in my
80s,
day.
back in the early 80s, when you were a kid,
We're so old.
if you were fucking nerding out and shit, fucking you were with Dungeons and Dragons. If it wasn't Dungeons and Dragons, it was kind of like a knockoff, you know. But man, we had a fucking lot of hope for Gamma World. It says that's a good idea, you know, and we were right. That shit fucking ended up being Fallout.
Isn't it fucking hilarious? I kind of think about this randomly sometimes. When we were growing up, if you like played Dungeons and Dragons or something like that, like most of the time people thought you were a nerd. Because like, that wasn't really a mainstream thing.
A lot of people were playing it though.
A lot of people were playing it, but a lot of people, even
creative people were playing it.
Cool people played it. They like admitted they wouldn't admit it.
Yeah. Well, jocks and shit didn't play that.
Right.
It was the dudes that ended up playing that were guys that went into tech, guys that became fucking commissioned officers, fucking in the army. A lot of the commissioned officers that were fucking in the 101st with us and everything, you could tell that bitch fucking grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons because they looked at everything as if it was like a role playing system, you know, because it kind of is. The role playing systems are kind of based upon real logistical things you got to worry about. Bullets, beef, you know, how many men do you have? How far can we go in a day?
That's why, and we kind of were talking about this a little bit, like on the show about Ted Gunderson we just did because of the whole satanic panic thing. Yeah. Just like it blows my mind how dumbasses back in the 80s were thinking Dungeons and Dragons, it's like getting kids into Satanism and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like Dungeons and Dragons, kids playing that?
Managerial skills.
Holy crap. Yeah. That was like that gave you so many skills that you could use in the real world.
Here's the fucking weird thing, okay? Dungeons and Dragons was only part of the fucking scene. The other part of the scene were these war games we would play with little fucking hex maps. One of the ones was called Ogre. We used to like that one. It was about super tanks. And there was a sequel to it called GEV, which meant ground effect vehicle. It was a futuristic warfare between a super tanks that had fucking nuclear reactors and nuclear missiles on them and shit, and you're using armored units, and some of the armored units are ground effect vehicles, which are armored hovercraft. They can move real fast, but they didn't do much damage. The maps were kind of small. They came in a little fucking plastic box that opened up. The game only cost like $1.50. That was it back then. So you could buy lots of them. And we'd have fun with that game. Well, those games and Dungeons and Dragons really descended from sand table games that generals in the fucking 1600s practicing Napoleonic tactics with their armies and shit. They were doing that shit in their fucking studies. They'd have all these little fucking men and the fucking infantry and the fucking cavalry and the cannon and the artillery. And they're, you know, like how much can we move this turn, you know what I mean? And there wasn't hexes on the ground, but you knew how many inches could you move forward, you know, in this turn. That shit is all fucking generals of the fucking Napoleonic era were all using that shit. All right. And that went on to even back into World War One. You had generals, British generals and French generals commanding from their homes with a fucking sand table in their house, showing the front lines where all the units were. Some weird shit. It was a game to them.
Well, it's not so much that. I think it's just easier to visualize.
It's easier to visualize.
You know, if you can see it right in front of you.
Yeah. Well, those games came from them doing those sand table games.
Yeah.
And practices. So you got to where, well, we don't when they weren't fighting, you didn't have to drill your troops and move them all around Europe. You could just move little figures around on a fucking sand table map in your house. You know what I mean? It's a lot cheaper. So they would practice fighting each other. You know, that way. That was a role-playing game, basically. A strategy game. Military strategy games. Well, a lot of those games came from that.
Yeah.
So it's funny how people were kind of not understanding that these games are actually have a military origin. Officers played that kind of shit, going back hundreds of years.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't understand a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they still do it today. Now it's on computers.
Yeah,
and some programs I've seen kind of simulate certain aspects of warfare, not real accurately, because you never really can replicate fatigue. You know what I mean? You can't wear all that shit, fucking carry all that ammo, and just run around endlessly.
Yeah,
that's a contact sport. You're fucking huffing and puffing, and you fucking.
I mean,
get
but that's
tired.
not fun. That's not fun in a video game.
It's not fun in a video game, but that's the way it really
it's like,
is.
What? I'm fucking tired.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I got to get over there. That's a fucking 50 yards away, man. But I'm fucking smoked, and I'm carrying 65, 70 pounds worth of fucking shit, man. And then the dude with me, they're all fucked up, and he's got a fucking mortar base plate and fucking. He over there has fucking got 2 landmines in his fucking backpack. We'll never make it across that. You know, not with them shooting at us. You know, in a video game you could, because you're not tired.
Yeah.
You know, and if a couple guys get killed, so what? They respawn. You don't respawn in real life. You get killed and you die. And you go into the fucking great unknown.
One of the things
Game over.
One of the things though that I always liked about Fallout, and probably like other games do this too, but it's like after like you have to sleep after a while. You can't just like stay awake and do shit all the time. It's pretty much like you're wearing out. You need to like sleep for 8 hours and like get your power back. So it's kind of like realistic in that regard, but it's not in a sense that it interrupts the gameplay kind of thing.
Well, in the more normal versions of Fallout on the difficulty levels, you just have to sleep when you're damaged.
Yeah.
To heal up. You don't really, and if you go too long without sleep, you start getting like penalties.
Right.
In your accuracy and shit like that. But in the more difficult versions, you got to eat.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? So I haven't ever played that way. And if you're not eating, then you start getting all these fucking penalties.
It's like more realistic.
So in those games you got to fucking conserve food and carry food around with you.
Right.
But usually it just slows the game down, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to make it harder, like more of a challenge,
right?
Like I could see you want to do that,
right? Well, that's why there's fucking cooking stations everywhere, and finding all these plants that you can eat.
Yeah. And
you can make when you find a recipe, you can make something like fucking mutant stew or some shit like what's it called, a rag stag, or I forgot what that fucking thing is called. Damn mutated fucking deer.
Yeah, you got to get like all the fucking.
They make a stew out of that.
And stuff.
Yeah, and then when the stew is made, its health increases and its bonuses exceed more than the sum of everything that you put in there. You know what I mean? You can eat all that shit individually, but when you put it all together, fucking all of a sudden you get a huge amount of bonuses in the amount of health and it'll give you.
David says, I'm serious though, if you would like me to run a one-shot game for you, I would be happy to. Because he said he's got like an online, like a game thing.
A one-shot game? What does that mean?
Yeah, well, he could run like a D&D type game or something like that, because he has like an online thing where he can do that. If we ever wanted to do that.
Yeah, well, talk to me about it later. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do that one of these.
Let me go make a drink. You need a drink too?
Well, I could use like a little bit of a refill.
Okay.
Just kind of top it up.
All right.
Just top it up. Let's see. Let me see. We're watching Chaos. Forrest says, hey Jenny, I would love to support your channel and your Patreon, but Tom makes it hard for me to stay more than a few weeks of participating in the chat and discussions. Why is that exactly? I'd just be curious to know. But I mean, honestly, if you really do want to support the channel or anything like that, I mean, anything would be good, like even like buying my books or anything like that would help. I don't expect anybody to do anything like that, but if you really wanted to, you could. Zach says, by the way, I still think doing a show about lol cows would be amazing. Yeah, you were talking to me about that. I don't know. That might be a good show, but I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. I don't know if I want to kind of pile on that, you know? But we'll see. I'll look into it and we'll see how it goes. Alright, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we were watching... I got all off into the true crime again last night. And have you guys watched on Netflix? It's a 2-part thing. I think it was about 3 hours long. Or maybe not even that long, because I think each part was like an hour and 15 minutes or something. What was it called? Into the Fire. And it was about this woman who had given up her daughter for adoption because she had her daughter when she was 16. She didn't really want to, but her mom was like, look, I'm not taking care of it, and you clearly can't take care of it, so you have to give it up for adoption. She kind of forced her to. So she gave up the kid for adoption, and it was a closed adoption, so she didn't know who ended up adopting her. So then, like, later on, she got interested in kind of, like, finding her, and she found out much later that her daughter had disappeared, like, years and years prior, and nobody knew what happened to her. So at that point, she started getting at it. She's like, I have to find her. Like, I have to find out what happened to her and all this other kind of stuff. And so she starts looking into, like, the adoptive family and all her friends and everything like that. And the story just got kind of crazy. You know what I mean? I don't want to spoil it too much. I mean, it was a real case that happened, so it's not really the same thing where it's like a spoiler alert or anything like that. But it's a real sad story, but it's just kind of fucked up what happened. And the fact that she was kind of a character, that mom. And she just felt really bad that she had been essentially forced into giving the kid up, and she thought about her all the time. And then for her to, like, try to look for her later and be like, oh yeah, she went missing like 20 years ago, and nobody knows where she, like, when she was 14, and nobody knows where she is. And they thought that she had just run away, but then the more she looked into it, because she's like, look, the cops aren't even looking for her because they thought she was a runaway. And so she started investigating, and then she hooked up with the guy that that runs what's that pretty famous, it's not Web Sleuths, but it's a site like that that tries to find missing people and stuff. And she kind of collaborated with that dude, and they kind of started putting pressure on the police, like looking for them. And then they found out, like, all kind of stuff about the adoptive family, which they didn't know before, that kind of pointed the finger of blame in that direction. And it was just kind of like, it was a crazy ass fucking story. And then after that, we got, like, recommended this other one. They're like, hey, you want to watch this other one? Which was just like a 1-part documentary. And that shit, I don't remember what it's called, but it was like, holy crap, that one was really crazy. And I think Tom even looked it up. I'll ask him when he comes back. But remember the thing we were watching last night? Yeah. After the one about the adopted daughter and everything?
Yeah.
What the hell was that documentary called? It wasn't a series. It was just like it was just like an hour-and-a-half documentary.
Girl in the Picture.
The Girl in the Picture.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a wild ass story, bro.
Wow. Like, yeah, like we were watching it. I kept seeing it pop up. I'm like, that looks kind of good, but like I'd never watched it. And then, like, I started watching it. We're watching it, and the whole time we're just like, holy crap, it's just got crazier and crazier and crazier.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't spoil that one.
No, I won't. It's just like, oh my god. It's a horrifying
This
story.
pretty girl who's fucking real popular in high school. Got this. Next thing, she disappeared. Well, no, she disappears because I don't want to get ahead of it. Anyway, next you find her, she's with this older man, and she's in one of these strip clubs here down in fucking Tampa. What was it called?
Mons Venus.
Yeah,
I think it's still there.
Am I still there? Yeah.
Because I remember that sign when I lived
there. Kind of a high end strip club. She's in there. She looked real young. She's pretty. And she's fucking hanging out with her dad at the strip club. And then she's fucking blowing motherfuckers and sucking them and shit in the club. She gets in trouble for that. And she says, well, my dad told me to do it. I'm just going to leave it at that. That ought to be enough to get you to watch that shit.
It's a horrifying story.
Yeah, and you find out more and more about this dude.
Like, shit was happening. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
People are the worst. People are the worst. Not everybody. Obviously, most people are fine.
All right, where's the slide? Slide that. That's what clenbuterol looks like. And it was 100 tablets. And I think the international price was about $40. But like I said, then there's going to be commissions and shipping. I bought 3 of them. I think it was about $45, $45 a pack when I bought 3 of them. With, like another, probably like $10, $15 worth of, or probably about another $25 worth of shipping and commissions on top of that. Because I ordered it with a bunch of other stuff. If you order something, usually it's best to kind of make a bulk purchase. You're going to spend about $300. Because if you do bulk, then all of a sudden you're getting like 3 or 4 months of what you need. So it ends up being cheaper than just buying it once, per month. Most of the money gets sucked up in shipping and commissions and shit. They'll offer you deals. And the longer you're with those brokers, the fucking better they are. But like when I went over to crypto, I said, yeah, I just got the crypto fucking hooked up because they asked me to do crypto. Because before that I was doing Zelle. I says, man, fucking, I did the crypto at the time with the big worst crypto crash of the past something years. And fucking I lost $100 doing that. And they go, okay, well here, we're going to give you some money. So we're going to give you some extra money in your bonus accounts. And they gave me a fucking like $150 bonus, 150 bonus coins to counterbalance and some for what I lost in crypto. Because the crypto crashed when I bought it. The day I bought it, fucking it crashed. I lost a lot of it. But it's back now. It's normal.
Tammy says, what kind of dad takes his daughter to a strip club? Oh, you'll see.
Find out.
You'll see.
He sends her there. And he's tricking her out.
It's quite
but there's a lot more to the story.
It's quite a story.
It's wild. Yeah.
Like I said, if they made a movie of that, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah. You wouldn't believe it. If you saw it happening and then once you find out what was really going on, you wouldn't believe the shit.
Because the whole time we're trying to figure out. It's like, what the fuck? Who is this?
Yeah.
Like,
Who is this dude?
on?
Yeah, right.
Like, the whole time we were trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And we weren't really exactly right.
Yeah, no.
Like, it's new.
Towards the end of it, you start realizing what the situation was. Yeah, and what happened.
It's insane. It's an insane.
And where these people came from and shit.
And it was when did it happen? 1990, right?
And then yeah.
I think
Starts off with they find her dead or dying.
Yeah, and then they kind of go back, but
Right.
I think they found her dead in 1990, and then they kind of go back to earlier. It's because she was in school, like high school and stuff in the 80s.
Yeah, I'll show her to you.
Yeah. Now, Jeffy Hart said, "Have you guys been keeping up with the whole P Diddy situation? Do you think it'll go down like Epstein?" I haven't. Like, I kind of vaguely know what's going on, but I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
But if you want to talk about that, you can. Like I said, I kind of vaguely know what's going on, but I'm not really keeping up with that.
That's the girl we're talking about. She was the one that was doing it. Her name is Suzanne Well, no, I'm not going to tell you her name because in the program, you don't know her name because she has a bunch of different names. That's her. And the thing is she had a scholarship to become an aerospace engineer. She was like a little beauty queen and everything. But man, it was a fucking dark story of what was happening to her. Yeah, this is a fucking creepy ass picture. That's her and her dad. Yeah. When she's about 6. Look at that little girl's face, man. You know some bad shit's happening there. Yeah. When they buried her in a fucking coffin that just had the name Tanya. Turns out that wasn't her name, no.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they found her dead, and then they found out she had a fake name, and all kind of crazy shit happened after that.
Yeah, and that was her in high school. She was a super sweet, intelligent. Everybody loved her. She was super friendly.
Super smart. She was gonna go be like a fucking aerospace engineer or something. She got a scholarship and everything.
Yeah, and she was the victim in all this. You know, that shit that she was doing wasn't on her.
Tammy asked where it's streamed. It's on Netflix.
Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
It's called A Girl in the Picture.
Yeah. I think it came out a while back because I mean, not a while back, but maybe like a year ago or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a crazy fucking story.
Yeah.
Crazy. Stuff like that. Like I said, it's weird because I can watch true crime all day long. Like, does it diminish my faith in humanity? Sure. But
she'll try to watch that shit and then want to get it on afterwards. Like,
Tom's like, I can't.
Man, you talking about, man, I ain't gonna be able to fuck for like 4 days. I'm fucking just depressed now, you know what I mean? Fucking, but she's immune to it.
Well, it's not so much that, because that kind of makes me sound like a sociopath. It does really affect me. It affects me a lot, actually. But it's like, and I write about it every day. Like, I write blog posts every day about, like, unsolved murders and stuff. And so, I don't know. I don't know if I compartmentalize it, or I don't think I do, though. It's just kind of integrated into my... You know what? Maybe it's because I don't expect better. You know what I mean?
No, I got high standards.
I don't expect better for humanity, so they don't disappoint me. So it's just kind of like when I see a fucked up story like that, I'm just kind of like, wow, that's really fucked up, but it doesn't surprise me all that much, which I guess is kind of sad. I do expect better, but I know that's probably not going to happen. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? I don't know. Maybe that's why it doesn't it bothers me, but it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you, I think.
Well, what it is that there's certain kinds of evil that I can't tolerate. You know what I mean? I'm just
well, no one should tolerate shit like that. No one.
I was just like, man, and it makes you feel very like fucking powerless. Like, man, I couldn't help her. You know what I mean? Fucking, I couldn't save her.
Yeah.
I couldn't do, because you're like, how could I?
Yeah.
1990, I was in basic training.
Well, that's what I guess because
I didn't know her.
I never felt like I had any power. Yeah. So I don't feel any loss in that regard.
No.
I feel a lot of empathy with the victims because I can imagine myself in that situation. And I'm like, man, how fucked up would that be? Like, because I put myself in the victim's shoes.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, how would that have felt?
Yeah.
More than... I mean, obviously I'm mad at the fucking perpetrators and want to, like, turn them inside out and shit like that. Obviously, like any normal person would. But I think more than anything, I'm imagining what would that be like to have that happen to you? And that kind of fucks me up, but I don't know. I guess I've just been into that kind of stuff for so long. I'm not jaded about it. It's just that I've read about it so much that it's just like nothing shocks me anymore, I guess, which I guess is kind of jaded, right? But it still does affect me. I still get really upset. Like sometimes I'll watch some of those and I'll just fucking cry at the end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's just because I can't deal with it. But I don't know.
No, I see that shit happen. I'm like, man, fucking, I wasn't there. You know what I mean? Fucking nothing I could do. You know what I mean? Just no, my instinct is try to stop it.
Yeah. Well, I get that.
Yeah.
Like, if I was there, I like to think that I would have intervened also. Like, most people probably would.
Well, look, me as Sly, probably, we're probably more see to eye because we have, and then fucking same with Side Quest here, we have military experience. Which you all see in television, shit, they were making us do that. So just because, you know what I mean? So the thing is that, no, we were always, like, on TV, the center of the fucking attention. It's on us. We got to stop it. That was just the mentality we had.
Yeah.
Anybody who was ever in service, it's your responsibility. All failures are your fault.
Yeah, like, and I get that, but like I said, you can't. That's kind of harmful too, because it's like obviously you can't.
Well, we're just kind of conditioned to be that we're the wolves and y'all are the sheep, and we're supposed to protect you. You know what I mean? Fucking that's the mentality. Now it's only the mentality of the fucking front line people and fucking middle people, the fucking rich people at the top. Generals and shit, they don't give a fuck. They're just in it for the money. They're not even really soldiers. They don't go to basic training. They go to little schools and shit. But you could send a damn grocery clerk to those schools and they'd probably make it. It doesn't make them good fighters or anything, you know. You can say, well, that may not be what's needed, you know, in that group. Yeah, that's not what's needed in the group. The thing is, though, is that they're sending dudes to their death. They don't even know that job. They don't even know what those dudes are going through. There shouldn't be officers as we know them now. They should all come from enlisted. You go to real basic training like everybody else. You do some time, and then maybe you might be picked to become an officer. You know what I mean? There's none of this shit where we'll take these college boys and we'll make them officers. That never works. That's the last place you ever want to recruit warriors and people that fight wars is from a college. No. I could understand it maybe if you were recruiting them you want to recruit them from the army. Or maybe you want to recruit them from fucking construction or something. Because warfare is like the opposite of construction. It's a very similar job. You don't take them from universities. The reason why they do that is because that's what was done in the fucking 1600s and the 1700s. Because most soldiers were peasants. They were illiterate. And so you had to have somebody who was literate to help manage the army. Well, that was the children of the rich kids. So it's classism. You know what I mean? We're going to take these rich kids. We're going to be easier on them. We don't have to really put them through all this hard shit. That's what the grunts are for. He can read, though, and he can just do the paperwork and tell them what to do. Oversee them and manage them. But this isn't fucking 1600s fucking Europe, you know? A professional army shouldn't be worried about fucking class structure. And you don't need college-educated people to do most of the command and most of the things inside the army that the officers are doing. A friend of mine ended up becoming an armored officer. He went green to gold. Name was Trapansky. I got him right here on my fucking Facebook. I'll show him to you. He was a badass. He fucking hated becoming enlisted. He goes, he later on, we got out of service. He's like, Ross, man, if you were to see what a second lieutenant was like, man, they were worse than the privates. I said, really? And he goes, yeah. That's why they keep them separate, because they don't want you to know how bad they are. Like the average life expectancy in the service of a fucking second lieutenant was like 6 months before they were kicked out, because they were just fucking incompetent. And you can say, well, they need to come out of these military schools like the Citadel or fucking West Point. The statistics show that those dudes do not do any better in service than anybody that just comes out of a random college. They don't do any better. So the officer corps should be taken from the enlisted corps, from NCOs.
CB said, yeah, the Jimmy Savile documentary took me 5 days to watch because I had to keep turning it off. Yeah, that one made me mad. A lot of them make me mad. But like I said, it's weird. Like, they make me mad, but it's just like I said, I'm also kind of like picturing the victim experience at the same time, which kind of makes me madder about the perpetrators. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why it doesn't. It bothers me, but it doesn't bother me in the same way that it bothers Tom, I guess.
Yeah. SideQuest is in there laughing because, man, we talked about this today. So, yeah, we were talking about it earlier, me and SideQuest. That's probably why I got on that rant. We were talking about P. Diddy, too. Okay. P. Diddy, also known as the Diddler. The Diddler will diddle no more. Okay. That bitch is going to be locked up.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, but the thing is that all that is, look, the Child Island man, you know, Epstein and all those guys, it's that same operation, I think. CIA would be real. I think the CIA would fucking love to control the messaging in fucking rap music and pop music. Maybe they could sway political ideas, or they could get fucking people to kill one another. You could do all kinds of weird shit. The CIA might have been involved in that. Know that they're, sounds like it was done trying to get people, fucking blackmailing people the way they were doing. That's like Epstein was doing. And that has something to do with intelligence groups. I don't know if it's directly the CIA or maybe one of their offshoots. But I'm going to say right now, the Diddler did not kill himself. That's probably what's going to happen to that dude. I'm trying to bet he turns up dead in prison. They'll silence him the same way they kill fucking Epstein. How much you want to bet? Well, the camera's broke and he hung himself.
I don't care one way or the other. Phantom says
he was an operative.
Blaxploitation films need to make a comeback instead of these shit Tyler Perry films. In my opinion, a blaxploitation zombie film would be awesome to see. Just saying. Yeah, honestly, you would have thought that with the success, for example, of Dolomite Is My Name.
Yeah.
the Eddie Murphy movie.
Great flick, yeah.
That maybe you would have seen, well, that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
The blaxploitation vibe. Because back in the day, Blackula was great. Ganja and Hess was great. Yeah. Blackenstein, not so much.
Blackenstein sucked.
That one wasn't so good.
Yeah,
but there were a lot of good ones, like from the era. So
all the Dolomite movies were good.
Yeah,
Wheatstraw.
Yeah, Petey Wheatstraw, the Devil's Son-in-law.
The Devil's Son-in-Law.
Yeah. That's on Tubi, or it was.
Yeah.
That was fucking hilarious.
What was the one where he fucking comes out of prison and fucking starts taking his whole army to fight it? What was I got that one too?
Shit, what was the name of that one?
That was a good one.
I saw that one on Riff Tracks.
Yeah, it was good. I got him on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I got that one, and I got Wheatstraw. Okay, blaxploitation. Okay, yeah, you should bring that back. Last blaxploitation film that I remember that was from that kind of era, the end part of that era was "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," even though it was comedy. That was pretty good.
And that was almost like a parody.
It was a parody of blaxploitation. It was good though.
It was good. I did.
I liked it.
I liked that movie. We should review that. I don't think we.
We should see that one again.
We should review that.
Yeah, remember when that dude comes out of prison in his old '70s pimp outfit and he's got the fucking fish tanks in his shoes and shit, and everybody's laughing at him. He's running. He's like, "Wait," because he's
Tom,
like he's cool as shit.
Fish tanks
and then they're laughing at him, and he starts running from the crowd of fucking people. That was fucking funny.
You need some shoes with fish tanks.
Yeah, there's the goldfish swimming in them.
And like a big cane. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
You need an outfit like
that.
And
then, not only do they need to bring back blaxploitation, they need to bring back fucking whitesploitation. Okay, like fucking White Lightning with fucking Burt Reynolds.
Well, technically that's called Hicksploitation.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Whitesploitation, Hicksploitation. And I mean, you still got enough rednecks around here where you can make a good redneck movie. I can't think. They may have done some other undercover whitesploitation. Trying to think, what is kind of like a whitesploitation movie of today? Did they? Jack Reacher, maybe. No,
not at all.
No, he's not redneck enough.
I kind of feel like, a lot of the the hick horror was like the backwoods dude. Yeah. Like I always kind of feel like that's kind of hicksploitation, and they still make those. Like slasher movies and stuff. But it's like I said, it's not really the same because it's not the 70s anymore. So it's just kind of like you can homage it, but it's not the same like context. You know what I mean?
We've had more comments.
Yeah, Tammy said, talking about P Diddy, I think he should have been locked up when the video of him kicking his girlfriend came out. Well, in a just world, that would have happened.
He was protected though. Telling you, man, he's working for somebody.
Well, I don't even know about that. It just seems like dudes that have a lot of money and power and stuff like that, they just seem to get away with everything. That's all it is. And I don't think it's any kind of conspiratorial shit. They just get away with shit because they have money. CB said, victims at the BBC, talking about Jimmy Savile, have officially passed 1,000. I saw that, and I think it's more, sadly. Yeah, it probably is. That dude got around. Linwood Sly said, you're correct, Jenny. Tyler sucks. Tyler Perry, yeah. Never watched or cared for his movies. Yeah, blaxploitation. I've only seen a couple Tyler Perry movies. We saw that one in the theater, because remember when we were just going to see anything, like to review it?
Yeah.
For the matinee show? And we saw the funeral one, which you thought was funny, but I was just, man, this is... I thought it was like super cringy.
Yeah, see, Sly, he remembers...
I thought it was super cringy.
I remember the pimp from I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. He was fucking great. Yeah. Yeah. That was a good flick. I haven't seen that forever.
Tammy brings up Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a Hicksploitation, but inverted.
Yeah. Now Tyler Perry was the dude that's basically kind of ripping off Eddie Murphy's act of doing like the fucking
like all the characters and stuff.
Yeah. What was her name? The woman that he would play.
Medea.
Medea. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make an admission. First of all, that's a big catalog that he's got. And some of that shit was kind of like live performances done on stage. Some of it was like television specials, and it wasn't all the same. I didn't see everything. I saw one of the movies in the theater with Jen, and I fucking loved it. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah. This was, what year was that, Jen?
It was a few years back. I mean, it's not really my humor. I don't really like super lowbrow.
Super low.
It depends on how it's done.
Yeah.
Like, if it's done like in a particular way, like, yeah, it's funny. But it's just like, mostly I don't find that kind of shit funny because it's real stale.
For me, it was just nostalgia. because it was a lot like Eddie Murphy material, like from fucking Coming to America with the old dudes in the fucking barbershop, you know what I mean? And fucking, you know, and Eddie Murphy's cutting up and his fucking Arsenio Hall and they're dressed up like Jews and shit. It's just fucking funny. But I mean, was one Jewish guy and was Arsenio Hall dressed as Jew? No, Arsenio Hall was just as old barber. Eddie Murphy was fucking dressed up as an old Jewish guy.
Yeah.
And it was a great skit.
It was.
The Medea movies, fucking the whole thing will be like that. And it's kind of like stand-up comedy. You know, you can see some of it is ad-libbed, which I like that because that kind of makes it less stale because they just do something on the spot. It was kind of funny. But he's doing kind of what he's doing, basically what fucking the dude that did Petey Wheatstraw did. What's his name? Fucking
Rudy Ray Moore.
Rudy Ray Moore. It's kind of like doing what Rudy Ray Moore is doing. And Eddie Murphy was doing what Rudy Ray Moore was doing.
Here's the thing, though.
Which is just, it's folk entertainment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where folk comedy.
Folk comedy.
Like folk horror, but
yeah.
It's the same.
That's
well,
right.
The thing about it, though, is that as enjoyable as Rudy Ray Moore movies are, they're generally enjoyable because they're super, super low budget.
Yeah.
And you just like the spirit behind them because this is obviously a dude that had like $5 and was gonna make a movie, and they're kind of hilarious.
They're taking the shit seriously.
Yeah. Which always makes shit funnier to me.
Yeah, and they're works of love. Go ahead.
But the thing about Eddie Murphy is that he is a naturally funny person. Like pretty much everything he does and says is funny. He's just one of those people that's just funny.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's very organic. He's not trying too hard or anything like that. The thing that always struck me about Tyler Perry was that he was trying to do what Eddie Murphy did, but he didn't have that natural charisma. He didn't have that natural sense of humor, that natural organic funniness that like Eddie Murphy had.
Tyler Murphy had a broader range.
That too.
Yeah,
Tyler Perry always seemed like he was trying too hard.
Yeah.
Another thing about Tyler Perry is he's super, super, super Christian. Yeah. So like a lot of his stuff kind of comes off as a little sanctimonious to me.
Even though it's vile.
Yeah, well, the weird thing about it is, and I think that's another reason that it's like it doesn't really, because it's tonally, like he'll make like all these really lowbrow like jokes and stuff like that, but then he'll at the end, oh Jesus, this and that. I'm just like, it's weird. Like I can't really, I don't know. I don't really like super Jesus-y stuff.
It's black culture.
I know that, but it's just kind of like, but
a lot of his audience is going to be Southern, black.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
And Baptist. And
I know that.
And they'll cut up. They're just like any other. They're just black rednecks. That's really all they are.
It's not
rednecks
as funny to me though.
They, and
it's
they,
not as funny to me.
And rednecks will fucking do all kinds of fucking crazy shit, but then they'll pull some Jesus out of the back pocket too.
Bitch, I know. I'm from the South. I've lived in the South my whole entire life. Yeah. I know that's the culture.
The South.
It's just not. It doesn't resonate as much.
The South is not about ideology. The South is about emotion. That's really what it's about, and it's just how they feel at the time, and God fearing and hey, let's not. They're respecting traditions. That's all they're doing. Do they believe it? Maybe, maybe not.
Well, the thing about it, like I said, I've only seen like 2 or 3 of his movies, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of like that Christian movie genre, which his kind of overlap with.
They're not Christian, I would call, though.
No, but there is that is a big component of a lot of his movies. Some more than others.
I didn't notice it from the one that I saw in the theater.
Well, yeah, but that was like a little bit of a...
And the one that I saw in the theater I thought was funny. I tried to watch some other ones on Netflix, and they weren't as good.
That's what I'm saying. I've seen a couple other ones
his stuff is spotty.
Like in doctor's offices and shit, and a lot of it is like way more Jesus-y.
Yeah, okay.
Like that one was actually kind of had like a dark... Because it was about a funeral, so it had a darker... sense of humor.
It was a Medea movie,
which was funnier, but it's just kind of like a lot of them are super Jesus-y, and I can't really get into that because we've talked into a lot of times about how like a lot of Christian entertainment is just not.
They don't know how to do it
as good because they don't really know how to do it right. It can be done.
Yes,
it's just that
Christians know how to do it.
They can't really do it because they have this kind of they have
a message they're trying to
guardrails on, and they have an agenda.
Yeah,
and so they can't explore different avenues, and it's just I don't know. It's just not as funny.
The best, most accurate Christian movies are ones like fucking Darren Aronofsky's fucking Noah. Okay, that is actually what the book, the story of Noah is about. From Book of Jubilees and the extra canonical stuff that the Jewish priest class read. That's it. That is accurate. And yeah, it's sci-fi. But you can interpret all of Genesis as basically sci-fi. Cross between sci-fi and Lord of the Rings. That's what they're talking about. Yeah. This is not historical. This is fucking mythological. You know? Which, that's cool. You got to take it as what it is. And then there's been some really good Christian horror. Like the one of that dude from fucking Alien. But what was that one where guy was trying to kill the demons? Frailty. Yeah. Jen remembers all these titles. I like Frailty.
Well, I'm a horror nerd.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, that was a very.
That was Bill Paxton. He was in it, and he directed it.
Yeah, Paxton was fucking. That was a great movie.
That's a great movie if you haven't seen it.
And that's a Christian movie, but it was done right. It was a fucking as a horror movie.
Yeah, like I said, Christian movie, Christian horror.
It can work.
It can work.
Yeah.
Frailty. The Exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
I would consider that
fucking
a Christian horror movie.
Yeah.
And that's a fucking fantastic
fucking good one.
movie.
Yeah.
That's top 5 for me.
Yep.
It can be done right. I'm not shitting on all of Christian cinema. I'm just saying that a lot of the times they don't do it right.
They're not professional directors and writers. You know, they have an agenda. They're not trying, and their agenda's skewed. It's to do something that somebody in the church paid them to do, type of deal. So I think there's too many. I think there's too many. There's too many fucking cooks in the kitchen. Too many chefs in the kitchen. I think that's part of the problem. And they just don't have good. They don't have good instincts for style and delivery of this shit. Like, you could make a movie, a horror movie / adventure movie about the Book of Revelations. But the thing is, it's got to be just right out of the Book of Revelations. It's got to fit it. And you got to take that shit seriously. And that'd be great. That's a wild ass story. I actually want to see fucking angels opening up the fucking seals and blasting trumpets. Wormwood fucking falling from the sky and killing 1/3 of the fucking fish and burning up the fucking 1/3 of the ships. You got to do it that way. Yeah, it's got to be just like out of there. With CG, you could do that.
Linwood Slab brings up Tom Cruise's Jack Reacher.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware, but there was a series called Reacher.
Yeah, it's good.
That does not have Tom Cruise in it, thankfully. I can't remember the name of the actor was in it, but he looks a lot more...
Like what is it?
It's 2 seasons. I think it's on Amazon Prime.
It's good.
And I just watched it probably a month or 2 ago.
You can watch it free on Amazon.
It's excellent.
Yeah.
And it's way closer to the books.
Yeah.
Because like I said, the character of Jack Reacher in the books is a big dude.
He's like 6'6".
He's like 6'5" or something like that, and he has like big muscles. He's a big
jacked.
He's like the strength of 3 men and shit like that.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, Tom Cruise can't really pull that off.
No.
This dude the series can totally pull it off.
Yeah, he's like Batman. He's a veteran dude.
He's a great character.
He's a veteran dude, and like me, he's fucking making VA money, so he doesn't have to live anywhere. He travels around.
He's just a wanderer
and fucking cashes his check and shit. But he knows all these ex-military people he can call up, these old vets, and call them up to fucking solve these crimes. He's basically Batman, except he kills people.
He kills a lot of people.
Kills a lot of fucking... Yeah, Batman doesn't actually kill people. This motherfucker kills, and he beats the shit out of people.
Yeah.
Maybe he's funny, though. He's likable. He kind of reminds me of Dexter.
He's not... Yeah, he's not mean.
No, he's not mean. People deserve it.
He does shit like... Yeah, he just does like shit like that to people that totally deserve it.
Fucking dude punched at him, and he grabbed the dude's fist like that and fucking punched him so hard in the forearm it just broke his arm, which that's possible.
Yeah.
If you're big enough, you can do that.
It's a great
punch
show.
Right to that
I
dude's
recommend
forearm.
it.
His fucking hand was down.
I had a great time.
And it kills him.
Season 1, I liked a bit better.
Yeah.
But both seasons are good.
Yeah. Recommended.
Hopefully they're making another season.
Yeah, recommended.
But we'll see.
It's good.
I binged the whole thing like in a couple of nights.
It fucking totally blows the Predator series out. Not Predator, the Punisher series out of the water. And I liked the Punisher in Daredevil season 2, and then that guy got his own. Which is in Bernthal. He got his own. Bernthal. What's his name? Bernthal. Yeah, he got his own series, but man, they watered that character down so much for that. I made it through about 5 or 6 episodes. I'm like, man, I can't take this anymore. And Bernthal, he's got a good face. He can act. I fucking like him. He was great in Walking Dead. Yeah. He's good in The Punisher. The thing is, though, man, is Frank Castle's fucking big. He's more like Reacher. He's a big dude. He had a lot of physical fucking... And Bernthal, Bernthal is not that big, but he could make up for it if he was fucking jacked. Okay, like very jacked, and he's not jacked at all. And the shit the fucking Frank Castle does in comic books and you know, and in good stories about him is about like what fucking Reacher does. You know, beats people to death, hangs people from fucking meat hooks. He does, you know, he's mean.
But he's still like likable.
Yeah.
I mean, at least the Reacher character is.
Yeah, well, no, the Punisher's likable.
Yeah.
He's doing this shit to bad guys, and just but the Punisher will torture somebody if it's a bad guy to get information out of him. He didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, Reacher will too. But like I said, he's just so likable. Like you said, he kind of has the same vibe as Dexter, where it's like he does horrible things, but he's still likable because he's only doing horrible things to like shitty ass people, so you don't care as much. Yeah.
Well, Reacher and the Punisher are not true heroes. They're not true superheroes. They're almost kind of like anti-heroes.
They're anti-heroes.
Although I would give fucking the Punisher more of an anti-hero. I think Punisher in the purest forms of the stories that I've heard, he's like Dexter. He's a fucking serial killer, but he's ex-military and he's going after organized crime and people getting vengeance on people that fucking hurt him and fucking shit like that. And not a good dude. You know what I mean? The fucking how do you judge good? It's evil versus evil. To reduce the sum total of evil. To benefit mankind. Yeah, that's basically what he's doing, He's fucking eating up fucking bad guys.
Jeff Ciarra gave us a super chat.
Okay.
He was talking about Tyler Perry earlier.
Yeah.
Perry saying, it was like, by the way, the animated series, The Boondocks, I remember that show, had an episode that satirized him as a closeted gay man, and he was reportedly pissed. Then he gave us a super chat and said, Tyler Perry hates it when other shows satirize him as a caricature, especially if such episodes from said shows are written by queer people of color. Odd. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Tyler Perry always came across as like a kind of very, very, as lowbrow as a lot of the humor in his movies is, he's like super uber Christian.
Okay.
And I think that comes out of, and he's kind of like Chuck Norris in that way, where it's just kind of like he can't like laugh at himself.
Okay, yeah.
And if somebody makes jokes at his expense, he gets like super offended, like because he's a snowflake.
Like Steven Seagal.
Right. So it's that kind of thing.
And Glenn Danzig.
Yeah. So like anybody that can't laugh at themselves, I'm immediately suspicious of that person, because that's obviously you've got some issues.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And especially if you come out. I mean, look, like, all fair play to Tyler Perry. He is a very, very successful man. He's like fucking... Is he a billionaire? I wouldn't be surprised if
he made an empire.
But he has like a whole fucking empire. He's made movies and fucking stage plays and everything like that. He is super, super successful, and good on him for that. He tapped into an audience and he gave them what they wanted. Yeah. You can't shit on him for that. I'm just saying I don't particularly care for his stuff. Like I said, it just seems it's too weird of a mixture between like super lowbrow, like old school fart humor, mixed with sanctimonious Christian-y shit, which I can't really stomach. So it's just kind of like two things I don't really like mixed together. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least Murphy was not sanctimonious.
That's what I mean.
He didn't really care about that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what made him funnier. Oh, SideQuest Hero also gave us a super chat.
Oh, thank you
very much. She didn't say anything about it.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe L said, Reacher is 6'5", not 5'6". Tom Cruise was terrible.
Yeah.
I don't think I saw any of the Tom Cruise stuff as Reacher, because I had read some of the Jack Reacher books, and they were like, Tom Cruise is playing him. Like, what?
Yeah.
No.
I got my own take on it.
No.
I got my own take on it. That was a good movie. I thought that was a good Tom Cruise movie. I thought the thing is though is that he's not that character.
No.
All right. They should have called that movie something else.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had an issue.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been a Jack Reacher.
Don't base it on that book, because one of the very specific things about that character is he's a big fucking gorilla.
Yeah. That's
multiple people comment on this throughout the course of the story. It's like it's a very important aspect of his character that he's this giant dude.
Yeah, and he's super good looking and super intimidating, and he's fucking highly trained. And he was a special operations guy, and he was an MP. Right? And a detective. He did a lot of shit in the army.
He had like a whole secret force that investigated crimes like in the military.
Yeah, in the military. But I think he came from special forces and shit at first, though, didn't he? I don't remember exactly what he said. He didn't start with the MPs. He ended up there.
Yeah.
Something.
But the thing that's great about his character, particularly like as portrayed in the series, where I think they got it a lot closer to the books, at least the couple that I'd read, was that he kills a lot of people. I don't even know what his body count was, and I lost count after a while. But he has a code of honor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He doesn't just kill like random ass people or innocent people or anything like that. He kills people in like for the greater good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's got all these cops and military people that know what he's doing. And kind of let it slide.
Right.
Because they know that, you killed the bad guy. Yeah. You're on our team. Type deal.
Because if you're like a friend of his, like he is like ride or die.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he is completely loyal to his friends and like people that he likes and stuff like that, and he will do anything to defend those people. But if you do something to like fuck him over, like he's absolutely gonna fuck you up. But not, like I said, not in a mean way.
Yeah.
And at least he's kind of like funny about it. He's not. The thing that I liked about him that was maybe differentiates him from the Punisher a little bit is that the Reacher character, at least as portrayed in the series, he's not overtly angry. Like he's not like super aggro, is what I'm saying. Because the Punisher is like a little bit aggro.
Yeah.
He was not like that. He like pretty much kept his cool. I mean, a couple of times he kind of blew his stack because like some fucked up shit was happening, which was understandable. But most of the time, he didn't get mad in the way that he was just like losing control. Like he kept his shit together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I kind of liked that. He was very controlled, like in the way that he went about stuff.
No, in some of the Punisher movies, the Punisher loses his shit.
That's what I'm saying. And like Reacher didn't really do that often. He kept his shit together. Like he knew what he was doing. Like everything was for a purpose.
Daredevil season 2, Bernthal's Punisher was about rage. He was good, but he was just rage filled. He killed a whole fucking tier full of fucking prisoners when he sent him to prison.
That was a great scene. By the way.
Great scene. Fought his way through, killed everybody on the whole fucking tier.
That was a great scene.
He was the only one that lived. Yeah. Now, could a dude that size really do that? No. Rage, you can get mad all you want. It really doesn't help that much.
I mean, when it's you against 20 dudes, I think you're going to get your ass beat. No matter how mad
just
you
the
are.
weight of all that meat going after you is looking. It's a lot of dudes.
Yeah, they could have just pile on you and suffocate you.
You
know, at worst.
It's like fighting a zombie horde.
Sure.
But, but still, the Punisher, in terms of the film and the series, he still hasn't been done right. I think Bernthal could have done it, but he'd had to put on about 20 or 30 pounds. And he's kind of old, you know. Well, he's not really that old.
He's not that old.
I think he's my age. He could still do it. I mean, The Rock's fucking my age, and he's fucking huge. Okay. How old is Momoa? He's a little bit younger than me. He might be about, 50?
I have no idea. Somebody can Google it.
You can stay very big at nowadays with the technology they have now, and stay relatively healthy if you know what you're doing. Bernthal could have been that, but really the problem wasn't his size. The main problem was the writing. If the writing was better on that series, more violent, more rage-filled, like that's really what that character was about, and more evil.
I mean, he was like PTSD personified.
Yeah,
I mean, that was kind of like the whole point of that.
A head injury was his superpower.
Yeah.
That's what the skull on his fucking...
That's why Tom could relate.
I can relate to that.
He related
It
to
is
that
a superpower.
Yeah.
Fucking, I had that. Yeah. His fucking head injury, he had his fucking...
X-ray.
His X-ray of his skull.
That's what that was.
That's what it was. He got
his
shot
shirt.
through the head.
Yeah.
And having a head injury will fucking make you fucking real mean for a while. It's not permanent.
I mean, it happened to you.
Yeah.
I didn't know you then.
Yeah, it'd make you kind of mean. You'd be all right, and then you'd get kind of fucking mean. Yeah. Yeah.
Like the worst I saw you at was when you were on Tren. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know you when you were.
Right.
I met you. How many years after the head injury did I meet you?
Oh, a long time.
Yeah, it was a while.
Yeah, head injury happened in fucking 94.
Oh, okay. I met you in like 2009 or 2010.
Yeah.
So you would. I mean, it's still, you were still kind of messed up, but you weren't not like that.
Not Superman. Now, really, the fucking most of that shit passed in the first 18 months. Most of it was gone 18 months later.
Tammy says, hold on, there's the little heart is in the way, so I can't see. Momoa is something, the heart is in the way.
47.
And the Rock is 52.
Okay, Rock's how much? How old?
So Rock is my age because
Okay.
I'll be 52 on Thursday.
And how old was Momoa?
I don't know. I can't see that little heart is in there.
Okay.
So I have to wait till somebody else like makes a comment. So it comes.
Momoa's 45.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so he's a little younger than I thought.
Yeah,
He's
but
younger than me.
here's the thing though. Mid 40s to mid 50s, and dudes like that are about the same, because they're in good shape.
Yeah, 45.
They're not quite aging the same way as a normal person ages, because they're biologically enhanced. They're taking hormones and fucking anabolic steroids and a bunch of other stuff, fucking fertility drugs, pituitary gland stimulants, like I said, HCG and all that shit fucking adds up. And they've been doing it for a long time. So they've been adapted to that. They got good diets, and their fucking training schedules are super good. Those dudes are fucking hot, man. Girls like those guys. And man, when you really look at history, back in the 70s, those would have been old has-beens in the 70s, 45, 52.
Yeah, it's like,
you're a fucking has-been.
You're over the hill.
Yeah, you're a fucking nowadays, you got to do 45, 50, 52, he's a fucking sex symbol. You know?
Well, you want to hear something funny? I just, earlier today, I was scrolling through Facebook, and somebody posted a meme. I've seen it before.
Yeah.
And on one side was Rue McClanahan from Golden Girls. And it says, 50-year-olds in 1987 or whatever.
Yeah.
Then they're like 50-year-olds in 2024, and then it showed Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
At 50s, looking super hot and
Yeah.
everything like that. And that's pretty much... I was actually shocked to find out that Rue McClanahan was only 50 years old. Or maybe she was older than that, when she was on Golden Girls.
Yeah,
but a lot of those ladies were younger than
they playing.
Than they were playing.
Yeah, they're in their 50s.
And younger than you thought they were.
A lot of them are in their 50s.
Because I was actually surprised when I found out how young they actually were when they were on that show. Because I was like,
but the thing is, a
lot
of people came off that way.
Yeah.
A lot of people came off at 50 back in the 70s. When I was a kid at 50, they came off as old.
Yeah.
They acted old. They thought like an old person. They lived like an old person. Oh, it's all done. Nothing. Can't do nothing now. And then they kind of just looked fucked up. Doesn't have to be that way. And even the ancient Greeks knew that. Said if you eat right, eat good quality food, and work out, and lift weights and shit, fucking you can stay pretty. Fucking what was his name? I don't know if it was Plato or fucking Socrates. One of the Greeks said, basically what he ended up saying is that you use it or you lose it. If you fucking become inactive, you'll lose your abilities. That's exactly right. Diabetes and inactivity killed my dad. It just fucking ate him up. And had he been fucking physically active and been in training and shit and doing fucking the right things, he might have been able to fucking mitigate diabetes. Because his diabetes really didn't start off... He started off with just very mild diabetes. Just got worse and worse and worse. Eating that southern diet.
I mean, shit, diabetes runs in my family.
Yeah.
They always used to check it, when I go to the doctor. But as far as I know, I've dodged that bullet so far.
Yeah. I had the very beginnings of it. But I have no symptoms of it now. I started to have the very beginning signs of it in my mid-40s. But if you start working out and training and fucking taking hormones and losing body fat...
We've said before, too, I think it's just because...
We're real active, too, as part of it.
Well, the thing about it is because we're kind of in a subculture that... where people stay in it for a long time.
Yeah.
And people still go out and they still go out dancing. They still look really good.
There's a competitive sense.
There's kind of there's just we still got to look good because we're going out to the clubs.
Got to look good for other people.
We got to dress up and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of people, some people fall off, but not a lot. So a lot of people in the scene, they keep coming out. And so they still look really good.
Yeah, I showed you Maggie.
Yeah.
Showed you pictures of Maggie, yeah.
I mean, like I said, if you, as a younger person, went into one of these bars, some of those people, you would never know that they were, 55 years old.
Yeah.
And have been around since the fucking 80s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Doing this shit. But a lot of them have. It's just that... Well, and the thing about it, too, was that I guess the younger ones, back in the 80s that got into drugs or everything like that, they're dead now.
Yeah.
Sadly. So the ones that were just... the thing about the scene is that it's there's a lot of longevity.
Yeah.
It's very funny to me how when you first got into it, when I first got into it in the 80s, my parents were cool about it. They weren't assholes or anything like that. But even they were just kind of you'll grow out of it one of these days. But it's one of those things where...
That's what they told them, though.
Yeah, like a lot of people really don't. Like, because it's not just something that people get into for like a trend or anything like that. It's usually like they're a part of their personality. Yeah. Like their personality is like that, and it's something that they gravitate to, and so they tend to stay in it for a very, very long time.
It's the same with anything else. Like dudes that were outlaw bikers stayed like that.
Yeah.
They're old men now.
Right.
A lot of the Hells Angels are old.
Yeah.
Okay. They're still around.
Because they like that. They're just into that.
That's their world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just it's like a whole thing. Like I said, you go to the club now and it's just like half and half. It's just like half younger people that are just discovering the stuff, you know, maybe through TikTok or whatever, and then like half of them is like old ass people, like 40 plus people that have been in it for years and years and years, and have been around for a really long time.
And a lot of them look good.
Yeah, and a lot of them still look good. And all, you know, honestly,
she's had 30-year-old girls fucking accost her in the bathroom going, "You look so good. You're so fucking this and that." And you, "How old are you?" You know, just oh, you know, they're just like astounded. You know, "I hope I look like you when I'm old."
Yeah,
they make these weird comments. Like,
"Thanks, bitch."
Thanks, bitch. I'm not old.
I'm just kidding. I never.
But they're like 30, you know. And you know,
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
because the thing about it is that girls, you don't get much. I mean, you do get some, which I'm going to discuss in a moment. But you know what I'm going to talk about. But you don't get much cattiness among girls in the goth scene, at least as much as the normie scene, I think. Because I never really liked cattiness in women, right? But I see it a lot in kind of more normie scenes. Goth scene, you don't get that as much. The chicks are a lot more supportive of one another. There is some cattiness, but not a lot. Now, I will note that, as I mentioned at the end of our last show, because I don't know, maybe people had like fucked off by then. I don't really know, because we were on for like 4 fucking hours. But we went to the new Barbarella. Remember, because for a couple of years they were at one end of the pickleball court, which was cool. Like, I didn't like it at first, but I was like, all right, this is all right. Like, it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. It was a warehouse, you know what I mean? But they got in trouble with the cops. We heard that somebody reported them. We don't know who it was. We heard the owner knows who it was, but he's not telling anybody. So I don't know. But whatever. They said, okay, well, you don't have a permit. Like, you can't do this here. So he had to move it. So last week was their first Saturday at their new venue. This venue is called the Axe Trap, and it's in Winter Park, which is kind of a little suburb of Orlando.
Used to be called the Booby Trap.
Now, this used to be a strip club called the Booby Trap, which is iconic in Orlando history. Yeah. I remember as a kid, because you could see it from I-4, like the main highway, and it was a building. It's not there anymore. They tore it down. It was a building with 2 huge tits on the top. I heard that it used to be an ice cream shop, and those used to be like ice cream scoops. But then an enterprising strip club owner took it over and said, well, those should be tits. So they painted tits on the top. They made tits on the top. And it was called the Booby Trap. That's not there anymore. But now there's a building. It's just a kind of a plain couple story. Well, there's 2-story. Sort of plain corporate looking building. And they turned it into a place called the Axe Trap. Now it's kind of like a combined bar grill-ish. They serve food, but it's like bar food. One half of it is like an axe throwing thing. Like they have the big long fenced off whatever. You can like throw axes at the targets and whatever. And then the other half of it has like TVs and tables and like a big dance floor and everything like that. So the owner of Barbarella, I guess, I don't know exactly what the setup is. Because he told us, he's like, no, I got an agreement with a guy that already owns a place with the hope of maybe buying the place like sometime in the future. And he's like, we're just going to do the Saturday night there, and they're going to take the bar, and we're going to take the cover charge, right? So it's going to be win-win for everybody. So that's what they decided to do. So last week was their first night for it. We got there right at 9:30. No, 9:20. They open at 9:30. Our event started. The Axe Trap is open all day. But their event, the Barbarella event, started at 9:30. We got there early. We couldn't find a parking spot in the lot. So we had to go to like the overflow parking, which thankfully was free. So we get in there, and at first, we were kind of...
Like
some of our friends were already there, so it was mitigated a little bit. But we kind of went in and we're like, man, this like seems kind of normie as fuck. Because look, like all the axe throwing people, they were having a birthday party in there, like some dude's birthday party. And so all the axe throwing people, like, all the lights on were over in this side. And I was just kind of like, man, I don't like that. And it was, like, packed. There was people, like, eating at the bar and shit. And everything. Like, all the 80s music was on. Like, a couple people were there and everything. I'm like, okay, well, maybe this will be okay. However, as the night went on, because they stopped serving food at 11. As the night went on and more of our crowd showed up, and all the normie people started leaving, the axe shit closed at 11. They turned all the lights off over there. And it got fucking packed. I mean, there were people there that we hadn't seen in fucking 10 years. Everybody came. Because they wanted to see, like, what the new place was like. So we saw a million people that I hadn't seen in, like, years and years. And it was, like, awesome. There wasn't much room to dance, but I didn't even care. I mean, because it was just, like, the energy was just, like, so good. Like, and there was, like, a million people there, and it was just super fun. And so we're there, and of all people, our friend Sonia turns up.
Yeah, we got our girlfriend back.
Who, like I said, we've talked about her before. She stopped going out. What was it, like fucking... How many years ago was it?
A couple years now.
It was longer than that. When was the last time we saw her out? I don't even remember when it was. It was at least 5 years ago. Probably longer. And so, she hadn't been out for a long time. And we heard that she was coming out. Because she's like, oh, I want to check out the new place. And we're just like, she's not going to come out. Come on. But she did. Yeah. She actually did come out.
She came out. She was hanging out with us.
And she was really happy to see us. And she was just kind of like...
She was happy that we were still hanging out with her.
She thought we were mad at her for some reason, which I don't know why. But and it's funny because she looked exactly the same. Exactly the same. And it's probably been... It's been at least more than 5 years. It's been like more like 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
Since we've seen her in person. You know what I mean? I've seen pictures of her and shit, but it's just like... So it's like, so it was crazy.
That's the trap that night.
Yeah. It was fucking mobbed. There was a million fucking people there.
Actually, that was Sonia that just went by on one of those.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the...
Yeah, there was a bajillion people there.
Yeah.
Hey, that was Will.
That was Will. Will and Toby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, we know most of the people that are coming up in the shit.
And those people are all old goths, and they had some young ones, too. Yeah. But that's going to be a pretty big club.
But yeah, everybody was there. And it's just kind of like, as the night went on and like all the normies left and the axe shit closed and everything, I was like, this could work, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was talking to the bartender and I was like, we promote for this night and everything, you know, are you happy with the crowd? She goes, this is the best night we've ever had. And I said, okay, that's all I need to know.
I will note that goth nights, bartenders tend to like those.
Yeah.
Because 1, goths drink a lot. 2, goths are very polite.
And they tip.
They tip really well, and they do not start fights or drama. They're usually pretty chill.
Well, not with each other. They'll try to get people kicked out. It depends on what's
happening. Well, if you're being an ass, yeah. But it's like they're not going to start drama for no reason. Like, I feel like at normie clubs, it's a pretty regular occurrence for there to be fights and, like, people being assholes and shit like that, which we've seen at mannequins when they have, like, the normies show up. But at goth clubs, that is very, very rare. They don't usually even need bouncers. Yeah. Other than to kick out the random normie who shows up and starts causing trouble. But because most of these people, like, know each other, and they don't usually, like, start scenes or anything like that.
Phantom asking me a question. Read the question, Jim.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tom, when you were in the army, did you ever use those red-colored flashlights during night missions?
Oh, okay. I know what he's getting at.
I'll get back to the Barbarella thing in a minute. Because...
you said more you want
to
talk about?
No, you can go on. I'll go to the bathroom and go get another drink.
The red fucking flashlight thing that you're seeing in the movies. The one where it's a green flashlight that's got a fucking bent head on it. All right, and a red lens. The issue that if you're going to like an infantry division, they're gonna issue you that. I mean, first time you get it issued is if you're in the infantry, is when you're in basic training. And then if you go to a place like fucking 101st Airborne or 82nd Airborne, they're gonna fucking issue that shit, and they're gonna issue a bunch of other shit, and you're gonna fucking put that in your wall locker, and you're never gonna use it again because your chain of commands go, don't take that fucking thing. I mean, you might take it out if you want to, but that thing is too big and too bulky. The flashlight you're talking about. That's like fucking late Vietnam era I think it was C-cells. A C-cell flashlight. But they show that thing in fucking movies all the fucking time. But real soldiers don't carry that. You know, they haven't carried that for a long time. You get issued it, but you don't carry it. That's like something you'd only see in basic training. What we carried was a little mini mag light, about that big, that only had 2 AA batteries in it. We bought those from the civilian world. There was a fucking thing called the U.S. U.S. Cavalry. Outside any fucking army base or army fort, there's going to be a fucking U.S. Cavalry store there where you can buy all kinds of military shit. You get that little mini mag light, and it comes in a in a nylon case with a Velcro top, with a Velcro fastener. We take that, we fucking tape that onto our LCE suspenders, and we had that all fucking tied in there on a fucking 550 cord. So if you dropped it, you wouldn't, at night you wouldn't lose it. And on that little flashlight is a little red lens, and then we'd have most of the red lens taped off with fucking green army tape. So it's just a little tiny fucking slit. Because when you turn that on at night, man, fucking you through night vision goggles, you could see a fucking red lens flashlight like a damn car headlight. So really, most of the time, what you were doing is that you were reading a map. You'd throw something over your head, like a poncho liner or a fucking jacket or something, and put the fucking map down on the ground, and read it with that little light in the darkness. You'd be covered, so somebody couldn't see you with night vision goggles. But don't believe in movies what you see, the equipment that they have, and the idea of fucking military. I want some mil-spec equipment. Most of the mil-spec equipment we gave us, we left back at the barracks. So you never take that out. We took a lot of privately purchased stuff. In my time, from U.S. Cav, that's where we got it. Okay, go ahead.
Zach says, also I imagine bartenders like goths because they're the most fun people to talk to. Honestly, like, at least here we can speak for our scene because we've been in it for a long time. Most of the people here are just super, super nice. You know what I mean? And are super polite. Like I said, everybody knows everybody. They're not shitty. They're not going to start fights. They're not going to start drama. Nothing like that. They're honestly 99.99% of the people that go to Barbarella in particular, like especially like the new wave crowd, are there to just dance and have a good time. They don't want to start anything. It's not a meat market. It's nothing like that. Everybody's just like off. They just like the music. They just want to go dance and, you know, kind of get over whatever hard week they had. And that's about it. That's about as far as it goes. So, you know what I mean? So what I was getting at, CB said, somebody said, I don't know what he's replying to, but CB said, I agree Jenny is hot, hot, hot with a little fire thing. Yep. Well, thank you. I like to think so, but I don't know. Okay. But like I said, that kind of ties neatly into what I was going to talk about, because you know I was going to bring this up. So, we're at Barbarella last week, like I said. Our friend Sonia shows up. We were very happy to see her. She was very happy to see us. Happy to see everybody. Everybody was super happy to see her, because nobody's seen her for a long time. She hasn't come out. So we have this other friend, if you want to call her that, who's there all the time. She had come to, she was always at the place when it was downtown. She was there most Saturdays when it was at the pickleball place. And she was at this night. Now, she complained about it because it was too crowded and blah, blah, blah. Because she always complains. Now, she's there, and she's always nice to my face. But I know what she says behind my back, so I don't take it all that seriously. She's always nice to my face, though. But this particular night, I don't remember when it was, but you were talking to her about something, and I was over here, and it's loud in there, you know what I mean? There's people talking, there's music blaring, it's, you know what I mean? I can't hear fucking shit anyway. And so he's talking to her, and then like seconds later, he comes over and tells me what she said. And you tell the people what she said.
Hold on, I was reading were you talking about that chick that we're talking about?
Yeah, you know what we're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you know what we're talking
about the negative comments that she was making?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring this up because I thought it was amusing.
You set it up already?
I didn't say what her name was.
Okay.
I'm not saying what her name is.
This chick's fucking been...
We've talked about her before.
This chick fucking... It's been fucking hell-bent fucking...
She's in love with you.
She's
been in love with you since...
For like fucking 15 years, bro.
Like since before we got together.
Yeah. So I asked her, Jen's out there dancing. She's looking great. And that's it.
I did look good that night.
Yeah,
I had a good outfit.
And so I decided to test her. I said, so she was telling me, she says, you look great. You look so fucking hot. You know, she's like that to me. I look fucking hot. She gets mad. Oh, thank you very much.
She says to him.
Yeah, she says that shit to me. And I said, how's
She says that to him all the time.
Yeah, yeah. And how's Jen's looking? And she's like, she goes like that.
She goes like that, yeah.
And I was like, yeah. And so, oh, yeah, what's wrong with her? Her hair's frizzy. Her hair's frizzy. And I said, what are you talking about, man? She's got a fucking badass body, man. Look at that fucking body. And she goes, I'd rather be overweight. But she's fucking super overweight.
She is. Yeah.
I'd rather be overweight. I was just like, okay, all right. She's full of shit.
Well, and the funny thing is, like, Tom came like moments later and told me exactly what she said. And I told Sonia what she said, too. And Sonia was like, holy fucking shit, come on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I was talking to Tom later. I was just like, what? I'm like, I'm not offended. I'm just like, I'm wondering what is her end game? I was like, one, did she think that you weren't going to tell me that she said that?
I don't know. I don't think about these things. I just wonder. I don't analyze this kind of shit.
What is the purpose of it?
She's a fixture at the club. She's been in the scene for fucking 15, fucking 20 years, 30 years.
She's been around a long time. Yeah. She's not as old as me. She's a few years younger than I am. But she's been around as long as I have. Yeah, she
needs work. She needs work. Now, I've seen pictures of her when she was in her 20s. She was fucking hot. And here's the thing. A friend of mine, he's another old guy. This was a long time ago. He says, he pointed at her. This was fucking 10 years ago. And he goes, that chick used to be so fucking hot, man. And I was like, her? He's like, oh yeah, she's like, everybody was after that. And I was like, huh.
I've seen pictures of
years
her from
later.
a long
I saw her and she was
ago.
cute. Yeah, she's very cute. Very cute.
I never saw her looking like that. I only saw her looking
the way
she looks now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, she was around. I was around back then, but I don't remember ever seeing her like looking like that.
No, she was cute. So what was she like back then?
She's unrecognizable now. Yeah. She doesn't look anything the same.
What was she like? He said ditzy. Ditzy.
Yeah, because he knew her back in the day. Yeah. He's like our age.
Yeah.
Because Tom's not from here. I am.
No.
I didn't know her back then, though.
Yeah, let me go to some more ice.
But yeah, so I just thought the whole thing was like kind of funny and like kind of mystifying. Because she always says shit about me behind my back, but she says it to him. And she always goes out of her way to tell him how hot he is, right? And then she'll say some sideways shit about me. Like when we got married, she was like, why'd you marry her? Like she said that at the club, like she said that to him. And then he came over and told me that she said that. And I was like, okay. And so then, like, last Saturday, we were at Barbarella. She said, yeah, she said this and that and the other thing. And I'm just like, why? Like, what is she hoping to accomplish? Does she think that you're going to go, oh, you're right. You are much hotter.
Yeah.
I'm going to marry you instead.
I don't know, man.
Is that really what she's thinking? I'm like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what her mind, like, what is going through her mind.
It's competition. She's trying to compete.
What is going through her mind?
I don't worry about it.
I would never. I'm just like, look, I told Sonia, I'm like, look, I'm not the kind of bitch. I'm not. I've never been one of those people like shits on other women to make myself feel better. I'm insecure like everybody else is. And I know that some women will shit on other women to make themselves feel better. I get that. Like a lot of people do that. I would never do that. I think that's shitty, especially if it's somebody that didn't ever do anything to me. Yeah. However, if somebody says shit like that behind my back and then pretends to be my friend to my face, then yeah, I'm going to say shit about them. Yeah. Because that's cunty.
Yeah, Sly says he's going to come, when he comes to Florida, he's going to stop by Barbarella's. Oh, yeah. Yeah, come by. I'll introduce you to Will. That was the guy in the video I showed you. The black dude was all decked out, looks like something from the fucking Royal Guard back in the 1700s. Yeah, he's an ex-Army guy, too.
And he's old also. He's
older than me.
He's 60.
He's almost 60. And he's on gear, man. He's
also, again, you would not know it.
He's on test, and did they get married? Or it's just his girlfriend?
I'm not sure if they're I thought they were engaged, but I don't know if they ever got married.
His fiancée or wife is a white chick who's she's an Army colonel.
She comes out sometimes when she's in town.
Yeah.
She's super sweet.
She's a doctor.
Yeah, she's super sweet.
Yeah, she's also in the scene.
But she doesn't always come because sometimes she's deployed. Yeah. But she comes
Will
out.
Shows up decked out all the time. He's got this fucking big badass looking fucking Was that an SUV? Or was that a fucking pickup truck? I think it was an SUV, wasn't it?
Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, because we parked behind him.
Yeah, he parked right behind him.
I can't remember what it was.
Fucking monster-looking fucking SUV. Brand new. I forgot what he does for a living. He works in an office. He makes good money.
Yeah, he's got money.
He's got money.
And he's real into... He's got kilts. He's got, like, velvet coats.
He's into Scottish culture.
Yeah, he's very into, like, old school Scottish culture. Very old school Victorian Gothic kind of shit. He loves, like, old scotches and and all that kind of stuff. He's really, like, has very refined
he's
Gothic taste.
He was, like, 4 years in Germany. So he fucking picked up a lot of European stuff. He likes fucking Germany and fucking Scotland. Yeah. Northern England, Ireland, Celtic type stuff.
Yeah, he's all into that.
Yeah.
He does like British accents sometimes. Like,
he could do the British accents. He fucking has all the and he goes, he's expressing his Scottish heritage.
He loves vampire shit too. They go to the vampire ball every and he gets like super decked out for that.
Yeah, he's maybe like fucking 10% Scottish. I don't know. Fucking I'd like to see his 23andMe, but he says I got some Scottish in me. It's okay. It's just spiritual. He likes that look, and he fucking loves fucking Glenfiddich Scotch. He loves Scotch whiskey.
He gets the good shit.
Fucking gets the good shit. Fucking
like he'll spend some money on some good fucking Scotch.
He's the type of dude that would fucking buy a fucking shillelagh and show up at the fucking club with a shillelagh.
Oh, that would not surprise me.
Yeah, he's the kind of dude that do that.
Yeah.
And try to beat your ass with a shillelagh.
He's not gonna beat anybody's ass.
But that's what they're for, though.
I know that, but I'm just saying that. Well, and he's the type of dude too that
put the guns down.
That if he showed up with the shillelagh, everybody'd be like, yeah, okay, you can bring that in. It's fine. He's not gonna hurt anybody.
No, they let him on the shillelagh.
Yeah, they let him in.
Fucking right.
That's what I mean. It's all right. He's not gonna hurt anybody.
Mm-hmm. He's a legend.
Yeah, everybody knows him.
Yeah,
everybody. And like I said, he's super. What's the word I'm looking for? Genteel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
He's tall though. He's like fucking 6'6".
Yeah, he's a big dude.
6'6", maybe 6'5".
Yeah, he's very tall.
He's a big dude. Yeah.
He's very tall. But he's like super, super nice. And he's super like gentlemanly.
Yeah.
Like old school, like gentlemanly.
He gets drunk, he's fucking gonna sit there and just fucking hang off you. Ross, we're gonna do this. Just gonna go on all the time. I'm usually loaded though too. Yeah. Well, I got videos of him. Remember me and him on the street?
Yeah.
I could barely understand he's trying to keep me sane.
Yeah.
And he's trying to keep me sober, trying to sober me up, and I could barely understand what he's saying. Like, yeah.
See, that's the thing. I don't understand, because people talk to me in the club all the time.
Yeah.
I can only understand about 50% of what they're saying. Most of the time, I'm just nodding. Because look, I'm deaf as shit. Right? You got to like talk right in my ear, and there has to be like no other noise. If there's other noise, forget it. I'm just not going to, because I can hear that, kind of, and I can kind of hear you, but it's all mingling together in my mind. And it's just sounding like gibberish. Yeah. So it's like most of the time I'm just kind of like nodding. Unless you're yelling directly in my ear and you're enunciating really clearly, I can't really understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So as the night goes on, as people get drunker and drunker, and they're like slurring words and they're probably saying shit that doesn't make a lot of sense like we do on this show, like when we're 5 hours in, I'm just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what he said.
Sly's saying that fucking Sly's German, we get along. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Y'all probably would.
You get along. Yeah, fucking.
He gets along with everybody, honestly. I've never heard of anybody that didn't.
But if you're black and like Germany or anything European, he'd be and fucking you're ex-military too, so you're ex-army.
So is he. So
yeah, he's ex-army guy.
He's all about.
I forgot what he did in the army. I think he was some kind of missile crewman. I forgot. I had to ask him again.
I don't remember if he ever.
He wasn't infantry. I don't think.
I don't remember if he ever.
He was in combat arms, but he wasn't infantry. And I think he was some kind of missile crewman, some kind of missile, surface to surface missile or something.
There's some characters around here. I'm telling
you. And you get along. Isn't your wife's European? Isn't she? I think Sly said that his wife was somewhere from Europe. I forgot. I thought that was Sly that said that.
Jeffy Hart says, Jenny, we live in a world where people can just be jerks. No sense in letting those people live in your head rent free. She's just bitter and jealous. Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just kind of find it funny.
I laughed. I was just like, okay.
I kind of find it funny because I'm like, I'm sure she has some kind of end game in mind, and I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
No, there's no end game. You're overestimating it. It's just in the moment.
Well, I think the end game is she's in love with you, and she thinks that. Because how many times, like, because she comes over to you still.
Yeah.
Like, you look so hot, Tom.
Yeah,
like rubbing on your arms and stuff.
That's right. Sly's wife is Polish. That's right, yeah.
Oh my god, my stepmom is Polish.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Katrina, her name. Well, that's not her real name. I don't remember her name is, but that's what everybody calls her.
You are German, or you're an American soldier, so you can't be German. You just must served in Germany, right? Will served in Germany for a long time.
Weird, I knew a lot of military guys from that era that were stationed in Germany.
Yeah.
I worked with a guy that was stationed in Germany for a long time. He loved it over there.
A lot of black soldiers fucking love Germany because they're popular over there. Them fucking German girls fucking eat them up. A lot of them don't want to leave.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
German girls like black guys. They don't see them. I don't know if it's like that now, but it was like back in the day.
I mean, it was like back then.
In the
it was
day,
like a novelty.
It's probably, they were like, wow, what the fuck is this?
Ooh.
Yeah, wow. Let me see. Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
The rumors are true.
Yeah, it's all true.
I mean, you know.
Yeah. It's novelty.
I guess so.
Well, yeah. We grew up around black people. You know what I mean? That's just normal.
Well, I mean, everybody's kind of... I grew up around... Even in redneck-ass Daytona... I went to school with black kids, Indian kids, Hispanic kids, shit, like even back in the fucking 70s.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like it wasn't, and that was in, like I said, redneck-ass Daytona.
Yeah.
So it's just like it wasn't really an issue.
Black people are rednecks though too, really.
Well, yeah, I knew some black
It's
rednecks.
a southern culture. All southern culture is about the same. You go listen to fucking Thomas Sowell. He'll tell you all about southern. You know, he's a black genius. Fucking, I think he's a judge, but he's a historian also. He's written a lot of fucking books, and he knows Southern culture fucking just inside and out, where it all came from, African American culture and everything. And he's gonna tell you that there's no difference really. You go back through the centuries, there's really no difference between whites and blacks in the South. It was the same culture. They spoke the same kind of English. And that culture was really like something from the northern parts of the UK. It didn't have anything to do with Africa. It was Scotland, Wales, Ireland, North England. It was the fucking working people. But it was the archaic culture from like the 1600s. That's what was happening in the South. And even kind of like this fucking gangster swag and shit like that. That's fucking Old South. And that all came from Scotland. Fucking Scottish clans and fucking Irish fucking criminals and pirates and shit. You know what I mean? They were that's just the way Southerners were. It was a male macho society where they didn't have real high educations. They didn't have a lot of money. So a man was valued by how good he was with fists, how conniving he was, and could he make a living and support a woman? And how many women could he support? And how many children could he sire? How many women could he impregnate on the fucking down low? They did that shit. You know, that was a white thing too back in the Old South. You know, but Soul talks all about that. Gangster shit actually is Scottish, Irish.
Sly said I served in South Korea.
Korea.
My family name is German.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you were in South Korea with me.
Yeah, Tom was also in South Korea. Yeah. In 90s?
90s.
90s.
1990, 1991.
He's told me all kind of stories about Korea.
I didn't get to enjoy it, you know, the way the guys back at Camp Casey, you know, or maybe if they were real down south. I was up at fucking Camp Greaves with the 506. We were the DMZ battalion. There was only one battalion of us, and we were behind Warrior Base and JSA, and, you know, we only got one day off a month, so we never got any pass, really. I got lucky in 1 month and got 2 passes in a month. Just 24 hours, it'd come right back. So you really I couldn't really experience better parts of Korea, you know. I would have liked, I actually wanted to go back there with Jen, because, man, I was looking at Itaewon, and it's a fucking nice.
I would love to go.
It'd be great.
Honestly.
And the prices are good. Just that it's a long flight. That's the problem.
It is, yeah. And I hate flying.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll do it, but I'll be a fucking nervous. You probably have to drug me the whole time.
Yeah.
Cause shit, man, just flying to the UK, which is only like 9 hours. It's just
Yeah.
like I'm having a fucking panic attack. It didn't used to bother me flying, but I had a real bad flight going to London one time.
Yeah.
And I was like, yep. After that, I was just like, ooh. Every time I got on, I got like fucking anxiety attack, and it's been shitty ever since then. But you know, if I got super drunk or somebody just like knocked me out the whole time, it'd probably be fine.
You could do it.
So if we ever go on a long flight, just drug me. Seriously. Just let me sleep the whole time. Then I won't like fucking freak out.
I found fucking Will's old fucking Facebook. What's it? Oh, there it is. Because it's
Because he keeps like changing.
W. Joseph. Yeah.
He has like a different.
There's Will and his wife or girlfriend. All right.
That looks like mannequins. Is that mannequins?
I think it is mannequins.
I think that's mannequins.
There with Will in the service. It's Will now as a Scottish gentleman, a Gothic Scottish gentleman. See if I can get a good photo.
I have never seen him just like in regular ass street
No,
clothes.
he's always dressed
He's
up.
always like
He's
super,
always dressed
super
up.
dressed up.
He's fucking styling, man. He's fucking goth pimping.
Like, yeah, like fucking
He's
velvet
fucking pimped out. Yeah.
tailcoat
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Drinking his fucking Scotch whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He always looks like that.
Yeah. He can dress like a cowboy. He'll show up and fucking, he'll go to rodeos.
Like I said, he's like immaculate.
Dressed as a cowboy.
Always.
Yeah.
I've never seen him in like regular ass clothes
No.
ever.
He's always in some kind of outfit.
Yeah.
And there he is with his fucking SUV. And Will's older than me by quite a bit.
Like I said, I think
he's almost
60.
60. I think he's 60, yeah.
Well, didn't he just
You
have
wouldn't
his
know, but-
60th birthday not too long ago?
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
I thought he did. Because I remember talking about it.
Yeah.
Like last year or a few months ago.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn the
sound down.
Oh, shit.
I mean, it's already been demonetized probably.
No, it was just trying to...
So.
I got some videos of Will here. Just gonna... Where's the fucking volume on this? There
I don't know, Tom. It's not mine. He can't find it.
There we go. That's Will behind the fucking DJ booth. Where was he? He was hanging out with Charisse. Let me start it over.
Was that the old Barbara?
Yeah, it's the older barber. There's Will.
That's at the pickle.
Will and Charisse. Charisse is awesome. She's our age. Old goth chick.
And she comes out
Yeah.
every single Saturday.
Yeah, and chick can dance.
She's a really good dancer.
Yeah.
She's a nurse.
That's Rob Bates, DJ. This is early in the night here. This is
Yeah.
at the old fucking...
Yeah, that's before they moved.
Before they moved. Yeah. Let's see. Get some more Will.
Like I said, that place was like kind of...
Oh, okay. Here's some people. Shit.
Kind of weird, but I also kind of liked it in a certain kind of way. I didn't like it.
Dimitri and Jen are coming up. Dimitri's a DJ of ours, and Jen is
At Momentum Worry.
Yeah.
The gas night.
There's
That's
you.
Dimitri.
No, that's
No,
Charisse.
that's Charisse. That's not me.
Charisse and yeah.
Yeah, that's Dimitri.
Dimitri.
That's the DJ at Momentum Worry.
Yeah. Or Will.
Probably, I mean, one of our best friends. Like,
Yeah.
him and his wife are...
All these people are our friends.
Yeah, they come over to our house all the time. They haven't been over in a long time.
Yeah.
We keep saying they're, but we live like so far away from everybody now. It's kind of harder. They live way the fuck over by SeaWorld.
Okay, look. Oh shit, this is gonna be a great video.
What?
There's Will at some kind of fucking festival.
Drinking out of a horn.
Drinking out of a horn.
As
That
one,
might be the
as one does.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably like in Orlando. They have that.
Yeah.
The Scottish festival with
I
all
think
those.
that's what he's doing.
Yeah, where like people like throw the.
They're
axes
throwing the
and,
axes and shit.
Like, do the log roll thing.
Yeah.
All that.
The Highlander
Games.
Games.
There you
The
go.
Highland
Yeah,
Games.
they do that here.
That's what he's doing. He's at the Highland Games.
Not Highlander.
Yeah.
There can be only one.
Yeah.
No, the Highland Games. Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes to that every year.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my boy.
He goes to that every year. Yeah, he's like way into that shit.
Yeah.
Way into that shit.
He's whiter than me.
Oh,
He's into more white stuff than I'm into.
Yeah, he's like the whitest black dude ever.
He's the whitest black dude ever. That's his girlfriend right there, the doctor. Yeah.
I think they're engaged.
They're engaged,
I
yeah.
thought. But like I said, I don't really remember. You messed up the lighting, so I'm trying to fix it. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's his girlfriend, the redhead, right there, sitting down. Isn't that the soul food restaurant?
Is it?
Let me see.
No, is it?
No,
No.
it isn't.
I was gonna say I thought that was Chantel's. But
Yeah, I thought it might have been Chantel's for a
I don't
second.
think so. They don't have curtains like that.
Because I got videos of me and him at the fucking soul food restaurant.
Yeah, we used to go to that place
used to go
because
all
it's
the
right
time.
next door to fucking Mannequins.
Yeah.
And they had good ass food in there.
Yeah.
Although I'm mad they don't have shrimp and grits at night.
Yeah.
They only have a limited menu like after midnight.
He's probably got a video of me in here.
Okay, the lighting's fucked up. I can't fix it.
It's all right. It'll figure it out.
Sly said, "Take Jenny to South Korea. It's all different, improved."
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going
improved.
back."
I saw a video. I was doing video
And
walkthrough.
Sly also said, "I'm the whitest black guy." Ha ha ha.
Yeah, he probably.
Yeah, y'all will be in a
I gotta meet
y'all
you.
will be like in a competition
gotta
about
meet
like
you.
who the whitest black dude is.
I gotta meet you to make that judgment.
Because I don't know, Will's pretty white.
Yeah.
He's whiter than me, that's for sure.
Although fucking Big Tom, he's not very white. He's a Navy guy. He owns Mannequins. He's a friend of mine also. He's this big old fucking club gangster black dude that loves Morrissey.
Yeah, he's
You're
super
like, wait,
like
what?
80s new wave.
Yeah, he loves Morrissey.
We
He
met
fucking
him
loves Morrissey.
and his then wife. They're
Yeah.
divorced now. Who is a little Latina chick who is fucking awesome. We love her. Her name's Miriam.
Yeah, she was a real estate agent.
She's a real estate agent.
Yeah.
And we met them at iBar. And the two of them are super, super into like fucking 80s new wave.
Yeah.
They don't look like they would be.
Yeah.
They look, you could tell they're a little bit alternative, but they didn't look
Yeah.
like what you would expect, right? But it's like they loved the fucking Smiths and they loved all that shit. And Tom Morris used to tell us, "I'm gonna open my own bar. Like you guys need to get on this."
Yeah,
and
he
stuff.
owned a service station at that time.
Yeah, like
Tires.
he had money. He
had
had
money.
like he had like he owned like a lot of like auto repair shops, like a bunch of auto repair shops.
Yeah.
So he had like a bunch of money, and he's just like, "I'm gonna open a club like for us, you know what I mean? For all of these people to come to."
Yeah, and I thought he was fucking kind of bullshit.
Yeah, we thought he was,
opened
like,
up
full
one
of-
the best
no, he
clubs.
did.
He opened up one of the
He
best
did.
clubs.
He
He had
did.
me and Jen going up there early on, looking at it and everything. We kind of helped him launch the place. Jen's done a lot of graphics for him and everything. You know, and he it wasn't totally smooth. It took him a while to
Well, that's
really
true of
master a
business.
new business. You know what I mean?
Sure.
How to be a club owner. And man, it's going strong now. He's fucking a fixture.
He must be fucking raking in the dough.
Gotta be.
Because every time we haven't been in a while, but it's like every time we go, the place is fucking slammed.
I think his main income only is Friday and Saturday. The rest of the time, I think it's fucking probably dead.
Well, they do other nights. They do a karaoke night. They do a drag night.
Okay.
They do other stuff. But Friday night is goth night.
Yeah.
Saturday night they also do
Like
80s new wave, just like
Yeah.
Barbarella does. They're competing. But the thing about it is that it's kind of competing. But Mannequins is in Sanford, and Barbarella is in Orlando, which isn't super far apart, but they're not close enough to be like, I don't know. Are they close enough to be super competitive? I guess they kind of are.
Yeah. They're competing over the same customers.
We've never been on their Saturday night, so I don't know if it's any good or not. Their Friday nights are pretty good, but the music is hit or miss. Sometimes we go and the music's pretty good. Sometimes we go and I don't dance to a single song, so I'm like, what is this shit? You know what I mean? It's just so, it can be like one way or the other.
Yeah.
You know? So, it's, there's, interestingly, there's a whole contingent of very, very young goth people who apparently got their whole shit from like TikTok or whatever. And they
don't really know goth music.
Not
they know the
much.
look.
They do know some of the old shit. They do.
Some of them do. Some of them do, yeah.
Some of them do. And they show up every Friday night and like take over the place.
Yeah.
Later on in the night.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's encouraging.
They look fantastic.
They do. They all look really good.
We would have killed to look
Holy
like them.
crap. We looked kind of shitty back in the day. You know, well, I mean, we didn't look shitty, but
we knew what you were supposed to look like, but you couldn't buy those clothes. You couldn't
really do
You couldn't get those clothes.
Without money.
Yeah. Well, and those clothes would have been basically high fashion. And it would have been very expensive to buy them. So you kind of had to make a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of people didn't have time to make it, or you couldn't source the used clothes, the secondhand clothes you would need to do the modification to make the item that you were looking for. Women had it easier because they could do they have always had more to choose from in the used section. They'd get some used fucking wedding gowns and dye them black.
I used to do that.
They do shit like that, cut them
like
up and dye them black. Yeah.
Thrift stores,
right?
Before thrift stores got
Dudes
expensive.
couldn't do that. So it was harder for us back then. But now with shit like Temu and Shein, you can get really good shit for like cheap. And you're like, yeah, back in the fucking late 80s, early 90s, we would have killed for that. Whoever's designing those clothes knows exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know who it is, but
they're spot on. They're like, yeah, that's fucking the shit we were actually wanted. That's what we wanted back in 87, 89.
But we couldn't find it.
Couldn't find it, yeah.
You either had to make it.
Yeah, or you had to go to some fucking
thrift store,
custom maker.
Or you had to like go to a
fucking, yeah, a real good goth outfit in the 90s would cost hundreds. Because
the first
jacket,
corset I
vest,
bought,
pants, boots. My boots are $350.
Yeah.
You know, right? The boots I'm wearing right now are about $300. All right, New Rocks.
They last forever.
They last forever. But dudes are always limited. We're going to have New Rocks. You might be able to get away with Demonia, but they look like just like the girls' shoes. Girls have a much better selection. Especially now, you know. But dudes always had to look like something like equipment. That was actually the way we had to go. Look like something motorcycle gear, kind of.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff is motorcycle inspired. Or classical stuff. It's kind of like a morning frock, or you know what I mean, fucking 1800s looking Victorian. That'll work, but it's hard to find that shit, especially back in those days.
But like I said, back in the 80s and 90s, you'd get these catalogs.
Yeah.
And there'd be all these like fucking amazing dresses in there and stuff like, but it'd be like Cambriel or something like that, and they're like $500. Like I can't afford that.
Yep.
And it's like, and really you could only wear it one time because it was like super distinctive, and like you couldn't wear it
more
again.
Than once. Yeah. And then it was like, and the shit was made out of velvet. It would fucking burn you up. You couldn't wear it in Florida.
The first time I bought a corset, I saved up, and I custom ordered one from a girl in Canada that made them by hand, and it was $350, like a steel boned one. And now you can get steel boned corsets on Amazon from people that also hand make them, but they're like $50. And they're really nice. So it's like a lot easier to find that shit. Back then it was like you had to be rich, or you know, or you had to make your own shit. Honestly, most of us just made our own shit, or found shit at thrift stores and just like threw it together. That's kind of what I did because I didn't have any money, you know. So it's much easier to look good nowadays, because like I said, we're at the club now,
so much less,
and you see like kids in their 20s, and it's like they look fucking fantastic.
Yeah, and we're like, man, and that
God damn it!
You're like,
I wish I'd had that shit when I was that age.
And you go, I know that
I would have looked super hot.
Yeah, you go, I know that chick doesn't have any money, but she looks like a fucking $1 million, man. We wished we had access. To fucking cheap clothes that looked like that. Yeah.
But there just wasn't anything. There wasn't a big enough.
Not a big enough market. And and everything back then was mass production, top down, industrial fucking mega capitalism, which was down very close to like Soviet communism. One size fits all. You went to the damn J.C. Penney's and you saw some fucking generic ass shit, and everybody was wearing it. And you'd go, well, let's go to fucking something that's fucking, you know, a little more individualistic. Let's go check out Chess King. And you're like, this is some more fucking of generic
the
looking
Chess
bullshit.
King dudes were like a whole.
Yeah, let's go to Chess
That was
King.
a whole subculture.
Yeah, no, Chess King, we
no.
fucking, you know, no. So there wasn't any choices.
Not
Because
really.
everything was a one-size-fits-all.
Like I said, why do you think I went to fucking thrift stores all the time? Not just because I was broke, because I was, but
You didn't want to wear that shit.
I didn't want to wear that shit.
Yeah. You didn't want
Not
to wear
just
what
that I
they were
couldn't
selling.
afford it, I just thought it was ugly.
So I would try to digging through stuff that was, you know, looked like it was made in the 20s or 30s or 40s. Shit that was made out of wool. And you go, why, this will dye, you know.
Yeah.
I can dye this black. It's just weird shit, you know, wool pants, they're black. Look at these fucking old combat boots or these old work boots from the 30s.
Yeah, I used
You
to
know?
get shit from the Army and Navy store.
Wow,
all
look
the
at those
time.
boots. Yeah, you can wear
Shoes
those.
and
They got
stuff.
straps that go around the fucking tops of them and buckles. And yeah, that's this badass fucking work boot. And it was just like some work boots from the mid-30s, you know.
Yeah, well, and you
wear
could
that.
add stuff, like you could
Add
buy
some-
stuff like
yeah.
at Army Navy store, like pants or something, and you could add straps and buckles and stuff like that. Like you could do that kind of stuff, like a lot of people did.
A lot of the men's work boots from the 30s already had that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you could add that
Yeah.
to clothing if you kind of knew what you were doing. You didn't really have to be that like savvy to do that, but
Yeah.
you know, we'd make our own T-shirts. Like I said, you kind of had to
Yeah.
because everyone was broke and they didn't really sell it.
Sly saying I'm the man. Why am I the man, Sly?
I really wish this lighting would get
Yeah.
back to normal. This is really bugging me.
That might be the
There
norm.
it goes. There it goes.
That looks good.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's supposed to look. Before this, it was like super bright because you kept putting stuff in the
Because a
Camera
motherfucker
lens.
does what he got to do.
and then you messed
Man's
up the
trying
lighting.
to do a good show. I do what I got to do. Make a good show. Hold on, go to the restaurant.
Give me another drink on the way.
I'll
back.
make you one there. I'm trying to drink slow.
Well, I'm not concerned about that. I'm not going anywhere tomorrow. It's Friday night, man. It's Friday night. We just bought a whole new thing of booze today. Let's see. Phantom's asking if Zach has ever encountered a man who wears women's panties, and if so, was it off-putting? I will chime in on that because I don't know. It's been a while, but back in the day when I used to go to the castle in Tampa, a very famous figure at that club was a dude known as the Senator. He was there every single week. He would come there, well, he would show up in like a long cape, but everybody knew it was under the cape. You know what I'm saying? The thing about the castle was that some people would come there like with kind of that kind of thing on, and then they would get in there and then they would take the cape off, or they would leave it in the bathroom or whatever. And so he would come there and he always wore a different short women's teddy and like little like panties with like G-string panties. And generally, as the night went on, the panties would come off and he would just be dancing around with his cock hanging out. Now, ordinarily, this would be alarming behavior. But the thing about the Senator was that, and he just looked like, he didn't look gothy, he just looked like a regular middle-aged dude. I think they started calling him the Senator because he just kind of looked like a middle-aged politician type of dude, because he just looked regular. But he started coming there, and he was like super respectful. He wasn't creepy or anything like that. He was just, that was his kink. He was into it, and he didn't really bother anybody. That was just kind of his thing. And after a while, people were just kind of like, okay, whatever. So it's like you'd be dancing at the castle, and you'd turn around, and he'd be over there dancing with his teddy and with his cock flopping, and everybody'd be like, okay, there he goes. You know what I mean? Like nobody, like I said, he didn't bother anybody. He didn't rub his cock against anybody or nothing like that. It was nothing like that. At least as far as I know. I never heard anything bad about him. So you can get away with that shit as long as you're non-threatening. You know what I mean? But not just anybody can wander in and do that. He'd been doing that for years and years and years. Everybody knew him. He was a fixture. He'd never bothered anybody. He'd never hurt anybody. And everybody's like, well, that's just his thing. Just let him do his thing. You know what I mean? As long as he doesn't hurt anybody. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. So they just let him dance around with his dick flopping around.
You must be talking about
the senator.
The senator.
You know who I was talking about. I don't know if he's still around. I said that's kind of like, it's weird because
He just goes to club naked.
if just like a random dude showed up and did that, everybody would be like, call the fucking rightfully so. But because he'd been there for such a long time.
And he's an old dude, yeah.
He was an old dude, and he never bothered anybody.
Yeah.
Like, that was just his kink.
Yeah.
Like, he just liked naked in public. He just liked showing up in a baby doll and a G-string.
Yeah.
And then as the night went on and he's got like a little bit drunker, like the G-string would come off and he'd just be like dancing around with his dick flapping around, and everyone would just be like, all right,
well, yeah.
There he goes. Like I said, it's not like he was trying to hump anybody or he wasn't touching anybody or nothing like that. He was just like doing his own thing, and everybody's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was always kind of like, man, get the fuck out of here. I always thought the dude was embarrassing, but, whatever.
He is a little, but like I said, I talked to him a few times.
He's totally normal.
He's a genuinely nice dude.
Yeah, he's totally normal.
Like, he's totally normal.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the funny thing. I think that's probably why he was allowed to get away with that for so long, just because...
He's a nudist.
Yeah, he's not... It's weird, like, from the outside... But if you talk to him, and if you've been around for a long time, he's not creepy about it. He's not weird about it. That's just his thing.
Yeah, he's a nudist.
He's not bothering anybody.
Yeah, he doesn't. He knows he's new, but he doesn't really care. He didn't think you should care. That's his thing. He's just gonna.
And honestly, I don't care. Like I said, as long as you're not like rubbing your weird ass cock on me, okay. Yeah. You can do it over there. I don't care.
This is up at the castle. This is in Tampa, and he'll have like this fucking G-string on with a little bitty fucking patch on the front of it. But that's just a little bitty cup. He didn't really fit it though, and it's just a token clothes.
Yeah,
that bitch is naked.
Well, like I said, as the night went on, because I used to go to the castle every weekend from like the late 90s.
Yeah, he'd probably take that off or move that.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. It would be gone. Yeah, like later, he wouldn't have the panties.
Yeah, mostly when I saw him, he had a G-string on.
No. He would usually take.
He had shoes,
or they'd be like around his ankles.
Yeah, he had shoes though, didn't he?
He did have shoes on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to dance barefoot on the castle floor. It's pretty grody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He had shoes.
I've seen that place with the lights.
Dress shoes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think they were kind of dress shoes, if I remember. I haven't seen them in a long time. I think the last time we went to the castle for like a event, he was there, but that was years ago. But yeah, it's just...
Iris is here. What's up? She says you finally got us. What's up, Iris?
Pretty late, but still. Yeah, we've been on for a few hours. It's Friday night. We're just having a good time.
Yeah, we're just drinking.
But yeah, so it's kind of hard to... Because like I said, if just like a regular-ass person turned up and did that, everyone would be horrified, rightfully so.
Yeah.
But because he had been there so long, everybody knew him.
Well, it's a golf club.
And he was obviously not a threat. Like, he didn't act threatening. He didn't act creepy. He was just kind of like, hey, this is kind of my thing, and I'm just doing my thing over here. And everybody's like, okay. Like, nobody really was bothered about it. Because he wasn't bothering anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wasn't bothered. So, nobody else was bothered either. So, it just goes to show.
I'll tell you what, we were talking about Dolomite and fucking, what's Rudy Ray Moore. Mm-hmm. And, we were talking about fucking the fucking, what was the dude's name who did the fucking movies? Shit, man, I've been drinking.
Who? Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry. We're talking about Tyler Perry. We were talking about
too, but
Eddie Murphy. We were talking about blaxploitation, whitesploitation movies. Eddie Murphy. I'm gonna fucking go back on Eddie Murphy. That's my fucking man right there. I fucking love Eddie Murphy. I was just a young boy in high school, fucking listening to fucking Eddie Murphy's Raw, and I was just shocked, fucking absolutely shocked by that fucking.
I saw that.
I loved it though, man.
I saw that a million times.
Yeah, you see it now. It's quite tired. You're like, that's just not really.
Well, I mean, it's pretty tame by today's standards, but back then it was like pretty.
Yeah. He was fucking ahead, and he'd tell stories. He was a good storyteller. I gotta say, fucking Pryor was actually better. And actually,
I mean, Richard Pryor is like the fucking.
Hard to
he's
beat
a
Pryor.
legend. He's a fucking legend.
And really, I'm gonna give fucking Bill Cosby, old rapist Bill Cosby. He was a good storyteller too.
I will give him.
He was
that.
fucking really good.
Even though he's a terrible, terrible person.
Bitch was fucking slipping chicks Mickeys and shit. But anyway, I don't want to denigrate the man's art. He was fucking really good. There are some. The thing is with fucking Murphy, for a while he tried to go too mainstream, too family humor.
Yeah,
right?
don't do that shit.
And that shit didn't work out. And there was a couple of movies.
I wonder if his agent like said, "Hey, you can get a wider audience if you do like kid movies."
Well, he had his own production. It was him, and I think Bill Cosby got to him. You got to go more mainstream.
Well, Phantom just said, I think the comment disappeared, but he said that Bill Cosby told Eddie Murphy like that he shouldn't swear so much.
Yeah,
it's just kind of like, fuck that.
Yeah, which he's talked about that in the stand-up routine. But I think later he thought about it and talked to him some more about it, and he might be right that maybe he could go mainstream and go kind of like family fun with like Dr. Doolittle and shit, which I've never seen that movie. I actually kind of want to see that movie. I heard it's terrible, but I would still see it.
We should get drunk and watch it one night.
Yeah,
that might be a fun night.
There were some fucking Eddie Murphy movies that are not fucking.
He did a Haunted Mansion one too, like the Disney Haunted Mansion.
I haven't seen it. Probably terrible. I'd like to see that one though. But he did some shit that is kind of forgotten that was really good, man. And one of the movies that was really good that I own it. Okay, and I got a soft spot for this movie. I don't know why. I go back and watch it. I still love it. It's kind of got a homemade feel, a very low budget feel, but it's epic. The Golden Child. I really liked The Golden Child, and that was.
I kind of like it too.
Yeah,
I don't like it as much as I did back in the old days because I saw that movie a bajillion times.
Well, you see how low budget it is.
Yeah.
Now, but it's still.
I don't like it as much as I did back then, but I still like it.
That was Eddie.
What a weird fucking premise. When we rewatched it recently, I was just like, it kind of blows me. I was like, wow, like this didn't occur to me back in the 80s when I saw this movie. Yeah. But it's like, this is fucking weird. This is a weird.
Satan appears. Yeah.
The child Willie.
How
many drugs?
Yeah.
Were the people on that came up with this concept for this movie? Like this would not have happened in any other era. Yeah. Like you come up with this thing and you give the pitch. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, we'll fund that. Yeah. And like nowadays you're just like, what? Yeah. What? Like the whole idea of it is just like fucking crazy.
I thought it was,
I didn't think of it at the time, but now I'm just kind of like,
I thought it was a good movie.
This is crazy.
It was slightly marred by Eddie Murphy's humor. Eddie Murphy would every now and then do some like, I got the knife, you know what I mean? Do some weird Eddie Murphy shit. Really, he should have played that character fairly straight through the whole movie, and I think it would have been even better, because he was still funny. When he wasn't really clowning.
Like I said, he's a naturally funny.
Yeah.
He's just a naturally funny person.
Some of the shit was a little too forced, I think. But
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I think that's maybe what was bothering me about it when I rewatched it.
So you got to do something funny here, Eddie. We got to come up with something. Okay, yeah. No, just fucking tell us a story. Be in the movie. Tell us, because he was doing great. All right. The thing about that movie there's a lot about that movie that I liked. And there was just something it was a low budget, good entertainment. It was taking you on a journey. Eddie Murphy's with you on this journey. He's kind of an average guy in the movie. You know what I mean? And he's dealing with fucking demonic forces.
Yeah, he's like a fish out of water.
Yeah. He's in Tibet and shit, fighting Satan.
Sure.
Okay? In the end. And wins. And gets the girl in the end. Even though she was from a different culture.
We all like that.
Yeah. And then it was a good flick, you know what I mean? And what was I going to say? That was Eddie Murphy's version. That was his response to Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's what it was.
Count Orlok says, some consider The Golden Child a companion piece to Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
They were very similar.
Similar.
Very similar.
Yeah, similar. I was going to say that it was, like I said before, I always kind of got but Big Trouble in Little China was also
That's like a better
response to Raiders of the Lost Ark, also in a way.
In hindsight, Big Trouble in Little China was also a weird ass fucking movie.
Yeah, I have it. Jenny bought me like a deluxe.
Yeah, I bought him the
Spielberg
deluxe one with like the
one.
truck on it and everything, like with the
see
truck
that one
laser
again.
thing on it. Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's where Crussell does a John Wayne impression through the whole fucking movie.
He does.
Yeah, and somebody mentioned Snake Plissken. Yeah, I love Escape from New York.
We made that shirt.
I like both.
I designed it and he printed it.
I like both of the fucking Plissken movies, and I also like the unofficial sequel, Lockout, which it doesn't have it, but that's Escape from Earth, Lockout. That was supposed to also be a Snake Plissken, but that had Guy Pearce. That was supposed to be a Snake Plissken movie. Snake was fucking a cool character, but if you really go back and look at what fucking Crussell's doing, it's Clint Eastwood. He's doing Clint Eastwood. It works though, and he kind of pulled that out of their ass.
You said John Wayne.
What's that?
You said John Wayne.
No.
Earlier.
Yeah, in Big Trouble in Little China, he does John
okay.
Wayne. In fucking Snake Plissken, in the Snake Plissken movies, he does
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. Yeah. So he uses old. Although, man, it's hard to beat McCready. That was another good character from The Thing, where fucking McCready was a very character.
Literally, The Thing is probably my first or second favorite movie ever. It kind of switches.
Him and Keith David.
It switches between that and The Shining.
Damn. Yeah.
God damn, those two movies are so fucking good. Well, those are the two movies that, one, I can watch over and over again and find something different in them every single time.
Yeah.
Two, I can watch them over and over again. I never get tired of them.
Yeah, the Thing.
Always something. There's always something new.
Thing's good. And
Every time you see it, like, you see, like, new angles.
Yeah. Thing 2011, I liked it.
I did too.
I watched it many times. It's good. It's just, it's not the same movie, but it's in that same spirit.
Yeah. I wouldn't shit on the 2011 one because that one was actually
too.
like really good.
Yeah.
But like I said, I mean, The Thing and The Shining, as far as horror movies go, and honestly, like just film in general, those are two pretty much perfect horror movies to me.
Yeah.
I mean, easily, those two like compete for my top two. Switch them back and forth, depending on what day it is. But those are both movies that, if you said to me, hey, let's watch The Thing, or hey, let's watch Shining, okay. Even though I've seen both of them probably 100 times each. I probably have both of them memorized. But if you ask me to watch it, I will watch it right now. I'll watch it right now.
Sly says that Eddie Murphy's Doolittle sucks. He wanted to see the Rex Harrison original. Yeah, I remember the Rex.
I've seen the original, but it was a long time ago.
I was a kid when I saw it. I liked it as a kid.
I remember liking it as a kid too.
But I would just like to see Eddie Murphy in a performance. I like to watch him perform.
Ira says The Nutty Professor is another one to consider, which was also a remake.
I remember seeing
Wasn't Jerry Lewis in the original?
Yeah. I remember seeing it and liking it. But didn't like it enough for it to stick with me and watch it again. I might want to see that one again also.
Phantom recommends Bowfinger is my favorite Eddie Murphy film.
What's it called?
Which is really funny. Yeah, Bowfinger. That was the one Steve Martin was in that, right?
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I remember a lot of people liking that. I don't remember I saw it, though.
Must have been the 70s.
No.
Okay.
That was... I want to say that was 90s.
90s?
Might have been 90s or early 2000s.
Okay.
Look it up. But I think that was later. I think it was 90s. It's all blurring together. That's what happens when you get old. Sly says, YouTube has a new review of The Thing. Review from script to movie review. Honestly, like I said, man. People have asked me, I did a video, like a history of horror movies video, which I'm really proud of. That's like my favorite video that I've ever done. People have asked me to do like a top 50 or top 100 of my horror movies. And I was going to do that, and I started making a list, and I had such a hard time that I stopped doing it. I just couldn't, I don't know, man, I just like couldn't rank everything. But I will say that The Thing and The Shining are my two favorite horror movies, easily. Well, and also The Haunting from 1963. So those three, like, fight it out in the top 5. Also Rosemary's Baby, also The Exorcist. That's like my top 5, and they fight with each other for top spot.
1999, Bowfinger. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I said.
Okay,
It was
yeah,
it was
yeah,
90s or 2000s, like I
All
said.
right, yeah. I'd like to see that one.
I
too.
remember that coming out.
That looks good.
And I heard that was like super funny.
Okay,
I don't
yeah.
think I ever saw it. Steve Martin's in it too, right?
Yeah, he's in it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to
So
see that.
I'm not imagining it.
All right.
Ken Orlock says, when my stepson and I went to see Evil Dead 2, hosted by Bruce Campbell. Oh, Bruce Campbell. He's my favorite. Bruce had a Kurt Russell story about how Kurt and Wyatt Russell love Evil Dead 2. And Kurt wanted Bruce to just say the line, work shed. Kurt Russell's like a badass, man. I love that. American Military 100, Alien and The Thing are tied as my favorite. Oh, The Alien. Oh, god damn it. See, this is why I can't do a top 100, you guys. I just can't. Alien should also be in the top 5. But what am I going to knock out? I just can't knock anything out. Yeah, Alien and The Thing are tied as my favorite horror movie of all time. Texas Chainsaw Massacre comes in second. Cannibal Holocaust is third. I love Cannibal Holocaust. I do. I love Italian horror. I love Giallo movies, but I love Italian horror in general. Cannibal Holocaust, I love that movie, but I can't get past the animal cruelty. It's just, it makes me angry. I'll watch it, but I don't know. That shit makes me mad. But it's a great, I mean, Cannibal Holocaust, if you guys don't know, technically, first found footage movie. Well, not even technically. That's definitely the first found footage movie. Fuck the Blair Witch Project. 1980, Cannibal Holocaust. First found footage movie. But like I said, they killed real animals. They didn't kill any real people, but they did kill real animals for that, and I'm not an advocate of that. You can get a version where they've taken all the animal cruelty out, but we reviewed it a while back, and we saw the version that had all the animal cruelty in it. Because I wanted Tom to see it. I was just kind of like...
Yeah, I couldn't handle that shit.
I was like, this is... Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's a landmark film in horror. And I'm kind of like... I'm a horror nerd, so I'm just like, even if I don't really want to... It's like, this is like historically important, so I feel like I need to watch it. I do like Cannibal Holocaust, though. I think it's a good film. Like, it's well shot, it's well directed, it's well written. I don't love the animal cruelty, but that's really the only part of it that I can't stomach. Like, the rest of it... And honestly, the special effects in it, like the way... The special effects in it were so good for 1980, in case you guys don't know. The director of it was brought to court because they thought it was a snuff film. Because they thought the people in it were also really killed. Because it was so realistic. And it does look very realistic. People are all alive. Unfortunately, the animals were not so lucky. But, yeah. Yeah, Ruggero Deodato. He was the one that did that. Now, Phantom argues that Cannibal Ferox is better because it has the late, great Giovanni Lombardo Radice in it. Oh, yeah, I do love him, okay? I'm not saying that. But I like Cannibal Ferox. I do. I would argue that Cannibal Holocaust is a better film objectively, but Cannibal Ferox is also good. I should review that one of these days. Ken Orlick said, Jenny, have you ever seen or heard of any movies from Morbid Vision Films by Brian Paulin? It sounds kind of familiar, but I'm not entirely sure. If you know of anything, like, remind me, because I may have, but I'm not entirely sure. Now they're, like, making me think about my favorite fucking horror movies, and I can't pick. The fact that he brought up Alien, I was like, that blows my whole fucking top 5. I tried to make a top 50 one time, and then it turned into a top 100. I had it in a notebook, And then I was just kind of like, well, shit, this is not going to work. Now I have to add this, and then I have to. What am I going to scratch out?
Jen made a documentary. It's like one of her best videos.
I told you I was like super proud of that.
Yeah, it's the history of horror.
It's just called A History of Horror.
A History of Horror. Yeah.
I put it on this channel.
Yeah.
I've noticed that over the last couple of months.
Yeah.
It's actually been our top video.
Top video. Everybody's watching it. Yeah.
And it's got, I think, more views than any. So people that are not subscribers are watching it.
Yeah. Maybe you should make more of those. And things like that.
I've thought about it.
Yeah.
Because, man, that's what... I love doing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You know me. I'm like... If you let me nerd out about this stuff, I will nerd about it all.
You will geek the fuck out.
I will geek the fuck out of this all day long.
Yeah.
I would geek out about it all day long. And that was like... That video took me like forever to do. But I had a fucking blast doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I had a blast doing that. I don't know, like, some people have asked me, it's like, oh, you should do videos, like, of each, horror subgenre. Like, best haunted house movies or best found footage movies, which is a great idea. Like, maybe I should do that. I don't know. I might look into that. That sounds like a lot of fun. I would actually like to do that. Sly says, I think Autopsy of Jane Doe breaks in too. Man, the Autopsy of Jane Doe is a great fucking movie. It just goes to show that you can make a fantastic horror movie in one fucking location with only like 2 or 3 fucking characters. Man, that movie is so good. It's like, it's so scary, it's so creepy, it has a great concept. And like I said, that's kind of the cool thing about horror is like you don't need a huge cast, you don't need a huge like all these locations or nothing like that. All you need is a great fucking concept. If you have a great fucking concept, great execution, you don't need all that shit. You can make a movie for like a couple $1,000s. I don't know how much Autopsy of Jane Doe costs. I don't think you've ever seen it.
Mm.
Oh, it's good. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's basically like 2 guys doing an autopsy on this weird ass body. And like it's so good. It's so good. But yeah, that's also a great movie. If you haven't seen that, I think I brought it up probably in my one of these days. I don't think Tom ever watched my history of horror movies.
They keep talking about Bowfinger. Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
I've heard it was really good. I don't think I ever. I might have seen it. I think somebody loaned it to me at some point.
Yeah,
back in early 2000s, and I might have watched it.
I would just like every now and then pass by an Eddie Murphy movie that had Eddie Murphy in it, and I'd watch it. And some of the later ones, man, fucking, he's like a bit character. Like I saw one called Tower Heist. He was in, and it kind of sucked.
Yeah.
He's kind of just like a bit character in it. But for me, fucking Murphy made a huge comeback with fucking Dolomite's My Name. That was a fucking great movie. That was the name of that movie, wasn't it? Dolomite's My Name?
Dolomite is my name. Yeah.
Dolomite is my name. Yeah, that was I was like, oh man.
Because Rudy Ray Moore made one called Dolomite.
Yeah. Which I have that one.
And he was talking about like the making of that.
Yeah, and he had Dolomite.
That's what that movie was about.
Right, and it's just a movie about Rudy Ray Moore and that whole film scene.
Yeah.
And everything. It's real good.
It's like super inspiring.
Yeah,
I found it like super
real
inspiring.
positive movie. Yeah, about how you can make something out of nothing and how an underdog can win.
It gave me the same vibe as like Ed Wood.
Yeah,
the
like
Tim
Ed
Burton
Wood.
movie.
Yeah,
it gave me like the same vibe as that.
It was just about a dude who had nothing, but he went. He's a black dude. He goes to a fucking movie theater with a bunch of white people in there, and he's watching fucking Ed Asner and the other dudes fucking.
What is this bullshit?
And they're all laughing, and
he's
like
some white people bullshit.
Like, this shit ain't.
I don't
funny.
get it.
This shit ain't funny. And he's got to because we got to get some funny shit happening. So he started coming out with these records, which he sold some records. And then they made the records in their house. Sounded like it was happening in a nightclub, a stand-up comedy, but it wasn't. They were in their house doing it. And then they started making movies. And it's got a fucking all-star cast. Snoop Dogg's in it. Fucking the dude Wesley Snipes in it. Yeah, a lot of people were in it, and everybody did a great job in it.
Yeah,
it's just a real. And then fucking Rudy Ray fucking runs into this old fucking piss-smelling bum in the record store who could fucking had this fucking rap where he would just roll out all this stuff about the character named Dolomite. And it was just some old tired shit from like the 30s or 40s or something. But Rudy heard it and he's like, yeah, I could do something with that. So he started making records. I'm Dolomite. He was just the biggest shit talker, you know. And that became his new fucking character. And he started making movies like that. Spy movies. Yeah. Blaxploitation spy movies. And it was just a cool flick. Cool flick, man. Funny. Funny and, like I said, folk humor. Folk adventure. And it's just like something that the common man could fucking aspire to. Well, none of the studios wanted to fucking play this shit. So he had to rent theaters and charge people the door to come in and see the movies. But he was making money that way. Just very limited releases. And they became kind of like an underground event to go see Rudy's fucking movies. It was like in the hood. It was only black people knew about it. White people weren't hip to it. But black people knew all about it. But you can get all those movies now. You know, on Blu-ray. I've only seen two. Dolomite and Wheat Straw.
Petey Wheatstraw.
Petey Wheatstraw, the Devil's Son-in-Law.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like his version of fucking
Which
The
used to be on
Exorcist.
Tubi. I don't know if it's it's like a possession.
It's his version of The Exorcist. It's hilarious. All kinds of funny shit happens in it. Yeah.
High Desert says, Kwaidan is my favorite horror film. That's a great fucking movie. I reviewed that on my... I think it was on my Flickers of Fear series. I've been wanting to do more like classic Japanese stuff, so I did Kwaidan. I was also going to do Onibaba, but I don't think I've done it yet. And I want to do Ugetsu also. So I'll eventually get around to those. But, if you guys have Shudder, they started a new series called Horror's Greatest. And it seems like just like Creepshow, they're just like putting up one episode every week. And it's like a documentary series, and each episode is about an hour long, and it's about a different subgenre of horror, and they're just kind of like talking about that. So the first one I think was about slashers, and then the second one was about what was the second one? The second one was kaiju, I think. And then the third one, or giant monsters. And then the third one was like Japanese horror. So, but it's a good series. So if you have Shudder, like, please watch that. But like the Japanese horror one, like, kind of brought up. I had seen a lot of stuff that they talked about. And they did talk about Kwaidan on there. And I was just like, oh man, I still have to get around to doing Onibaba and Ugetsu, which I had been wanting to, but I hadn't got to it. But I have done Kwaidan though, as far as I remember. But that is a great fucking movie. Yeah, like it's a kind of like a anthology of like Japanese ghost stories, which are like, it's really, really good. David says, have you ever seen any of the Tetsuo movies? I've seen the first one. I don't think we ever reviewed it. We probably should. Tetsuo the Iron Man. We should probably.
I actually just saw.
We should probably review that. They talked about that on that documentary.
I think I only saw pieces of it. I don't think I saw the whole.
It's good. It's weird, but it's good. Like
there's a couple of those Japanese ones I wanted to see.
You wanted to see.
What was that one?
Well, we were watching the Shudder thing.
Yeah, there's one I was
on the Japanese movies.
Yeah,
and they talked about House, which I've reviewed on my Flickers of Fear series. That's a weird ass fucking movie, and I kind of feel like you would probably dig that.
There was one that we saw. No, there's the one. Remember, it was the Battle Royale.
Oh, Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
I've been wanting to review that for a long time because I saw it a long time ago, and I was like, oh, you would probably love that.
Yeah, I saw that Battle Royale stuff. I was, I gotta see that one.
Yeah, you gotta see that.
Yeah,
it's really good. I think you'd really dig it. Yeah. And I don't think we've ever reviewed it.
Yeah.
Ooh, maybe that's the next one.
Yeah, we'll see Battle Royale.
We should do Battle Royale.
Good.
Yeah, you'd be really into that. I don't know, like, I like a lot of the Asian horror. And remember, like, back in the early 2000s, it seemed like every Japanese horror movie that came out, not necessarily Japanese, but they were mostly Japanese, that got any sort of buzz, they're going to make an American remake of it, and it was, like, never as good. The only exception to that, I would argue, I think, and throw stones at me if you must, I think that the American remake of The Ring was better than the Japanese one. But that is the only time that I will ever say that. Because normally the Japanese version, like anything that they made, like The Grudge or anything like that, when they made an American version, not as good. Now the American version of The Grudge with Sarah Michelle Gellar, it was okay. It was pretty good. But the original was way better. However, I will argue, I saw the original Ringu, and it was pretty fucking good. It was pretty creepy. But I think the American one was scarier. But that's the only time I'll say that. Most of the remakes, not as good. And I will argue too that it wasn't Japanese. I think it was Thai. Was it Thai? What's that movie, The Eye? It was the Pang brothers. They made this movie, The Eye. Can't remember what year it came out. 2008? I don't remember. And that movie fucked me up. It was like super creepy. It was like about this girl. She was like I want to say she was like a classical musician. Violinist? I don't remember what she was. But she was a classical musician. And she lost her sight. She got an eye transplant. And the eyes she got were from like a serial killer or something. I don't remember. But she could like see ghosts and stuff. And like there's one scene in that fucking movie, like the original one, where she's in an elevator. And there's like this ghost in there. And he's like an old man. And his like back is turned toward her. And his like feet are off the... Oh, it's so fucking creepy. And I can't even explain why. So they did an American remake of that. And it was... not good. It was not good. Not nearly as creepy as the original. So I'm just saying that usually, if you're going to watch a horror movie, watch the original one and the original. And I will say that too. And I hate to say it because I haven't seen the American remake. But if you follow horror at all, there is an American remake of Speak No Evil, which either just came out or is coming out soon. It's got James McAvoy in it, I think. I saw the trailer. It looked pretty good, but it's a remake, in case you didn't know, of a Danish film, which only came out probably like 2 or 3 years ago. It's not old. And from what I've heard, I've seen the Danish one. From what I've heard, the American one is really not as good. If you like feel-bad cinema, please see the original Danish Speak No Evil. Oh my god, it is one of the most fucked up things I ever watched. And it is like so anxiety-inducing. And I kind of feel like the American one is not gonna... I don't know, man. Like a lot of the American... they just don't... It's not as fucked up. When I see films made by Europeans or Asians or something like that, it's always like way more messed up. When they remake it, they always like tone it way down. Look at Pookie.
Pookie's on the show. You're on the show,
Pookie's on the show. She's like, okay.
Yeah. No, she likes being on the show for a minute, and then she's going to get up.
She's like, nope.
Yeah. She hits the ground like a fucking ton of bricks. Boom. That old cat weighs a lot. He's fucking heavy.
She's very dense.
Yeah.
That kitty.
She's a brick.
She doesn't...
brick.
We call her the kitty brick.
Yeah.
She doesn't eat a lot.
Yes, she does. She eats all day.
She doesn't, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
I put wet food out.
Yeah. Hey, no.
Hey,
stop tearing up books. See, this is the thing. When we're on the show, she gets fucking frustrated. There's not enough tension going on here. She can start tearing up books. I told you, I said no. Then she fucking tries to get down low.
I put out wet food for Bambi.
No.
In here,
Don't
in the
do it.
office.
I said no.
This is her spot.
I said no.
So I put some food out for her. And then I put wet food out for Pookie in the bedroom where her little plate is. Now, at first, Pookie was eating that wet food and Bambi was eating the wet food in here, and it was fine. But now, Bambi eats the wet food in here, and no matter how quickly I put the wet food for Pookie in the bedroom, Bambi runs into the bedroom and eats that too. So I don't think Pookie is eating any of the wet food. I think Bambi's eating it all.
Look at this shit. She's back at it. I told you. I said no.
She's like, I don't care what you
Then
said.
she just tries to hide.
She ducks down like
just,
that.
When I pick her up.
Oh, she loves it.
Yeah.
She just wants Daddy to pay attention.
Yeah. She squeals. Oh, and this cat comes in. The other cat comes in here to fucking investigate what happened. She knows something's happening.
Come here.
Yeah.
Bambi's in here too. Bambi never gets to be on the show.
I bring her up there, and she's like, "What's this all about?"
You want to come here, Bam?
Yeah.
Come here, Bam. I see your butt. I see your butt. She's also a Manx. Her tail is a little bit longer than Pookie's. Where'd she go?
She went up there to tear up fucking books again.
No, not Pookie. Where'd Bam go?
Right there.
Okay.
Oh, where'd she go? No, she went.
Oh, okay. Because
Hey.
I was gonna pick her up and put her
Okay,
on the
look,
show.
carry the show on. Look, you're gonna have to be disciplined. Look, and then
Mickey
she's like,
Max says,
look at her, she's like,
capture you.
no. Get. Run. You're gone. Get out. Yeah, had to fucking put my foot down.
Pookie is a daddy's girl.
Oh, that's all she does.
And she knows how to manipulate daddy.
Yep.
So it's like she knows what daddy doesn't like.
Yeah.
So if she's not getting the attention that she wants, she will go and do
Yeah.
exactly what daddy doesn't like.
She'll run by a window and go, bam, and smack the
Against
curtain
the
and run.
blinds.
Because she knows I'm a chaser.
Fuck your blinds.
Bam, like that. Ah, and then she runs.
Or she'll like pack on the,
Yeah,
she
yeah,
goes
yeah,
on the
yeah,
blinds
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Then she's like, bitch, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because she wants
She wants
Tom
attention.
to like,
Wants
yeah,
to chase her.
she wants Tom to chase her.
Yeah.
Because she likes to wrestle.
Yeah. Wrestle and chase and shit.
Yeah. Bambi is kind of different. Like, her personality is different. She's a mommy's girl.
Yeah.
She will follow me around
Yeah.
everywhere. Honestly, I kind of think, I tease her that she has an insurance policy out on me. Because every time I try to walk somewhere, to the bathroom or whatever, she just, like, keeps walking like that, like, under my feet, like she's trying to trip me. And I was just kind of like, she's tripped me a bunch of times. I was just like, oh my god, she's trying to, like, break my neck and collect the life insurance, of which I don't have any, so you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? So she does that, and her thing is that she will run in front of you, and then she will arch up and plop over on her side. And then she lays there and looks at you like,
Rub my belly.
please rub my belly.
Yeah.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Come on. And then if you don't do it, she's like, what the fuck?
It's a comment.
What is this bullshit?
I think from High Desert said that Indonesia's coming out with some good movies. We saw.
Oh, yeah.
We saw an Indonesian movie about an Indonesian vampire called a Penagaglin. I think it was called a Penagaglin, wasn't it? Where the chick's
remember that
head would pull off of the body and fly around and fucking.
We saw that in Shudder,
I don't
think.
remember all the rules, but it was good. It was good, and it was
Yeah.
it was entertaining. It was kind of hilarious. I wouldn't call it scary. I don't think it would have scared me even if when I was a kid. Maybe it would have. It probably would have weirded me out.
It probably would have, yeah.
It was pretty fucking weird. But I think it was called a Penagaglin, wasn't it?
I don't remember. That's a boot, isn't it?
Boots are called Penagaglins, but I think in English they call it a Penagaglin, where the head comes off. It's like a vampire where the head comes off. You guys can fucking. You guys can.
Well, that's a whole thing
Yeah.
in that culture where they
Yeah.
have a weird. It's kind of like a vampire, I guess.
It's a female vampire.
But her head pops off and like flies around at night.
Yeah, she's undead and it flies around and it drinks
Yeah.
blood and it goes back into the body.
Which is kind of weird when you think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen several movies with that
Yeah.
premise. So it's like that's a legend.
And she has different powers when the head's on the body. I don't remember what they were though. It was keeping the body alive and it could do stuff.
Yeah.
There was a good lore to
Yeah,
it.
what was the name of that?
I forgot.
I think we saw it on Shudder.
It was pretty good. It had a whole lore about what the monster could do and what it couldn't do and how you defeat it.
Yeah.
And I remembered that it was good. It was written well enough to where a person who didn't understand this monster could learn its rules. But it was basically a vampire. Similar. But it also had elements of Ghost, though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I love me some Asian horror. Like, one of the best Asian horror movies I've seen recently. Well, one that I reviewed recently that was Korean, which was really good, was called Exuma, which was really good. I reviewed that. But I think one of the best ones I've seen recently was called The Sadness. If you're real into, like, gore and kind of infection or zombie type shit, you would love that fucking movie. It's so good. And like I said, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. I'm gonna fuck
Dan,
that
I'm
shit
asking
up.
us a question.
Where is it? Tom and Jenny, what classic film do you like so much that doesn't need a remake, but you would want to see one made just because the story is so good? A class.
Escape from New York. Escape from New
Yeah,
York.
that might be interesting.
Yeah. Escape
That
from
might
New
be
York.
interesting. Now I'm trying to think of like a classic story that I'm really into.
Escape from New York had a couple problems in it. That movie had a lot of fucking soul. It had a lot of spirit, and it kind of brought you into this sense of adventure with very little money spent. A lot of hard work and miniatures and shit. But it wasn't quite an action movie, was it? The shootouts weren't that good.
I would not call it an action movie.
Yeah.
Well, if you're trying to sell it as an action movie, then no. I don't even know what I'd call it. It's like a dystopian sci-fi.
I think it was
horror-ish.
I think it was supposed to be an action movie, but
it's not though.
It makes some mistakes. They give fucking Snake a pretty badass weapon for the time, a suppressed Mac 11 or Mac 10 with a scope on a suppressor. That made no fucking sense, but they're trying to make some kind of futuristic weapon for him. He has that. He has some throwing stars, some ninja throwing stars. I think a 357 Magnum revolver, and he's got a fucking tracker to track the president's fucking bracelet. He's got some fucking poison tablets in his fucking neck that'll fucking poison him if he doesn't get back in time. There's a lot of good elements to that movie. But they don't show that shit. And they never really showed it. They never showed him use the throwing stars.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So why'd they show him in the first place? He should have fucking used them. He had the Mac 10, and I don't think he shot anybody with the Mac 10. I don't think he did. Because remember, he had the Mac 10, he walked around with it for a while. He ended up fucking talking to his real life girlfriend in some place. You know, she said, "What are you doing, Snake? Take me out of here." And the fucking guys came up him out of the sewer and fucking tear the place up. And he just fucking used the Mac 10 to fucking cut a circle in a wall so he could jump through it. And then he ran around. He eventually loses that Mac 10 and the fucking Duke gets it. So his best weapon, he loses it. He had the fucking 357 Magnum too, and he had a little shootout with the 357 Magnum for a while on the way out. When they were fucking going to the, if I remember correctly, they were going to the fucking glider on the top. Remember he had that glider on the top of the fucking Empire, top of the World Trade Center, which no longer exists. But that was up there. They were trying to make their way back to that glider. But they fucking knocked the glider off the roof. He had to come back down. He had to shoot it out with the Duke. So they end up with fucking Cabby trying to run across the damn bridge, going through all the machine gun fires and running through all the landmines, which they end up making it out. Fucking, what's that chick's name? It was in that,
Adrienne Barbeau.
Yeah, Adrienne Barbeau. She gets killed, and her boobs get killed.
Her and her boobs.
And her boobs got killed.
It's a tragedy. Mostly because of the boobs.
Fucking three of them, man. Adrian and the boobs got killed. And because she had magnificent natural boobs.
I love
and
Adrienne
a good
Barbeau.
bra. And
although my favorite role
cool.
of hers, was in Creepshow. I just loved how cunty she was in that. It's like I was into it.
Yeah, I fucking liked her in the Fog.
She was good in that too.
She played the DJ.
And in Swamp Thing, she was great in Swamp Thing.
Yeah, really.
She's fucking great. I love her.
Yeah, I really liked her in the Fog. So there was a lot of problems with that movie. There should have been more shootouts. He should have had the Mac 10 for longer. He should have killed more people with the Mac 10. I don't understand why that didn't happen. Because that was like his fucking iconic weapon, and he loses it pretty early. Which I can say, some could say, well, you don't want him leaning too heavily on technology. You know what I mean? Make it too easy for him. No, you don't. You take it from him, but just let him kill a whole bunch of people with it. This is an action movie, isn't it? You know what I mean? He should be mowing down at least 30 dudes with that. The car chase, I think, was okay, but they could have done better, I think, with that.
I mean, it was a fairly low budget movie.
It was a low budget movie, but it was punching above its weight though.
Oh, big time.
For what they spent on it, and that was kind of a work of love. A lot of people don't realize that fucking New York skyline when they show it over the water, when he's flying over it at night, the deserted fucking New York skyline is not New York, man. It's a miniature.
Yeah, they built that.
And the water is not really deep. It's just a wet concrete floor. It looks like the real thing.
You know, my favorite thing is that a lot of the so-called like CGI that you see in that with like was them taping
things
like shit.
They would tape and glowing tape to stuff and moving the camera through it.
I love it.
Because they didn't have the computer technology
No, of course not.
For vector scope.
It was like 1981, 1982 when that came out.
People in the 81 really didn't know what a computer did.
Nah.
It was just something that was in a
Well,
screen.
you can see that like in a lot of the computer-based movies of the early 80s. Like computers could just basically do anything. They were like magic.
A computer could fucking make
Here,
a
I'll just like, I'll do this.
Yeah.
And it's just like magic would happen.
In James Bond, they used a computer to make a horse run faster.
Yeah.
Remember that? Fucking Zorin.
Which like you're watching that now going...
Peter Cushing.
What?
Yeah.
That wasn't Peter Cushing. That was...
not Peter Cushing.
Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken, excuse me. Yeah. I was thinking Peter Cushing. Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken, fucking Zorin. He's got a computer mogul. He's fucking like an Elon Musk dude who's fucking super rich, making all these fucking computer chips. And what do they do with the computer chips? They use them to administer fucking high-performance drugs to racehorses. Why do you need a computer chip for that? This is just, whoever wrote this shit does not know what a computer chip
Obviously.
does. They didn't know what a computer chip did.
Well, like back then, everybody's like, ooh, but like now you're just kind of like, what?
Computer chip. You could do that with just a fucking radio control.
It's like, this is ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Computer chip did that. This is funny. Funny.
It is kind of funny to like watch a lot of the movies from the 80s, like all the stuff that like the
Me
computer
and Jen kind of had fun going
do.
back and watching the old James Bond movies, or a lot of the ones we saw, because they suck.
A lot of them do kind of suck. Well, not all of them. Like some were really good.
Her Majesty's Secret Service is the best.
The one that was with George Lazenby.
One of the best James Bond.
I honestly that shot right. I had never seen that one, but that like
James
shot to like in my top 5.
Yeah, yeah.
That was great.
That's up there.
I loved that.
That's up there with Daniel Craig James Bond.
I loved that.
Yeah, that was a real James Bond movie. That's the way James Bond should have been all the fucking time.
I love some of the Sean Connery ones too, but it's like some of those are like good and some are not so good.
Yeah, it depends.
But the one George Lazenby one, I was super into that.
What was great about the Lazenby movie fucking is that they got the guns right. In most of the other James Bond movies, the guns are all fucking wrong. They say it's a Walther PPK. You look at it and he goes, no, it's not. That's a Walther PP. And then later on, he's shooting it at somebody from a distance. You go, wait a minute, hold on. That's a Colt 1911-45. That's not a Walther PP. That's not even a PPK. It's not even a Walther. What? It's because those guns weren't very good at shooting blanks.
Well, and back
so they
then,
kept going. And they didn't care. People just give them a gun.
Back then, they didn't have the internet.
Yeah.
And they also didn't have like a bunch of nerds like us
Yeah.
that would be like, "That's not right."
Yeah. And there's a couple.
Now they're a lot more careful because they know there are like a lot of nerds like us will like kind of.
Yeah. And there was a couple of those fucking movies where he supposedly have a Walter and look at it and go, no, that's a Beretta. You know, one of the fucking late 80s Berettas. You know, just the guns were always fucking spotty in James Bond movies, except when you got to Daniel Craig. The ones in fucking like Die Another Day and fucking what was it? GoldenEye. What was that guy's name? Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan. The guns were pretty good. They got them right. They at least were calling them what they were, and they were actually using things that you would use. But a lot of the Connery shit is just they're just pulling shit out of their ass.
Well, like I said,
they're saying one thing and showing you another.
I think at the time, they didn't really... I know people have like a rose-colored glasses about cinema of the golden era.
Yeah.
But a lot of times they're just like, the audience, they won't know.
They won't know.
And most of the time they didn't.
Yeah.
Like, nobody complained.
Yeah, those movies were remembered fondly.
Yeah. And the thing about it, though, is that they got a lot of shit wrong. A lot of them are still good movies. I'm not saying that. Like, and honestly, my favorite genre of movies probably ever is like the 70s and maybe the 80s.
Yeah.
But they did get a lot of shit wrong.
I think one of the main reasons why they got away with that shit, because there wasn't any VHS.
Well, yeah, you couldn't go back and check.
You couldn't go back and see that shit.
You just saw it in the theater.
You saw it in the theater. You couldn't pause it.
Yeah, awesome.
You couldn't pause it and go, wait a minute, hold on, wait.
Wait, that's not right.
That's not a Walther. Yeah. And then
once VHS, and then once the internet came along, like it was you really had to get your shit right.
You only saw the shit live in the theater. You maybe see it on television later. And it would have been low resolution on television, and you still only see it once. And even if you say, wait a minute, hold on, that wasn't a Walther, You couldn't tell. You tell only the people in your room.
Right.
That information wouldn't follow.
They're like, I don't know.
You couldn't post
it's
it
not
for
like
the
you
world
can't
to see.
rewind it.
Yeah, you couldn't.
You can't post
couldn't
on
rewind
Instagram
it,
for everybody
and
to
then
look
like
at.
take a free. You could freeze a photo, freeze a frame of it. And go look. That's not a
right.
Walter. Look, you couldn't do that back then,
Right.
but you can now. That's why everything's got to have continuity and it's got to be correct.
Like I said, that's why they're like really anal
Yeah.
retentive about, because they know people are gonna bitch.
Yeah, but if you want to see a good old James Bond movie, you see Her Majesty's Secret Service. That's one of the best Bond movies of all times.
Honestly, I liked that.
Yeah, Telly Savalas is the best.
It was like super.
Yeah.
I thought it was like super ahead of its time. It was almost kind of like
a modern movie.
Yeah, it was like hearkening forward.
Yeah.
To like the Daniel Craig ones in a way, like for that era.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because remember, well, first of all, he falls in love with a woman and starts to, and he wants to marry her, and she's not a pussy.
Yeah, she's badass.
She fought right alongside him and
she's
fucking
badass.
solved a lot of shit. Yeah. Yeah, she was that gangster's daughter.
Yeah.
He was a gangster mobile.
Yeah, she wasn't a damsel in distress or nothing.
No,
she was like she was a good character, like in her own
and this
right.
was like back in the
she wasn't just like eye candy or whatever.
Yeah, and I think this was like 69 or 1970, and there aren't any happy endings, man. Fucking, she gets killed in the end, and but all kinds of cool shit happens in the movie. Fucking Blofeld's played by Telly Savalas, he knocks it out of the park. Fucking Telly, he's just fucking a fucking.
He's one of the best Bond villains ever.
Greco-American great. Okay,
I love Telly Savalas.
Yeah,
actually.
and by all accounts, everybody loved Telly in Hollywood, and that he was like a man's man. But he was cool, and he wasn't. Women liked him too, but he was like fucking super fucking macho. He's into hunting and guns and fishing and partying, and everybody liked him. But he does great Blofeld in it. He, in some ways, kind of steals the show. But, the villain's supposed to do that, kind of, sometimes in a Bond movie. The villain's supposed to be like, yeah, maybe he does deserve to win. But it was a good movie, man. I liked it.
Yeah.
And they fucking showed the STG-44, which is a rare Swiss fucking full-auto battle rifle that looks like some out of Star Wars. That was a real gun that existed. It was they're around. There are guys that own them. They're worth a lot of money. I think it was 8mm Mauser, 20-round box magazine, full auto, select fire, and the dudes are on fucking skis shooting at him with those things.
Sly says Jenny Anthony Perkins is the most underrated horror actor.
He's good, yeah.
Daughter of Darkness, 1990.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done that one. I've been wanting to do my Anthony Perkins movies because, honestly, I'm a big advocate of. Honestly, Psycho is
one of the best,
a classic, but I will go to bat for all of the Psycho
movies.
sequels.
Yeah.
Psycho 2 in particular, which was honestly like a million times better than it honestly needed to be. It was like Psycho 2 is like legitimately a really good movie. Yeah, we have like the whole box set. I think we did a review of like all of them after we bought the box set.
They're all good.
And he was in like some other he was in like a movie called, which was kind of a Psycho, I don't want to call it a ripoff, but it was kind of like a Psycho, like a take on Psycho, which I think was called How Awful About Alan.
Yeah.
I think was the name of it. And one of these days I want to review that because I saw it a long time ago and I remember kind of liking it. But he was in one called, I can't remember now, but he was playing like a similar character. Because I kind of feel like he got typecast as this kind of guy that could play like a normal guy next door who's also a psychopath. So I kind of feel like he was always getting cast in those roles, but he was so good at them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He was so good at them. Count Orlok said Telly was the best Blofeld.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I kind of.
I mean, there were a lot of good actors that played
Blofeld,
but I mean, Telly Savalas. I mean, it's hard to beat that fucking character.
The Blofeld from the Daniel Craig movies, I liked him, and Donald Pleasance did. So it's a pretty good Blofeld though too,
Well, wait, who played Blofeld in the newer ones? Was it
That was that guy who did. He's the foreign guy.
It wasn't Was it Christoph Waltz?
Yeah, I think that's his name.
The German dude.
I think that might be his name. Yeah, I think so.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
Didn't he play Blofeld in the newer ones?
That's what I'm saying.
Please
remind
me.
I think that's his name.
Because he was in like a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies, and he was in he was in a bunch of.
So they were good Blofelds, but fucking Telly was a fucking great Blofeld. Yeah.
He was a good book.
And what was great about that movie is that Blofeld wasn't trying to get this fucking big fucking earth-shattering fucking mission done. He just wanted to be named as royalty. He wanted a title. Remember that? That was his main thing he was trying to do.
Yeah, like that's what.
Yeah.
But
That's
I
what he
thought that was kind of cool. But it was kind of like believable.
Yeah.
Like it seemed kind of petty.
Yeah, petty.
But I was always like, yeah, that's something like some dude like that would do.
Yeah, yeah. It was just kind of petty.
I believed it.
He was going through all this shit so he could become like a lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to become nobility.
Right.
Because he came from nothing, I guess. He came from like fucking low
He
end.
was clearly a little insecure about it.
Yeah, I think he came from I think he came from a low end family, and he was just a criminal, organized criminal. So he's like a crime boss, who did fucking. Well, look, James Bond movies. If you notice, he never's really fighting the Russians. He's not fighting the Soviets. He's not fighting the Nazis or anything. He's fighting oligarchs. He's fighting gangs of evil oligarchs. So there's a lot of storytelling you could do there. You know what I mean? Fucking the way the villains are going to be. You can't use conventional warfare against them, because they're just businessmen. And it'd be hard to prove a lot of the shit that they're doing. You know what I mean? So that's a totally different battlefield environment.
Phantom says, surprisingly, a lot of A-list actors made cameo appearances in the Tales from the Crypt show. Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah. Which is surprising because A-list actors stay away from horror. Just saying. Yeah, I kind of feel
Not that
like
series, evidently.
Well, the stigma has dissipated a lot in the last few years, which I'm happy to see. But it's still not completely gone. But I do kind of feel like prior to, fairly recently, a lot of actors started out in horror. Johnny Depp, Jennifer Aniston, who's that fucker? I'll think of it in a second. That was in one of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. I'll think of it in a second. It wasn't Woody Harrelson. It was that other dude. But, yeah, so a lot of actors got their start in horror because it was, like, low budget and everything like that. But then, like, they wanted to dissociate themselves from it. Almost like it was... I don't know. Like, for a long time, I kind of feel like horror was, like, the redheaded stepchild of Hollywood. You know what I mean? And it honestly took until... Okay, no, I'm not going to say that because I do kind of feel like The Exorcist in 1973 did get nominated for Oscars, which was something. But I kind of feel like it took until the 90s, like 1991, like for Silence of the Lambs, like to get nominated for Best Picture and stuff like that, which you could argue was technically not a horror movie, like it was a thriller, but I would argue that that was a horror movie. So I do kind of feel like there was still this stigma about it. I don't think that is as pronounced as it used to be, but I do kind of feel like that's still sort of there. It still kind of hangs around. But I'm glad to see that that's kind of dissipating a little bit. And I do see a lot of actors like kind of jumping from genre to genre. Like you see some actors in horror movies, and they'll be like in mainstream movies, and they'll be like in some comedy or like indie movies, and that's good. Like, cause I don't really like the way that horror got kind of ghettoized for a long time. Like it was kind of seen like as a lesser genre. It was like, oh well, that's where you go to like start out because it's like cheap jack kind of shit, but it's like it's nothing to be taken seriously or anything like that. I mean, I would still like to see horror being recognized for for the acting performances and shit like that. And I've argued about this a lot of times because, and I think I said this in my the horror video that I made, like the history of horror movies, I'm still kind of mad that actors like Toni Collette in Hereditary didn't get an Oscar nomination. Mia Goth in Pearl didn't get an Oscar nomination because it was a horror movie. And I kind of feel like, I'm not an actor, okay? So I don't know. But from an outsider perspective, it seems to me that being in a horror movie seems harder than being in another genre. the emotions that you have to display, and the fact too that a lot of horror movies are dealing with stuff that you have to suspend your disbelief. So there's already like a hurdle to clear. Like you have to make the audience believe shit that's not real. You know what I mean? So you already have that, and you have to react to stuff that most people don't believe in, and you have to make people buy it. So to me, that seems harder than just being in like a drama, which, you know, is just like a relatable, realistic thing, like that everybody can be like, okay, like they can relate to that situation. A horror movie, you're just like, oh my god, they're possessed by a demon, and you have to make somebody buy that. And to me, that seems harder. I don't know, I'm not an actor. But so I kind of feel like people that are in horror movies kind of get shit on a little bit, even though I think that's a harder job.
The Phantom brings up an interesting idea. He says Kurt Barlow, or Mr. Barlow from Salem's Lot, that character could use an origin story.
Well, he was saying earlier that he thought the new thing that's coming out should have been a prequel.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree, but it's
or
like,
contained a prequel, maybe.
Maybe, and it might. I don't really know.
The first couple episodes.
It looked like it was just very closely based on the book, which is fine with me.
Although maybe not knowing is better.
I'm just gonna watch it. I'm not gonna have any preconceptions. I'm just gonna watch it like I usually do. But
we'll see.
We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked the book. It wasn't my favorite book of his, because I'm not super into vampire stuff. But that was a really good book. It was kind of his take on Dracula, and it was kind of structured the same way that Dracula was structured, or similarly, and. I mean, the Tobe Hooper one is, like, definitive, I kind of feel like. So if they do as good a job as that, then I'm happy with it, you know? Ken Orlock said, I've been acting in indie horror movies since 2005 in New England, and it's just a great genre, and I feel I can go all out in roles. Yeah, I just kind of feel like, I mean, maybe I'm biased because I'm, like, super into horror, and I always have been. But to me, it just seems like a genre where you can explore so much that you can't explore in other genres. I kind of feel like it's just so much more diverse. Like you can do so much more in it because you have like this huge playground. Like you can do supernatural shit. You can do all this kind of stuff, and you have this like willing audience that are willing to like go with you on that journey. You know what I mean? It's like you can come up with all kind of crazy shit, and they'd be like, okay, like we'll go with you on that if you're, you know, saying something of substance. And I kind of feel like actors in that genre still, it's better than it was. But I kind of feel like they still don't get the accolades that they maybe deserve. Like I said, the two things that make me the maddest are Toni Collette and Mia Goth. Because those two acting performances, amazing. If that was in a movie that was not a horror movie, they would have got nominated. They might not have won, but they would have got nominated. But because they're both of those were horror movies, they didn't even get, like, nobody even thought about it.
I like that chick's work. Her work is very cool.
Who, Mia Goth?
Yeah.
I like her.
Yeah.
She seems like a weird chick, and I'm into that.
Yeah.
I'm into
her
that.
work's really cool. I like her work. I don't know her. You know what I mean? But I haven't even seen any interviews with her. I don't know anything about her.
Well,
I don't like to judge people by their work. You know, I can say, well, she's cool. I've never met her. But her work is cool. Well, she seems to be cool.
You can tell, like, the projects that she picks, the stuff that she works with, like, the way... If you're willing to go to be in horror movies, you're willing to, like, kind of... Because she'll be, like, naked and shit. She'll, like, just go... And the fact that she'll be in those kind of genre flicks and she'll just give it her fucking all. Because, look, she was in Infinity Pool, too, the Brandon Cronenberg movie, which she was also fucking great in that.
Yeah.
So the fact that she's willing to do that... I mean, she's clearly... into the art of acting.
Well, they got actors that are like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, which I like that.
I mean, a lot of people don't realize that Jesse Eisenberg has been in some badass fucking indie underground kind of flicks.
I always liked him too.
Fuck, you know what I mean? He's doing, like, I love fucking Art of Self-Defense. It's one of my favorite movies.
Vivarium.
Vivarium.
I fucking really love good. Vivarium.
You know, not so much his mainstream shit, but his fucking B-side stuff is fucking impeccable. He picks nothing but good fucking projects. I mean, if anybody knows anything more that Eisenberg has done like that, fucking drop in the comments section. I'll see it. but I fucking love Vivarium. I thought that shit was a trip. And I
love
thought
that
about
movie.
that for a long time. The
love
movie
that.
makes me
We
think
talk about
something.
that still.
Yeah. The movie makes me think about something and talk about it for a long time. I know it's good. And I really loved Art of Self-Defense. They had the same woman in it with him. I guess it's his friend of his. They work together.
Imogen Poots.
Imogen Poots, yeah. Yeah, she's good too. Fucking much respect.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She's a great actress. And then but fucking Art of Self-Defense, you know what I mean? Jenny took me to see that in the movie. She thought I was gonna hate it. I fucking love it.
I really liked it when we were
understood.
watching it,
Yeah.
but the whole time I was watching it, I was like, man, I really dig this because it was very, like, the sense of humor is, like, very flat and very dry and kind of black, which I'm kind of into. And I was like, oh, man, Tom's going to hate this. But at the end, he was like, oh, my God, that was awesome.
It was one of the best movies I'd seen.
I was like, that surprised me.
Well, because I understood the message that the dude that wrote that movie evidently is just soy as shit. I mean, he's soft as butter. But he told me a good fucking story, and I understood it. It's about warrior cults. He's talking about fucking Count Dante and the fucking Black Dragon Fighting Society. They were doing that kind of shit. Okay, that's what he's talking about. And it's
we did
also,
a whole show about
and
it.
then a lot of the mentality that dojo had. It's a kung fu fucking movie, all right. The mentality that they had in there is very much like what you're gonna find. Army infantry, Army Rangers, fucking that kind of shit. Where it's just a warrior cult. It's a tough guy competition.
Yeah.
So it's like I understood exactly what he was talking about.
Well, I did too, and I'm
yeah.
like not even in.
He's
that.
kind of lampooning it in one way, but in another way, he comes back around and goes, "No, there is a good way for that to express that." Now, in the movie, somebody would say, "Well, yeah, but it was the chick that came in and fucking saved fucking martial arts." Yeah, but she deserved it. She deserved to do it because she was actually fucking... Well, first of all, she was good. She could fight. And she also embodied kind of the spirit of it better than the other dudes did.
Yeah.
And they used violence to fucking set the shit right. But then they lied about it afterwards like had been done before with the other masters. I thought it was fucking great. It's like, yeah, that's about right. Because there's an element of fraud in a lot of warrior cult stuff.
That's what was so funny to me
And
about that
respinning
movie.
the narrative. And, armies do it all the time. It's like part of politics. Because they don't want to admit defeats. They don't want to admit that they made mistakes. So they're going to spin it. Go, no, we were victorious the whole time. Yeah, no, our leader was great. So I was like, yeah, he's got it. That's right.
Well, like I said, why do you think I thought that movie was so funny?
Yeah.
Because that whole thing totally resonated with... I thought that movie was fucking hilarious. I just thought that movie was fucking hilarious. But I didn't know... I didn't know if you would... Because I have like a lot different sense of humor than you have, I guess. So it's like I didn't really know if it would hit you.
I didn't really find it hilarious.
I did.
I didn't find it hilarious.
I did.
I know what you're talking about. It had a sense of humor. But it was a lot deeper than that. That was only on the surface.
That's what I mean.
But
that's what I thought was funny. See, that's the kind of shit that I think is funny. Like a lot of that deeper, darker kind of humor. Like that shit is funny to me.
Yeah. It was not funny though. Those dudes were fucking killing people and fucking videotaping it and
right.
shit.
But like I said, I like a lot of darker humor. I like a lot of darker humor.
Yeah. But
so it's like that was very funny.
Yeah, there was an element of there was see the thing is that shit only works. That kind of humor, that kind of commentary, and those kind of stories only work when there's truth in it.
Yeah.
If it's bullshit and the guy's fucking spinning a narrative,
well, it's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work. So there is truth in what he's saying in that movie.
But that totally worked, and the reason that I thought was funny, like we had done all these shows about Count Dante and all of the Ashita Kim and like all that bullshito, as they call it.
Bullshito, yeah.
So we'd done all that, and like we had seen all that kind of stuff. And so when we saw that movie, oh my God, I just thought that was fucking one of the funniest things that I'd seen ever.
Well,
like it's low key, but like I said, I like that kind of humor.
See, in the
better.
80s, when we were kids, there was no internet. You couldn't find out much about martial arts. You could only find out shit about it through magazines like Black Belt magazine or some dudes that you knew. Like I knew we called him Ninja Jim, and he was fucking a little. And then my fucking stepbrother, who he was actually a real badass in Taekwondo, but he didn't use Taekwondo to beat your ass. He just beat your ass because he was fucking badass. Okay. You were confused. You were there was a mystery to it. You thought that maybe there was something kind of supernatural about it. You saw these Chinese kung fu movies with these outrageous claims. Maybe this is based in something that actually would happen.
Can they really fly?
You know what I mean? And fucking, you'd have dudes like, well, you see what it is it's the 1-inch punch or the 2-inch punch where you can knock somebody out without even moving your fist too much.
We were watching a thing on YouTube about Count Dante and like the whole Dojo Wars thing. Yeah. And it's like, I kept being like, I did a dim mock on him.
Yeah.
Like, I just went.
Just a death touch. Yeah.
And I was like, we'll see how long that takes.
I'll die 20 years later.
To take effect.
Yeah. There and get cancer and die 20 years later.
That was me. I did
it. Yeah.
I did that shit.
Well, they did that kind of shit.
I know.
Okay. Just look at Dillman.
Hilarious.
Yeah. I think his name is George Dillman.
Hilarious.
Throwing chi balls and shit. Well, okay. There is bullshit in martial arts. There was always an element of bullshit in martial arts.
Yeah.
And a lot of the good martial artists knew there was an element of bullshit. So what they wanted is a kumite, where you would actually openly fight. But people were kind of pussies in the 80s and before then. They didn't like full contact fighting without pads. Oh, that's illegal though, right? That's assault. That's what they're thinking. That would be attempted murder, right? Well, if he dies, then that's murder. This is a sport, man. Fucking dudes died boxing. It wasn't on purpose.
I mean, if you sign up for the shit.
Sign up for that shit, right? What they were talking about was MMA. We got MMA now. Nobody notices it. I remember when that shit first started. They called it ultimate fighting, and people thought that it was a criminal act because people were pussies back then. People were soft. You know, think of how hard the Romans were. They would have fucking taken prisoners out there.
Well, Count Dante was doing that stuff back in the day.
That's right. Back in the day, Count Dante was doing MMA.
He wanted to do MMA.
Yeah.
Bruce Lee wanted to do MMA.
Yeah. Because they knew that it was kind of what they were doing was kind of impure.
They knew that's what was coming, but they were like way ahead of.
They were way ahead of everybody else.
But now everybody's just like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, fighting.
MMA.
Fighting. So real fighting. Yeah, real fighting. You know.
Okay.
You know, and so there was an element of truth to all the shit they were saying. There's also an element of bullshit to it. There were a lot of bad martial artists that were just full of shit. Because what would happen is dudes would get involved in martial arts because they got their asses beat. They weren't very strong. They couldn't fight too well. So they'd go to these fucking things. And some dude who's a fake master, okay, this dude can't fight either. He's training these other dudes to kind of like do katas and shit. All right. And that's not what fighting's like. All right. So it's just kind of funny. But there were some martial artists that could beat your ass. Like Count Dante could beat your ass. He was a maniac. He was, but the thing is
I mean, he was a legit martial artist, to his credit.
Or I would say legit fighter. He fought.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how legit martial arts actually are. He was a legit fighter.
Well, he could legit kick your ass.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put it that way.
Yeah, but you have to understand, he was, 6'1"? And he was pretty well built for his time.
Yeah, he was a big dude.
And all those dudes that are fake martial artists that can beat your ass are like that. Like fucking... Steven Seagal's a fake martial artist. Okay?
Well, now he could probably sit on you and suffocate you.
He's a fake martial art. The martial art, and it's not that he's... What I mean by that is that the martial art that he knows is a fake martial art, really.
That's not really the best.
That's not
martial
a fighting
art.
fucking
If
style.
you want to like win a street fight or something,
right? But in his prime, Steven Seagal will whip your ass. He's 6'4". You know, he's a pretty big dude. He can throw you around, fucking beat your ass.
Like I said, I don't think
it didn't have anything to do with martial arts.
I don't think he'd whip my ass now unless he just sat on me and suffocated me.
He's retired now. He's retired now
with his fatness.
Right. So a lot of those dudes could deliver, but it didn't have anything to do with martial arts.
Sure.
It was just their size and they could fight.
Yeah, like I said, they didn't even need martial arts. They could just whip your ass anyway.
Well, that's what my stepbrother Billy would do. You know, he was like the best fucking student.
If you're big, you don't need
He was tall and lanky and fast. And he could fucking stand. He could stand on the ground and take one foot and push it, stick it straight up and touch the ceiling. He was tall and skinny. You've seen his dad. He was tall and skinny. He was fast. And he was tough. But he would beat up 3 dudes at a time, you know, in fucking high school after fucking these fucking football games and fighting other kids from other schools and shit. And I saw that fight go down, and he didn't use any taekwondo. He just kicked people in the head and fucking beat people.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't any of this flying kicks and size and all this.
Like I said,
and all this
it's
fucking
good
style.
for,
you know, no.
I kind of feel like it's good for learning your the way that your body moves. Like like your mind-body connection and stuff like that. But it's like when you get in an actual fight, honestly, if you're if you're just like big, you're probably just gonna win anyway. I don't really think
he could kick hard and fast. He could punch hard and fast. That's all you need. None of this other fucking stylish shit that looks good in the movies. That shit Chinese dudes made up a long time ago to look cool. Those dudes couldn't fight either. Count Dante would come out and tell you. He would say, yeah, these Asian master martial artists, those bitches can't fight. That's all fake. He would just say that. And he would challenge them, you know. They wouldn't answer the challenge. They got a dude in China doing that. He's an MMA fighter, and he's fucking challenged all these fucking wushu masters and shit like that. He just beat the shit out of them, you know. And then they shamed him for attacking a traditional martial arts and shit. But he's like, yeah, but it isn't real. You know, just you're deluding people. But he ended up backing off on it, and he kind of like, okay, I'm not going to do it anymore, type of deal, because everybody was online was attacking him. But he proved it. Those wushu masters and the Chinese fucking Tai Chi, Kung Fu dudes that are making these wild claims cannot back it up in a ring. Not against a trained MMA fighter. And he's a Chinese MMA fighter, and he's trying to say this is real fighting. That's not. Stop learning that. Come to an MMA dojo if you want to fucking, or an MMA school if you want to fucking learn how to fight. And fucking dudes would come in with their fucking, dude, and he just beat the shit out of him. It's on YouTube. You can just look it up. It's a pitiful.
Hugo says Vivarium is a good flick. I agree. Honestly, I really liked Vivarium. Like
Man, I own it.
I super vibed with that movie.
Yeah.
Like I said, it kind of reminded me of like an old school Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah.
And but modernized.
I was going back and pausing it and looking at the pages of the book that the kid had.
Yeah.
And looking at the drawings.
We've watched it like multiple times. We like talk about it.
Yeah.
Randomly, like sometimes too.
Yep.
Which, like I said, that's always like a mark of a good movie if you want to like talk about like theories behind it. Like after
it shows you their life cycle in that book.
Yeah, it's
what,
so good.
What they're doing. Yeah,
it's so good. Like I understand that like some people are not into it, but that movie like just hit all my happy buttons. Yeah. I was super into that movie.
Interdimensional parasites that make you raise their children. That's some wild shit, man. Like a cuckoo bird.
Tammy says Shaun of the Dead is my kind of funny. I agree because Shaun of the Dead is honestly one of the funniest fucking movies ever made. That's one of the best horror comedies ever made.
She screams at me. She goes, no.
Pokey.
No.
Why are you being so
I
bad?
told you.
She's like, but
don't tear up the books.
No, I want to.
Don't tear up the books.
I want to.
Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Chill out. Relax. Okay. She's like, I told you. I said, you're going to stay right here. You stay right here. Okay.
You don't understand. All day.
She's wagging her tail.
All day, this baby right here.
Yeah.
Sits next to daddy.
Yeah.
All day in the room.
If I'm in there.
If she's in the room,
yeah,
she is sitting right next to him.
Yep.
All
she doesn't go in here without me. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going?
She's a daddy's girl.
Yeah. She tries to get me to fight her constantly. She wants to wrestle. She wants to fucking pow, smack the shades. Okay,
well, we have
look at her. Look, she's behind me. Look at her behind me.
On Tom's side of the bed.
Yeah.
We have like she loves her favorite thing is the Sheba tuna flavored meat sticks.
Oh yeah.
She loves
She'll
those.
Fucking
I buy them in bulk. They come like every few weeks from Amazon.
She's getting fat on them things, man. They're like little fucking.
It's just like a beef jerky.
Like a beef jerky, yeah.
Kind of stick, but it's like tuna.
Yeah, like a beef jerky.
She fucking loves those.
Yeah.
And that's her favorite thing. And so
stop it. I told
every night
no.
She comes in the room and she knows that Tom keeps some in the drawer, like in his nightstand. So she toddles over to the side of the bed and just sits there and stares at him.
Yeah.
With her eyes real big.
Yeah. Well, she'll go up and smack him too.
Well, she does that also. She'll climb in there because she knows she can't open the drawer.
Yeah.
So she'll kind of go and she'll knock some stuff off his nightstand, or go in there and try to get him, like something like that.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Daddy, come on."
Yeah.
And
she
then
gets mad. She wants me to hold him.
And then he'll open one. Okay, I'll give you one. and he'll open one,
Yeah.
but you have to hold it.
Yeah. She gnaws
So
on it.
she
I'm
get,
holding on it.
and then like for a long time she'll just lick it.
Yeah.
She'll just
Yeah.
lick it,
Yeah, and I start
and
turning
then
it.
you're sitting there holding it, and your arm's getting
Come on,
tired.
you're like, come on, go on. She's just licking.
She's licking.
Yeah, and
licking.
I'm turning it like that, and she starts biting it because I'm turning it. I'm turning it
Oh my
like
god,
that.
awesome! And she's like super into it.
Yeah.
But if you like get tired and you put it on the floor, oh, she gets like.
Oh, she gets pissed. She shakes her head and goes, and then walks off. No, and runs. Like,
Yeah, she goes like that.
You fucked it up.
You fucked it up. And then she just runs away
Yeah.
and leaves the room.
Leaves it there on the fucking ground.
She gets super
Then
mad.
she comes out and asks for another one and says, no, you got to eat that one. And she's like, no.
And then she'll
Eat that
sit on the old
She's
one.
like, try to hide it. No.
I don't have an old one. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I
Give me
ate that
another
one. Give me a new one. It's like, no, you
She
eat it.
tries
you
to
eat it.
deceive you.
Yeah, and I stood her up
Oh my
and I put
God,
it, no,
it's
you
so
got to
funny.
eat this one. She says, okay. Okay.
Yeah, because you're like, look,
You can
you
see her body
move
language.
her aside.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, look. And she's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, you got me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll eat it.
She tries to trick
Then she
you.
eats it, and then she's like, can I have a new one now?
Yeah.
Okay,
You give her
now you
another
can.
one. When she's done with that one, she'll eat half of it, and you set that down. Then later, she want to stand on that and ask for another one. Like, what about that one? You got to eat the half right there. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I forgot. You didn't forget. You were high. You were sitting on it. You were trying to hide
She
it.
very deliberately sits on it.
Yeah. And it's,
What? There's not.
She does it every day.
Every single day.
Every fucking day.
Every single day.
Yeah, it's a routine.
She's trying to deceive.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's
Kitties
fucking,
can lie.
She's fucking smart.
Yeah. Kitties can lie, and kitties can know that you know that they're lying, and they'll still lie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
yeah.
knows that we're onto her game.
Yeah.
It's very clear that she knows that we're onto her.
Yeah.
But she's like, well, I'm just going to see
Mm-hmm.
if this will work.
It's a battle of will.
Yeah.
She's trying to see if she can get one over on you.
Yeah, she's like, well, I know that they know that I'm doing this. But maybe they'll give me a new one anyway.
Okay, there's more questions up there.
Where?
Tammy asked if we saw Zombieland.
Oh, I love Zombieland. We saw the second one
Yeah.
in the theater. I don't know if... Did you ever see the first one?
Mm.
I saw the first one in the
I think
theater.
I did, yeah.
I saw the first one in the theater. You weren't with me, though, because it was a long time ago. I loved the first Zombieland. The second one was good, too.
Yeah.
We saw that together. But I don't think I don't remember if he saw the first one or not.
Tammy's saying there's going to be a Venom 3. Yeah. That
You
should
good?
be coming out soon, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, we liked the first one. The
Yeah,
first two were
The first
really
two were
good.
good.
Also, Hugo says, as a goth, what's your opinion on the Crow film?
Haven't seen it.
Like, we haven't seen it. From what I've
Heard
heard,
it stinks.
man, a
Yeah.
lot of,
Yeah.
you know, I have a lot of goth people, obviously, on my...
There's a huge problem. They should have never
There's a
remade that movie.
huge fucking backlash.
That was a movie that should have never been remade.
Well, I kind of feel like they didn't honor the goth origins of that. Because just from the stills that I haven't seen the movie, but just from the stills that I saw, it looked like they were going in another direction, and that seemed to like piss a lot of people off. So I haven't seen it.
They alienated the original fans and tried to make new fans that don't exist. They always do
Yeah,
that
I
stuff.
kind of feel like that's what. Like I said, I haven't seen it, so I can't really say. But it does seem like that's what kind of happened.
Well, first of all, it was sacrilegious to even try to remake that movie. Fucking Brandon Lee died making that movie. Okay, and that movie was about the best you could make it because he died about halfway through it. They finished it, and it looks like he's in all of it. I guess there was enough to make it, but I think there were some stand-ins in certain places. But that dude died making that movie. You never remake that movie.
well,
I mean, that's tacky. That's tacky.
well, and even barring that, The Crow was from a very particular era,
Yeah.
from a particular area. If you're not gonna do it in the same way, I really don't think
Then it's not The Crow.
it's not really the same
Yeah.
story.
Now, they had a bunch of Crow sequels, and they were all kind of mediocre. for
They
whatever.
did.
So they didn't want another mediocre sequel. They thought they could just reboot it. Nah, you're never going to reboot that.
And to be honest with you, maybe this is sacrilegious to say. I was never a massive fan of the original Crow. It's a good movie,
Yeah, it was just good.
but I
It was,
didn't
yeah.
really. I don't get as much into it like as a lot of. I think maybe
I like
because
the soundtrack from it.
I did too.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, maybe it was because that was a '90s movie.
Yeah.
I'm more an 80s goth chick. Once the 90s came along, I was just kind of like, it was hit or miss. I was like, I liked it, but to me, it seemed like a little try-hard. So it's like, I didn't get as much into it as some people did. But I understood that, like, goths that are a little bit younger than me, that's like a really, like, formative thing for them.
When I saw it, I thought it was good. I thought it had good ideas. I thought visually it was really good. They had that fucking goth chick. What's her name? May, the Asian girl. She was.
I don't remember.
She was in it. May Lynn, I think that's what her name was.
I don't
she was a model. She did really good in it. She was just from that time. I thought it was a good movie. It wasn't like a fucking earth-shattering great movie, though. It was just a good movie. And then what happened right after that movie came out is that you had a lot of fucking, I want to say posers, show up to the club dressed like that. And you're like, who's this fucker? He only knows that movie, and now he showed up. Showing up with the makeup. In this fucking makeup with that fucking clothes. And
you guys don't even know. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, and they were like,
it was a whole
and
thing.
That dude can't dance. He doesn't know any of this music.
He just showed up. We don't know him.
Yeah.
Who is this?
And they're like,
he saw this one movie and thought he knew everything about everything.
Yeah, and then those dudes would like come and go.
Yeah,
and
I remember
over
that.
the years, every year.
This is why we get mad at this kind of stuff.
Come and go. You're like, we got another fucking Eric Draven in here with the fucking makeup and the jacket and fucking everything. Who is this dude? You know, he's not even
honestly.
known.
You can't show up at a goth event
dressed like that. Yeah.
Dressed like that. Everyone will like.
They'll make fun of you. They'll be like, "What the fuck?"
Like not to your face, but they will definitely like whisper about you.
Yeah,
behind your back.
only a normie would.
Only a normie
would show up in it.
Only a normie would do that.
Yeah, or a dude that's a lot of times what it was a lot of times it was like a metalhead who saw that movie and says, I can replicate that look, go to the goth club and get some girls. No,
I'll infiltrate.
No, infiltrate. It didn't work. No. And that movie was just just came out a couple months ago.
Like I said.
What the fuck, man?
We have in the goth. If you've been in the goth scene for a long time, we have a love-hate relationship with media.
Yeah.
Because every time something comes out that mainstreams goth culture,
then all the fucking
there's always kind of like this long period where you're gonna get these weird ass like fucking normies showing up.
Yeah.
In costume.
Yeah, in their goth costume.
And trying to like
that's our clothes. You call it a costume, that's our clothes.
That's what I mean. We look like that all the time, bitch. Like we don't have regular clothes.
Yeah,
I don't have no polo shirts. I don't have no jeans. I don't have nothing like that. I don't have any clothes like that.
Yeah.
I just have these kind of clothes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, so these bitches show up and there's like, the Crow or the Matrix or whatever the fuck is the big thing at the day, because the Matrix was another thing.
For a while, it was just Marilyn Manson in general.
Oh,
you'd see fake Manson.
Why do you think we still hate Marilyn Manson?
Yeah, you'd see dudes who are like, who the fuck is this dude? And it's a brand new dude dressed basically like Marilyn Manson. Yeah. So we just called them Mansonites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or spooky kids. We call them that too.
Yeah. And you're just like, what the fuck is this? And then like a flash in the pan.
Or mall goths.
Yeah, like a mall goth. And then like a flash in the pan. He might come out for a couple weeks and then you never see the dude again.
He's trying to pull.
Then where'd he go?
And it didn't.
It's funny.
Work.
They never pull. They never show up.
It didn't work.
It's just fucking ridiculous. So they did that for a while. In recent history, the one that they've been doing is the new Wednesday Addams.
Yeah.
You'll see normies doing Wednesday Addams. So it's mostly making TikTok videos.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anybody in a club doing that.
Not yet.
No. If you're gonna fucking show up as fucking Wednesday Addams, you better have a fucking goth credibility. Like everybody's got to know you, and they know what you normally look like.
And even then, people be like, "Why? Like what?
But you might be homaging. They might.
I would never.
Yeah.
Like I love Wednesday. I love the original Addams Family. I love the Netflix show. But I would never in a million years show up dressed like Wednesday. Never.
I could see a young goth chick that's well known in her 20s show up as Wednesday Addams for Halloween in a goth club.
Yeah.
I can see that.
But still,
But the thing is she probably wouldn't do it because she said, "Man, I bet you other girls would be wearing that."
That's what. Well, see, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that's why I would never do that because, like, look, every fucking normie ass bitch is gonna do that. It's like, why would I do that? It's like, it's just so typical.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that.
Right.
So it's just kind of like, so immediately if somebody shows up like that, well, that's obviously not somebody that knows anything about anything because they wouldn't wear that. They wouldn't wear that.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can show you pictures and shit of when you're at the club, those girls are not wearing costumes. That's their club outfit, but that's regular clothes for us. You know,
that's what I mean. It's like you see, like if you go out to a goth club and you see a lot of those people, it's like
you'll see them during the day and they kind of look like that.
That's what they kind of wear most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, we know them outside of the club, and they usually wear shit like not
made it up as much. You know what I mean?
Maybe not made up as much.
Yeah.
But it's like a slightly toned down version of that. They always look like that.
Yeah.
It's not. They're not dressing up. They're not putting on a costume or anything like that. They always look like that. It's just like a slightly more elevated version of that.
It's a subculture, big time.
So it's just kind of like, so if somebody shows up like, and it's like a costume to them, we kind of get a little bit salty about it.
Well, we can also recognize it.
And we also,
because they almost never get it right.
No.
The mistakes that they make usually are the shoes. They usually don't have... The
shoes always give it away.
Yeah, the shoes. The shoes, and if it's a dude, the shoes and the pants.
Shoes always give it away.
Yeah.
That's kind of... And honestly, going back many years, I remember, like, goths would be, like, always like, it's always the fucking shoes.
Yeah, it's the shoes.
Always the shoes. It's kind of like a fucking...
Motherfucker showed up in
joke.
Black dress shoes.
It's a joke.
Black dress
in, like, costumes. And you see it with girls, too.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you'll see a girl...
They're a black buckle boot shoe.
Like, show up at, like, a goth club and shit. Yeah. Like, the outfit will look good, but then, like, you look at the shoes and you're like...
Yeah, the boots are a little wrong.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's a normie boot. It's black boot, and it's... But
you're in a costume.
Yeah.
You're in a costume.
That's a normie boot, and you're in a costume. Yeah.
That's not what you normally look.
Yeah. Fucking, the goth look starts with the boots and the shoes.
Honestly,
you can wear anything. If you've got those boots and shoes, it's going to look like something.
Most of my outfits... Well, I don't know if this is true. Because I was kind of... I like to think of... Whenever we go out every weekend, I'm always kind of like, I want to wear like a... I like to wear like a slightly different outfit. Because I don't like to wear different... Like, you know, the same thing I've always worn before. I like to do like... Even if it's kind of similar, I like to do a variation. But one of the things I start with... What shoes am I wearing?
Yeah.
Because I have a million... Not a million. That's an exaggeration. But I have like several dozen pairs of shoes.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like, well, if I'm going to wear these shoes, then that necessitates this, that, and the other thing. And that kind of dictates the rest of the outfit.
Two different selections right here. I'll show you.
So it's just kind of like... Well, now these are my day shoes.
Yeah, that's day shoe.
These are my day shoes.
Those are open-toed goth boot.
It's Florida, bitch.
Florida,
it's hot. Yeah. These are my sandals. Yeah. I wear these pretty much every time we go out. If we're just going to Dollar General or whatever, because they have a zipper in the back, and they're super easy to put on. You just slip them on. These are my club boots.
That's more like a club boot, yeah. She's got white ones and black ones. She's got dozens of these in different...
I wear these a lot because these are super comfortable, and they like look really good.
Yeah.
But like, these are just my day-to-day shoes. Yeah. I wear those all the time.
But I got this whole room over here is her...
My room next door, I have like...
Is
probably like 25 pairs of shoes.
Yeah.
Along the side. And most of them Thomas bought me. So I either start with the shoes, or I start with the hair. Like, I said, am I going to do my real hair, which is black, or am I going to do a wig? If I'm going to do a wig, what color is that wig? If the wig is a different color, like this is blue.
Show them that.
Okay, so I have these shoes too.
Yeah.
A little bone on them.
And then that.
These are I wear these a lot too, like during the day. These are just my regular...
Show them the heel of that.
Daytime.
Yeah, it's got
boots.
metal heels.
Also very comfortable.
Yeah. These are some Demonia.
I wear these a lot out.
Yeah, they're like black velvet.
They're velvet.
Black velvet boots.
Or velvet-ish.
Velvetish, yeah. She's got a shit ton of this stuff. She's got white ones too.
Yeah, I also have white ones. Although, like I said, the white ones, you kind of have to have like a whole outfit to go with that. I usually do that with like a retro kind of 60s vibe. Because I have like some clothes for that too. But yeah, so I kind of start with that. So I'm just kind of like, what color is the hair? What wig am I wearing? If I'm wearing a red wig, then I have to do a whole red outfit, which means because I have to do color coordination because I'm anal retentive like that. What color are my nails? Because I have to. It has to all match. So, because look, if you will note, I have a wig on that has blue in it, and I also painted my nails blue to match because my nails were hot pink earlier, so I had to like match it. So
he's asking if guys can wear
not
skate
match.
shoes. No.
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 You could, but it would depend. It would depend.
No.
Usually not.
No.
Usually not.
Dudes aren't supposed to be wearing shoes at all. They're supposed to be wearing boots. In general. Yeah, no shoes, boots. Women can wear shoes, but they're going to be like the shoes I just showed you. They're going to look like something. You know, it's going to be metal on.
Like I said, the shoes are kind of like the foundation of your outfit.
Yeah.
And like I said, the shoes that I'm going to wear out that night, that usually dictates the rest of the outfit.
Yeah.
Like, are these boots conducive to pants? Are they conducive to tights and a skirt? Are they conducive, like, you know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, that's kind of like the foundation. So I kind of decide either by the shoes or either by, am I going to have my regular hair, like I said, which is black, so I can go with any color, or wigs. And if I have a wig that's a particular color, then I said, okay, well, I have to match that color in the rest of the outfit. So it's like, I kind of have to pick pieces like based on that. So I either have to do like pants or skirt. I either have to do like pick a top that's based on that. So it's kind of like a whole thing.
Show him that. That's what I wear.
And these are Tom's boots that he usually wears out.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I wear. Most of the time.
Yeah.
Those are new rocks.
And
These are expensive. These are this is like $375 for these.
But you've had those a long time.
Right.
And they're still in like super good shape.
Yeah. Here's another set of new rocks that I have. These aren't quite as expensive, but they're just kind of a different style.
Yeah, those are a little bit shorter.
They're shorter boots.
Yeah.
Look like something like the Klingons would wear.
Yeah. It's kind of a whole, I mean, it's not the whole point of goth, because I kind of feel like goth is still like a music-centered subculture, or at least I think of it that way. I know the TikTokers don't think of it like that.
Yeah, to them it's just visual.
To them it's just visual.
Yeah.
But for us it's still a music subculture.
Yeah.
But I will say that it's also an aesthetic subculture. And we will give a lot of leeway to people who are old and are into the music and are just like, fuck it, I'm just wearing like a black t-shirt and jeans and boots and that's enough. And I'm just like, okay, that's fine. You don't have to go all out. But I will say that I do appreciate people that do go all out. You know what I'm saying?
If you're going to go to the goth club and you don't have goth clothes, just wear normal clothes.
Well, not normal clothes.
Maybe just a little black.
But just wear like
Yeah.
some black jeans,
Yeah.
like a black band t-shirt, like some boots.
Yeah.
Like that's fine. That'll pass.
That'll pass.
That'll pass. We know a lot of dudes like that. And like I said, a lot of dudes our age that are into the same music as us. It's mostly dudes. Like women usually will keep their game up. Like even if they're older. Like they'll go all out with the hair and shit like that. Dudes kind of get lazy. So they'll just be like, oh, I'm just going to wear black jeans or black pants or whatever and just like a black band t-shirt and boots. But that's fine. Like if you know all the music and you're just into it, and it's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? You don't have to fucking go all elaborate or nothing like that. And we know a lot of dudes like that. So that's fine. But like I said, don't come in there in some fucking collared beige polo shirt and cargo shorts and Crocs. Because everyone's going to fucking laugh at your ass.
Here you go.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, black jeans, fucking cool band shirt, you know, like fucking...
Yeah, like as long as you just have that.
Yeah.
Like as long as you know... As long as you look like you know the shit.
Yeah.
Like if you come up with black jeans and you got a Bauhaus shirt on.
Yeah,
and some
Joy
boots,
Division.
Or Joy Division or...
Susie.
Or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like everyone's like, okay, fine. Like no one's going to... no one's going to let shit on you or nothing.
Just some fucking...
You don't got to like super...
Yeah.
Like go all out with
some
it.
black Doc Martens and shit or whatever. You'd be all right.
like I said, we know a lot of dudes like that. They just come in like black pants, black boots. You know, I got a Depeche Mode shirt on. I got a fucking, you know, Alien Sex Fiend shirt on. Whatever. It's just like a t-shirt. And it's just kind of, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to fucking, you know, go the full vampire Lestat or nothing like that. But if you come in, like I said, just looking like you got fucking, with your Crocs and your cargo shorts, you know, and your polo shirt, then yeah, people are going to look at you askance. Probably no one's going to say anything to you because we're polite like that. But we're going to talk about you behind your back for sure. We're going to be like, what the fuck is this motherfucker doing here? What is that about? Also, he can't dance. But like I said, we're not going to beat you up or nothing like that. We're going to shit on you behind your back though. Just telling you. Just telling you. CB says, have you seen Land of the Dead? A woman gets her belly button ring ripped out by a zombie. I remember that scene. Honestly, we were rewatching the new Furiosa movie the other day. And they had that scene where the Hemsworth guy gets his nipple rings pulled out. And for whatever reason, you guys know that reason, that scene really resonated. Like, every time I watch that scene, I'm just like, because I also have nipple rings. And so it's just like, I kind of feel like how that would feel. Man, that scene, like, kind of fucked me up. And I had forgotten about it. We watched it in the theater, and then, like, we watched it again, like, the other day. Because it came out on whatever streaming service. And HBO Max or whatever it was. We watched it again, and I was like, oh shit, I forgot about that fucking scene. The fucking nipple rings being torn out. Because I kind of feel like that, because I'm, you know, maybe you guys don't know, but like, if you have nipple rings, I'm constantly like worried about shit like catching on it. Because like your clothes kind of, it's not as bad because I'm kind of aware of them. So it doesn't happen as much, but it's just like every now and then, like you get out of the shower, you're like drying off with a towel, and like the towel will like catch on it. It's like it pulled, and it's just kind of, oh, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like that, or it'll like catch on your clothes or something like that, and it's just, whew. So I could feel that scene, like if that really happened. Oh, messed up.
Oh shit! I left my drink in there.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Counterrolex said, Jenny, it's kind of like in the late 90s, early 2000s. I worked at a Halloween theme park as a clown, and they said, don't look like ICP. Yeah, that's kind of thing. And honestly, like, the whole, like, horror clown thing, I kind of feel like that's so played. I don't know, man. I never found clowns particularly scary. So I get that, well, like, how some people might. And I know there's a whole subgenre of, like, clown horror.
I found out why Pookie was so pissed off.
Why is she pissed off?
She's pissed off because they were out of treats.
Oh.
And she wanted more meat sticks. I pulled meat sticks and opened up the drawer, and I said, they're out. She saw me going through there. She's looking.
I just got a new box.
Yeah, I know. She's looking to go.
I put it in here.
And I said, they're not there. And she's like, oh. I could see her body language. She's like, oh, there's no more. I go in the storage closet, get the other ones out, come back with a whole stack. She's like, yeah. She's fucking very smart, very observant.
Because, man,
she doesn't have to talk or anything. Everything can read it all by the fucking...
ago, like, we ran out of meat stick. Like, we didn't imagine, because I get them...
From Chewy.
No, I get them from Amazon.
Amazon, okay.
Like, every 3 weeks or 4 weeks or something. I have them on, like, a subscription system, as you do on Amazon. And... so we always had a backlog. We always had like 2 or 3 boxes of them like in storage because I was always getting them. But a couple weeks back, we ran out. I didn't realize because we always had them. And so I was just kind of like, so we ran out and Tom was like, oh my God, we don't have any more. And I was like, oh shit, she's going to be like really upset. And so she kept like sitting over there like by his nightstand, like waiting Like, she gives you these big owl eyes.
Yeah.
Where are my meat sticks? Like, she would, like, look at you like that.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? Like, I don't understand. Like,
Didn't
why?
have any.
And we didn't have any.
Yeah.
And we
Got
felt
some,
so bad. And, like, Tom's like, I'm going to go to the dollar store and see if they have anything. And so he goes to the dollar store, and it's like they didn't have any. Because she likes a very specific, they're the Sheba tuna meat stick. She doesn't like the other flavors. She doesn't like the other brands. It has to be Sheba tuna meat sticks. That's her favorite. And so, because I bought her other flavors, and she is like, nah. Like, I bought her the chicken ones, I bought her the salmon ones. She's just not into it. It's only the tuna ones.
Yeah.
So it's just, so I have them on subscription on Amazon. Like, they come every few weeks.
Is SideQuest still, are you still with the SideQuest? Go ahead and drop something in the comments.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been,
But so we ran out, and she was, like, super upset. And so Tom's like, oh, my God, they didn't have anything. So he's like, so he bought some other treats. Like, maybe she'll eat these.
I got some Temptations.
Yeah,
They were
like
the
some,
extra
like, Lickums and some of
some-
the extra fill shit.
Yeah, some Lickums and some, like, these fucking extra filled biscuit things.
And she liked those.
She liked them, but it's not the same.
But she was still kind of like, but
Yeah, SideQuest is still here. Okay.
But why?
I'm going to tell a story about SideQuest. Me a SideQuest, that's my army girl. We'll talk sometimes on the side, and fucking she'll show me what she's doing and what she's working on, and she showed me this dude that she was looking at on the dating sites.
Oh dear.
She goes, "You never believe this motherfucker."
Did she give you permission to talk about this?
No. She's a soldier though.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna go. So she's like, "This dude here."
Just checking.
She's, I've been talking to this dude. He's an Afghan soldier, because she was from SideQuest fucking was stationed in Afghanistan, and he was an Afghan soldier who was an interpreter between the Afghans and Taliban. And they were both kind of laughing, but he's trying to pick her up. He's trying to get into her fucking house at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Come and let me go see you, type of deal.
Oh dear.
She showed me a picture of him. He looked okay. He looked all right.
That's a red flag, though.
He looked all right. He was just he's kind of a younger
Doesn't
guy.
matter what they look like, baby.
See, yeah, if you listen to Jen will say, don't believe nothing to dudes. There are no dudes.
No.
Fucking all dudes.
Don't
Everything's
ever-
a red flag.
Well, no, I'm not saying everything's a red flag.
Yeah.
I'm just saying don't believe what dudes say. Watch what they do.
Yeah.
Don't believe anything
She
they
just
say.
said something. She just said something. What did she say?
Don't believe anything they say.
She said something. Read it.
SideQuest Sarah said, right, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay, yeah. Well, later, it was funny. We were talking shit. I'm not gonna tell everything that was talked about, but we were like, I don't know, man. Those Afghans in that boy play. We didn't know telling what that dude might be up to. She goes, yeah, I was thinking about that. And then I said, did you tell him you dated girls, in the past? And she's like, yeah, I told him. And he just went right through him like I didn't say anything. And I was like, yeah, okay. I know.
They either don't want to hear that or they
Yeah.
think that's hot.
He didn't want to hear that.
So he didn't hear that.
No, he didn't want to hear that, but he was still wanting to go over and go see her.
Yeah.
Put the wood on her. But she was like, nah, no thanks, basically. Fucking SideQuest fucking backed out. Which, I don't blame her. I think the dude was...
I don't
I think
either.
the
That
dude-
seems a little sketchy.
I don't... There's no telling, a lot of those dudes, they're not Western, so they fucking misinterpret shit. They want to get fucking possessive and controlling, like to own the pussy. You don't own the pussy, right? You're just borrowing it. Okay, she's just giving you a little bit. So you know what I mean. They want to take it too far, and get possessive. That's a risk. Another risk is you don't know what the hygiene factor is. You don't know, and
I told you, man.
once you get involved, that motherfucker might be too late. You got to go through with it. You ain't gonna like it. So I said no, and she's like, yeah, I ain't gonna. Fuck that.
Here's
dude.
the thing.
Fuck that dude.
We were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
Because, not earlier today, but earlier yesterday.
She just
So
said, I
Tom-
to him no. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, probably rightfully so. Because
Yeah.
that sounds a little sketchy to me.
Yeah.
Tom was saying, was like, oh, well, dudes like variety. I'm like, well, women like variety too. But we like variety with the person that we love,
Yeah.
but doing different shit. Like different
Yeah.
locations, different
Yeah.
situations, stuff like that. We don't like different people because there's too much
Risk. Yeah.
You don't know that dude.
Yeah.
He could be a serial killer or a rapist, and even if the worst doesn't happen, he could just be like shit in bed.
Yeah.
Like, honestly,
Go through all that shit.
You could just, like, go home with the dude, and it's just, like, he's just, like, some two-pump chump. And it's like, he doesn't give a shit if you get off or whatever. And he's just like, oh, yeah, I gave you the time of your life. Oh, I'm going to sleep now. And you're like, okay,
baby, I got to go.
I'm going to go jerk off in the bathroom. Okay. Yeah, it's that kind of situation. It's not worth it. So it's like, it's usually
nothing. Yeah.
It's usually not worth it for us. Yeah. We don't get much out of it. And... You know, it's just, it's too much of a risk.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. So we have to watch. Dudes don't have that, and I don't think they understand the way that women come at it. Yeah. We're coming at it from a completely different...
Yeah, well, they don't really have the same problems, and they don't have the same...
No.
They don't have...
And honestly, it's like...
It's
and
not
dudes,
the same point of view.
Well, dudes are not... in general, like, not everybody, obviously, but, like, dudes in general are not super empathetic.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that women are coming at it from a completely different perspective.
Yeah.
It's like, look, there's nothing to gain from this. If I go home with you, I'm probably not going to get off, and you might kill me. So it's, like, not worth it. You know what I mean? It's just, it's not worth it.
Yeah, and then she goes, and now he's sleeping at your house, and you're like, please leave.
Right, it's just gonna, and it's like, and then if you do give him something, like you sleep with him, then he might stalk you.
Can't get rid of him. Yeah.
Like I said, there's all kinds of like horrible scenarios that could ensue, and like the dudes don't have to deal with.
Yeah.
And so I kind of feel like dudes are not super empathetic about that. Like we have a whole other set of minefields to navigate that you guys do not have to navigate.
Yeah. SideQuest told me another good Afghan story. She was up in the guard tower, which I was in one of those in fucking Sinai, fucking overwatching the damn fucking airstrip into our fucking camp, South Camp, down in Egypt. She was in her fucking guard tower, and she's watching a bunch of Afghan soldiers getting a course on how to run a generator from the only person that was qualified at the time that they had around, which was a U.S. Army female. And the only way she could talk to these dudes is that she could only talk to them through a dude.
Because they wouldn't listen to her.
They wouldn't listen to her. So every time she would say something, the dude would repeat it, and then they would listen. They spent most of the time making fun of the girl.
I've experienced
doing
that also.
Crazy shit. Yeah, they just would not fucking...
They'll listen to stuff coming from a dude,
but not from her. So
but not from.
She had to tell.
I get it.
And she said she sat up there in that. She sat up there in that guard tower watching that whole thing, just going like, "Man, these motherfuckers." She said it was hot as fuck too. But I know where you're coming from. You know, not that particular fucking situation.
It's so depressing.
I was in a male only army.
It's so depressing.
But yeah, being up in those fucking guard towers watching other people do stupid shit. All day. Dry as a fucking bone. Fucking super hot up in Egypt.
But honestly, that happens a lot. Like in work situations.
Yeah, I've been listen to the dude.
Honestly, like I've been kind of lucky in that way.
Yeah.
I've had some shit like that happen too, but it's just kind of like every single woman that I know has had that happen in a work situation where it's like, oh, I came up with this cool idea, but nobody listened to it until a dude said it.
Yeah.
And then he got credit, even though I came up with it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, that's pretty typical. But yeah, that's what happens. Like, nobody listens to you. Everybody listens if a dude says something, because obviously then it's, like, super important. But if we say something, nobody gives a shit. But yeah, so I've had that happen too.
Yeah.
But like I said, I've been kind of lucky in that regard. I have had that happen, but not to the extent that other women that I know have had that happen.
Yeah.
But it's only happened to me like 3 or 4 times, as opposed to like other women that's happened like fucking 10 or 11.
SideQuest is saying shit. She's in there.
Oh my god.
Although what she was saying that in Afghanistan the fucking issue was just unparalleled. She was just off the chain.
Yeah.
A lot worse than what you would experience.
Yeah, no one listens until a dude says it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
True.
That's funny where you...
I don't know why that is, but...
It doesn't make sense to me.
Dudes will not listen to a woman, if a dude says the same thing, then they will immediately snap to you. But if a woman says that, they'll argue.
Yeah.
They won't listen. It's just, I've experienced it myself. It's infuriating.
I don't do that though, do I?
A little bit you do.
A little bit.
A little bit you do.
Depends on what it is, probably.
A little bit you do.
Yeah.
You do argue with me.
Yeah.
About shit that you say, well, women do this. I'm like, well, I don't do that. And you're like, yeah, but this and that and the other. I'm just like, dude, I'm a woman. And I'm saying this like, you've never been a woman, so shut the fuck up.
Well, a lot of times I'm talking about just like on average. You know what I mean? The
right,
average
but,
dudes do a lot of shit that I don't do. You know what I mean? But,
right. But like I said,
just depends.
You do tend to argue with my personal experiences,
Yeah.
which is a little frustrating. So you do that. But a lot of dudes do that.
I'm looking at the big picture, though. I'm trying to look at the big picture.
Oh, is that what you're... That's
yeah,
your
I'm trying to look
excuse now?
I'm just talking about in general. You know what I mean?
But,
It's not
like I said...
It's not personal.
Yeah, but see, that's a problem that a lot of women have, is that we tell you this, that, and the other, and y'all are like, yeah, but it's not like this. It's like that. But y'all are not women. Y'all have not experienced anything... You don't experience the world the same way.
Yeah,
And the fact that you explain it to us is like a little offensive.
The only thing that I have noticed, or one of the things that I have noticed, not the only thing, but one of the things I've noticed is that women tend to process information differently than dudes do. And one of the things that women do is that they tend to internalize and personalize just general information. Like like for instance, if you just say out loud, like, yeah, women, after 40, they're not that attractive. You know, they tend not to be attractive. You'll have a fucking millions of women who are over 40 showing pictures of themselves of how attractive they are. And that's not what that guy was saying. He was just saying kind of like in general. There are some good-looking women over 40. But on average, they're not. You know, because on average, everybody's prettier when they're younger. You know, that's the thing. It doesn't mean that there aren't pretty looking old people. It's just that, you know what I mean? But a woman will respond like, wait, but hold on, I'm 40, I'm pretty, here's my pictures, that kind of shit. Look at this one, like, yeah, but you personalize it. We're not talking about you. We're just talking about in general.
Right, but why even say that in the first place?
Because dudes are just dudes, man. They fucking say shit.
Because they suck in their assholes?
They just say shit. They're like, yeah, after 40, man, a lot of women, they're not looking that good. But the thing is, that's true for dudes.
Dudes also do not look good after that age.
That's true for dudes.
So what are y'all crying about?
We're not crying. See,
they are crying.
She's personalizing it again.
They are crying.
Earlier today, I was talking to Jen about a bunch of data that I was looking at, what these dudes had dug up, that dudes after 40 they're not found to be attractive by most women. Most women find guys between 25 and 30 to be their most attractive. But that does not mean that there aren't any attractive guys in their 40s or 50s. And they did this little test, and they were showing these women all these photographs and these dudes, and they were having them rate these guys throughout all the age groups about how cute or attractive that they thought they were. And the researchers fucking came to the conclusion that what a woman's looking at is that the bigger that dude's gut is, the less attractive he is. Okay, that's part of it. And as the guy gets older, a lot of them get big guts. But if an older guy doesn't have a big gut, and he has fucking decent muscle mass on him, he's not all just fat, that they'll find that guy attractive. We talked about that today.
And I told you, I was like, so it's not an age issue.
Not really an age issue. It's more like body composition.
Keep your shit together issue.
Exactly. When that goes on earlier today, when we said that fucking Maggie's nearly 60, she looks great.
And she can pull like way younger dudes.
Yeah, she's pulling all kinds of
dudes that are like her son's age.
Yeah. But if you look at Maggie, you can see why. Maggie has very good body composition. She looks great. You can tell she's an older woman, but she still looks good. So guys will
she's very small. She's very slender.
And fun.
She has a beautiful face.
Yeah, beautiful face, beautiful body. She's fun.
And she has like a really good personality. She's like a really good dancer. Stuff like that.
So a younger guy will be like, oh, okay.
But like I said, see, that's why a lot of that statistical shit, it's useful.
Yeah.
But in the field, it's not super helpful because everyone's different. Like, if somebody said, hey, you want to go out with a 52-year-old woman?
Yeah.
most
They're gonna
dudes
say, hell no.
that were 21 would be like, yeah,
Hell
no,
no.
that's like an old hag.
Yeah, until
But if they
see
showed
it.
us like, you know, if they showed them like pictures of like actual 52-year-old women like that we know,
Yeah.
they'd be like, all right,
Yeah.
I'd hit that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, it's not so much age, it's just that the
Yeah.
way people age,
Yeah.
you know, if they take care of themselves, as
Yeah.
long as they like don't let themselves go, you know what I mean? As long as you're not like laying around on your couch and
The internet,
not doing anything.
The internet and porn is very useful to study human behavior, and fucking the industry, porn industry and shit, fucking and the internet. When they look at who's looking at who, you'd be very surprised that a lot of these porn stars, females in their 50s, have very young audience and fans because that chick's hot, you know, and she's older, so the dudes are like having a cougar fantasy that
Sure.
exists, you know. He's like, oh yeah, that's a hot older woman, you know. They're these younger guys are kind of being titillated by this fucking idea of this fucking really hot older chick, you know what I mean, which is unusual for them because that's not what they're normally seeing at a woman at that age. Because as you get older, it's harder to look good, and you just the field gets narrower.
I mean,
and narrower.
it is, yeah.
The field gets narrower and narrower. The average person is having a pretty hard life. Their income isn't that good. Their health isn't that good. They're under a lot of stress. They've had a lot of kids a lot of times, and it's just and physical fitness is very low on their priorities. So no, they're not going to be in the running. The girls that the 50-something-year-old women that these dudes are looking at, not only are they in good shape and they look good. And they're healthy. They also have breast implants, and they have fucking great makeup, and they're fucking dressed right, and they're, you know, so it's all that stuff takes work.
Yeah, like I said, you gotta work at it.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I'll be 52 on Thursday. This coming Thursday is my birthday, and I don't work that hard, honestly. I do makeup, I do hair, I work out, I take supplements, if you want to call them that. I have good genetics, I will admit that. Like, my family is very young looking, generally. So, you know, I have been approached by much younger people. But I don't know. It's just kind of like, it's weird because you see, we're watching some of these like older like documentaries and stuff, and you see people on there that are like in their 50s, like my age, and it's like they look super old. Like, to me, they look like really old,
and they act it,
and they act super old.
Especially a long time ago. You go back in the 80s or 90s, it's like
that blows my mind a little bit.
Side quest.
That blows my mind.
Side quest says that the thing is that a lot of these guys will fucking how does she word it? She says they only say it about women, so the emotional reaction is about. Oh, hold on, wait, it was. Yeah, but the problem is that statement is culturally men don't say that about themselves. What she's talking about is that got a guy.
Of course not.
A lot of guys don't really turn their insight in on themselves.
No, of course not.
I gotta agree. Yeah, I have to agree.
That's true.
That's fucking very common.
Most
dudes are like that.
It's a double standard.
Yep.
And honestly, it's better than it used to be, but not much better. It's not much
If
better.
you look at the statistics, the men that are out there in relationships or trying to be in relationships or they're dating or whatever. Let's just say men. It would be because age group is a factor. Let's just say men in general. 80% of these dudes, according to the statistics, are found to be unattractive by most women. Most women don't find those guys attractive for a bunch of different reasons.
They probably are not.
Right, you know. But with who they do find attractive is the top 20%. And that's basically looks and if he's fun, the status. All right, that'll make a guy attractive. But the thing is that not all women have the same standards. Like, there are dudes who don't have jobs, but do very well with women because they're a surfer. But they're only going after girls that fucking like surfers. They have shit like that happening.
Yeah.
That dude could do real well.
Well, like I
He's
said,
in the top 20.
that's why statistics are useful,
Yeah.
but they're not the end-all, be-all.
Well, statistics are numbers. That gives you
Sure.
an idea. Numbers are true. If your data is good.
Yeah.
You put it in. Now, what I was going to say is that the thing is that when you look at that top 20% of the dudes that the women are into, they are very conscious of how they look. They've actually put work into it. Because they've gone, wait a minute, hold on. How can I expect to have these hotties if I look like shit?
Thank you.
Which, isn't that so simple?
Thank you.
Isn't that so simple? But it is that...
You expect to have these like
Yeah.
hot girlfriends and wives,
And you look like shit.
and you look like ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's not gonna happen.
Right.
Sorry, buddy.
But those guys in the top 20% have kind of made that logical leap to where they go, hold on, women are basically kind of like me. They like guys that look good. In other countries, they think it's arranged marriages. A lot of times in other countries and other cultures,
they don't have to buy that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to them. Sexiness is drawn out of fucking all the cultures. If there's arranged marriages, then those are not sexy cultures. They're just not. Because how is that an advantage to them? They're not being mated because of sexuality or sexual attraction.
Well,
It's
women
just
in those
families
cultures are just
It's like a business deal.
Yeah, they're not really seen as people. They're seen as like commodities.
Well, I think they see them as people. It's just that
Not really.
it depends on which one you're talking about. But I think they see them as people. It's just that the marriage itself is being arranged by families. It's more like a business arrangement, and I don't think the guy or the girl really have much to do with it. But what I was saying is that the dudes that have made that fucking leap go, wait a minute, hold on. If I want these hot women, I'm gonna have to look good myself. So then they start putting work on it.
Imagine
now, other
that.
dudes will fucking say, "What? You know what? To get those women, I have to look a certain way, and I don't really give a shit. I'm not gonna put the work into it."
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what'll happen. Then they start falling into the kind of more of the invisible range. Now, some of those dudes get married, but they get married to women that are kind of invisible also. You know. So, but that's just the way it is.
Which that's fine.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not.
Yeah.
As long as you're not
Right.
like bothering other people.
The thing that always weirded me out though is when you got a dude who basically he's like a 5 and he's looking at a girl that's an 8 and he thinks that he could get that or that he
he's
deserves
entitled
that, or that she likes him.
to it.
They're like, no, that's not how it's going.
Well, yeah, that's
That's not gonna happen.
That's the issue, isn't it?
Right. And you'll have guys you'll have foreign
These are
guys.
the dudes that cause
You'll
problems.
have non-Western guys moving into Western cultures that come from cultures where they're arranged marriages, and he's a 5, he sees an 8, and he can't understand why he can't get that. But she's not married. If she's not married, then that means I can have it. Because
she
women
should
are just,
appreciate.
yeah, it was because where he comes from, women are just given to you.
Like I said,
You know?
they don't see women as a person. That's just like an object.
I guess kind of.
It's an object.
I don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
Really, well, I can't put myself in their shoes exactly because I don't come.
Well,
from that
they're
culture.
seeing it like an object. This is something that I am owed. It's not a person in her own right. She doesn't have any
yeah.
feelings of her own.
I think they know
no,
that.
no one is worried about that. So it's just kind of like we're acting as though she is just
It's something that's given to you.
right.
Marriage and women.
Like I
is something
said,
that
so
your parents
that's
bring. Right.
an object. That's an object.
But he is kind of too.
Not really, because he really has the.
No, in his culture,
Deciding.
he can't choose the wife. Basically, it's
But
just,
still, he's given something.
yeah. There's like
He's given a gift of an object, which is a woman.
I think a lot of times it's two families trying to marry off their kids, and they're like, "Here, marry this one," and they're like, "I don't think I'll marry that." Okay, well then marry this one. I don't think I'll marry that one because right now I have to ask Saad because it's arranged marriages where he comes from. He's in Saudi Arabia, so I have to ask him exactly. Fucking, but
I knew
he
some
told
dudes
me,
who were like from India, and I was just kind of like, I don't
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah, well,
I don't understand that shit at all.
He told me that that they're actually getting pretty westernized in their
I hope so.
in the
Good
thinking.
Lord.
Well, there's I think the Western way is the fucking more naturalistic way because people are kind of like
It is.
competing for a mate.
Like, it's not great, but it's better.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit better because you're competing for the mate, just like you would in nature,
fucking birds and shit do that. Animals do that, you know.
I don't like
Which
that
that's
arranged
kinda the way it
marriage.
should be.
I don't like that.
That's the way it kind of should be.
No thanks.
Arranged marriage is fucking because that
No, thank you.
they had those in the South and back in the old South, and they had them in Europe, and there was no dating, so you were just kind of stuck with whoever your parents stuck you with.
Yeah, no thanks.
You know, it didn't really have anything to do with compatibility. It was about merging two fucking families together and the money. You know.
Well, like, compare that. Like I said, compare that shit to how we met. We met in a club.
Yeah.
I was married. You were single, but not really interested in settling down. And
We
we
were in a
just...
failing marriage.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Right.
But, like, we kind of just became friends
Yeah.
over a long period of time.
Yeah.
I dated other people, you dated other people. And then eventually, we were like, okay, we're a thing.
Yeah.
We're going to hang out.
Yeah.
And then, like, 13 years later, we got married.
Yeah. Well, we'd already been married before, so marriage
kinda.
we'd already been married to other people before.
It was just like...
We might as well fucking get this over with because
Might
like
as well.
time's going by and we're not going to break up, so we might as well do it.
But see, I kind of like that better.
break
Like,
up, we'd
I
break
don't
up
really
already.
like the idea
Yeah.
of somebody telling me, hey, this person
Yeah.
is mated with you and you have to marry this person.
Yeah.
Now you have to have sex with this person. You
Yeah.
have to, like, have children with this person.
Yeah.
Yeah, no thanks.
You don't really know who that person is.
No thanks.
Evidently, that's not flying too well in those countries. It's starting to. They're like, no, there's got to be a different way. It's just
Because,
they're gonna have to
man,
evolve.
look, like, our shit came out a lot better. Because, like I said, I was married, but I was getting divorced. Like, we kind of, like, hooked up a couple times. We dated. I dated other people. He dated other people. And then we just, like, kept hanging out.
Yeah.
And it was just, like, natural. And then, like, eventually we just moved in together. 13 years later, we had lived, it was like, yeah, fuck it. Let's just get married. We got married. And it's just kind of like, I kind of feel like that's a lot more normal.
Side quest hero.
That's a lot more normal.
Said her muscle relaxers have kicked in. She's gonna fucking go ahead and fucking crash out. We should really kind of. It's getting late. We should fucking shut it down too. It's almost 1.
It is, yeah. 12:40.
I'd love to hear Tom sing "Is She Really Going Out with Him" by Joe Jackson. How'd that song go?
Is she really going out with him?
I don't remember how that song went. I should know it. I think I remember Joe Jackson's song.
I remember that
I'm sure
song,
I heard it.
but I also remember the Damned saying that at the beginning of,
Yeah.
was it New Rose? One of
Yeah.
their songs. Yeah. Is she really going out with him?
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Whoa, here she comes. She's a man eater.
Okay, that's Hall & Oates. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Hall & Oates. I'm gonna hit it with my Hall & Oates, man. Fuck Joe Jackson. Hall & Oates and shit.
All I know is, like, when you said Joe Jackson, I was just kind of like, stepping out.
Yeah.
That's what I remember.
Into the light.
I like that song. I like that song. Oh, stepping out. They play that at Barbarella every now and then. Like, early, like, before anybody gets there. But I like that song.
All right.
I like that song.
Let's go ahead and shut it down, Jim. We've been on this bitch forever, man.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. I gotta fucking defend Conan magazines and Pookie and tear them up.
Yeah, you gotta hide that
Yeah,
shit.
I gotta hide that
She's
shit.
gonna eat it.
She'll be like, oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, she's gonna eat that shit.
Yeah.
She eats all my books. All my books on the bottom shelf. That's why I put all my shitty thrift store books on the bottom, because she just eats them. All right, so thank you everybody for dropping by this evening. Thank you for your super chats. We had a really good time hanging out with you guys for how many fucking hours it was. It was a long fucking time, but I had a good time. It didn't seem like that long. So thanks for hanging out with us. We will see you guys again on Monday for a movie review. Hope you guys have a good weekend, and we will see you guys again then on Monday night.